Chapter 1 You, Be My Boyfriend. Daxia, Bincheng. Monster Material Trading Market. You, what did you say? Wang Chuan looked at the girl in front of him in astonishment. The girl is very beautiful, with delicate features as if she came out of a painting, and her skin is so fair and smooth that it seems to be as delicate as a baby's. She is very tall, with two long beautiful legs wrapped in jeans, which perfectly highlight her S-shaped curve. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers on her feet, and her whole body was filled with youthful beauty. With that pair of clear big eyes, this girl looks like a gentle and graceful goddess no matter how you look at her. But who could have thought that the girl would suddenly appear in front of Wang Chuan, staring at him closely with shining eyes, and said shockingly, "You, be my boyfriend." Wang Chuan was dumbfounded. Not only him, but everyone around him looked over and was dumbfounded. The girl is so beautiful and she carries a sword on her back, she is obviously a warrior. Such a person naturally has no problem with his brain, but why? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. The girl playfully stuck out her tongue at Wang Chuan and said with a smile, "My name is Chen Shanshan, I'm 21 years old, and I'm currently a sophomore at Dongshan Martial Arts University, a third-rank warrior." Hiss. Hearing Chen Shanshan's words, everyone gasped. It turned out that he was a student of Dongshan Wuda, one of the 4 top universities in Daxia. No wonder he broke through to the 3rd level at such a young age. He is definitely a peerless genius. To be honest, Wang Chuan was shocked. "Why?" he asked in surprise. "Chen Shanshan, no reason, you are my boyfriend from now on. Come closer." After that, without waiting for Wang Chuan to say anything, she leaned her head against his chest, took out her cell phone, looked up at Wang Chuan, and said, "Smile, be more natural and sunny." Click, and took a picture. After taking the photo, Chen Shanshan took a look, nodded with satisfaction, and said to Wang Chuan, "Give me your phone." Damn, this damn angle. Wang Chuan's brain went blank after taking a casual glance at the 2 streaks of white. Hearing this, he stupidly handed over the phone. Chen Shanshan entered her cell phone number and name, then dialed, and her phone rang. She looked at Wang Chuan and asked, "What's your name?" Wang Chuan replied stupidly, "My name is Wang Chuan." "Okay, this is my cell phone number. You must answer when I call you next time." Chen Shanshan said with a smile. "I'm sorry, classmate Chen, I feel." Wang Chuan was about to refuse. This kind of plot, which only happened in novels, could happen to anyone, but definitely not to him. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the God level enhancement system. It is detected that the host is facing a choice. There are 2 options. Please make a choice. 1. Accept Chen Shanshan and make her the host's girlfriend, and officially activate the system. 2. Reject it sternly and abandon the system. The host has 5 seconds to choose. 5, 4. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. "Wang Chuan. Do I even need a choice? System, a must-have artifact for hanging bee." 1 year after he traveled to this world, the system finally awakened. That's very nice. He really wanted to yell to the people around him, "From today on, please call me Hang Bee." When Chen Shanshan heard Wang Chuan's words, she snorted coldly and said innocently, "Humph, this is my unilateral decision, you have no right to refuse." Swish. Next second. Wang Chuan reached out and grabbed Chen Shanshan's hand, looked at her seriously, and said, "I think what you said is absolutely right. I will be your boyfriend from now on. How about we go get a marriage certificate now?" Chen Shanshan. It turns out that your hesitation just now didn't mean you wanted to refuse. "Shanshan, what are you doing? Come here quickly." Several people waved and shouted in the distance. Chen Shanshan glanced at those people, then turned around and said to Wang Chuan, "I'm going to do the mission. Here are some tips on being my boyfriend. I'll send you a text message later. You must read it, or I'll beat you to death." As she said this, she waved her fist at Wang Chuan, then turned and left. The people around looked at Wang Chuan with envy or jealousy and started talking about him. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Damn, how come such a pretty girl doesn't like me? Yeah, this guy is really lucky. I'm so handsome, why didn't the girl see me? I say to you too, can't you take a look at your appearance before you say this? Wang Chuan no longer had the energy to pay attention to the people around him. Ding, the host has made a choice, the God level enhancement system is binding. System binding successful. Upon hearing that the system was really bound, Wang Chuan appeared calm on the surface, but but his fists were clenched tightly. When he first came to this world, he thought he could thrive in this world with the help of the memory of the earth. But reality gave him a hard blow. This is a world where spiritual energy is revived and martial arts are flourishing. In this world, strength is respected and warriors are king. The more powerful the warrior, the higher the status and wealth. On the contrary, if you cannot become a warrior, you will be relegated to the bottom of society. Unfortunately, Wang Chuan's future is destined to be at the bottom of society. During the aptitude test yesterday, his qi and blood were only 2 points. If he wants to take the martial arts test, his qi and blood must reach more than 6 points. In other words, Wang Chuan is not even qualified to take the martial arts exam. Although there are still 3 months left until the registration deadline for the martial arts exam, it is impossible for Wang Chuan, who was born in an ordinary family, to increase his qi and blood from 2 points to 6 points in 3 months. He came to the monster material trading market today just to buy 3 qi and blood pills for a fight. A qi and blood pill, especially a low-grade one, would cost 100,000 yuan. So if you want to become a warrior, you need to spend money. The 300,000 yuan in his hands is all the savings of his parents after years of hard work. If he fails, then their family is destined to be poor for the rest of their lives. I didn't expect something like this would happen after I arrived here. Wang Chuan still feels like he is in a dream. Ding, the host's qi and blood are detected to be too low. Do you want to activate the qi and blood strengthening mode? Yes. No. Seeing the system panel suddenly appear in front of him, Wang Chuan clicked on yes, without hesitation. Ding, turn on the qi and blood strengthening mode, 10,000 yuan will be deducted per second, please pay. Wang Chuan. It's so embarrassing, this crappy system actually costs money. This is produced by Tung Soon, right? 10,000 yuan per second. The 300,000 yuan his parents prepared for him is only enough to strengthen for half a minute. What's the difference between this and robbery? Wang Chuan felt conflicted. How about giving it a try? He gritted his teeth and took out 10,000 yuan. Try it for a second first. Ding, HP plus 1. Feeling the surging energy and blood in his body, Wang Chuan stood there in a daze, completely numb. You know, even if he took a low-grade qi and blood pill that cost 100,000 yuan per pill, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that he can definitely increase his qi and blood by 1 point. When the system is enhanced, 10,000 yuan can increase 1 point, and 300,000 yuan can increase 30 points. This crappy B system, no, this is an awesome B system, it's so awesome. Chapter 2. Is he a shield? With the system, why would Wang Chuan need to buy low-level things like qi and blood pills? Go home. Wang Chuan said excitedly. Half an hour later, Wang Chuan returned to an old residential area. He opened the door and found that his parents had not returned yet. The house was quiet. Wang Chuan returned to his room and locked the door. He took out 70,000 yuan from his school bag. Since he was not a warrior, his health limit was 10 points, so 70,000 yuan was enough. As the 7 bills disappeared, Wang Chuan instantly felt a surge of energy and blood in his body, and his body was getting stronger bit by bit. Ding, HP plus 1. Ding, HP plus 1. After 7 seconds, Wang Chuan clearly felt the existence of a barrier. This was the bottleneck that the teacher mentioned. Host, Wang Chuan. Cultivation, not yet at the level. Qi and blood, 10. Kung Fu, none. A light golden panel that only Wang Chuan could see appeared. Seeing the above information, Wang Chuan clenched his fists excitedly. At this moment, he just wanted to shout out loud, this system is awesome. According to his previous qualifications, if he wanted to increase his qi and blood to 6 points, he would need to take at least 10 low-grade qi and blood pills. One cannot take pills without restraint, as taking pills continuously will lead to pill poisoning. So even if he is given enough qi and blood pills, he may not be able to improve to 6 points in 3 months. Now, with the help of the system, it only took 7 seconds for his energy and blood to increase to 10 points. This gap is so amazing that it's unbelievable. Now, my qi and blood should be the best in the class. It won't be long before I can catch up with those abnormal students in the key class. Wang Chuan said excitedly with his eyes narrowed into slits. Wang Chuan's class is not a key class. During the test yesterday, the best score in the class was 5.8 points in qi and blood. In the key class, there are many students with 6 points in qi and blood, and some of them have even become formal warriors. Every student in the key class is a designated Wuhan University student, and if there are 2 or 3 Wuhan University students in the ordinary class, the class teacher will be very lucky. Warriors are ranked from the 1st grade to the 9th grade according to their strength. A 1st grade warrior can choose to temper his bones or muscles first. Wang Chuan plans to look at the martial arts techniques tomorrow, and then temper his muscles first. As long as he successfully tempers one muscle, he will officially enter the ranks of warriors. Thinking of the happy things, Wang Chuan couldn't help laughing out loud. Ding ding ding. The phone made a notification sound, and someone in the WeChat group was at ING everyone. Wang Chuan opened the WeChat group to check the information. The most eye-catching one was the group announcement sent by the head teacher Li Tingxing. Classmates, let us congratulate Lu Bo for breaking through 6 points in Qi and Blood first and becoming the first person to be qualified to register for the martial arts exam. We also hope that other classmates in the class will continue to work hard and make martial arts flourish. As soon as the announcement came out, the WeChat group exploded. Fuck, the squad leader is awesome. Squad leader V587. Breaking 6? It's only a matter of time before the squad leader officially becomes a warrior. This is a good thing. Doesn't the monitor want to give me a red envelope? Squad leader, did you see Dongshan Wuda waving at you? In just a short while, there were already more than 300 messages in the group. Lu Bo is the person whose blood Qi was tested at 5.8 yesterday, and he is also the class monitor. Lu Bo, no, it was just luck. Li Tingxing, there is no such thing as luck in cultivation. You are just talented and hard-working enough. Who knows, the teacher's first bonus this year will depend on you. I'll announce it later. Seeing the contents sent by the head teacher, Wang Chuan could imagine how excited the head teacher was at the moment, he thought to himself. The speed at which Wang Chuan's Qi and blood improved was really too exaggerated. When he tested it yesterday, his Qi and blood were only 2 points, but it increased to 10 points in just one day. Once he announced it, he would probably be caught and studied immediately. This is not alarmist talk, they will really be taken away for investigation. Because in every world there are always some people who take evil paths. These people form cults. They can use some evil means to devour other people's Qi and blood for their own use, in order to achieve their goal of quickly increasing their Qi and blood. At this time, the head teacher suddenly sent another group announcement. We have received the latest notice from the Education Bureau that some cult members have come to our city and are targeting students who are taking the martial arts exam. Please pay attention to your own safety and go home in groups. Master, don't scare me. My health is only 5.3. If I encounter someone from a cult, I will definitely die. Only the monitor in our class can stand up to the cult members. What should we do? When they heard that there were people from a cult, there was panic in the class group. Li Tingxing, don't worry too much, Dongshan Wuda has already sent students to encircle and suppress them. Then he posted a picture with 5 people in it. Wang Chuan saw the appearance of the person in the middle at first glance, Chen Shanshan. When the head teacher said that Dongshan Wuda was sending someone, the first person that came to Wang Chuan's mind was Chen Shanshan. But after getting the confirmation, he couldn't help but be stunned in his mind. He still couldn't figure out why that silly girl did that. The girl in the middle is so pretty. Isn't this Chen Shanshan, the school beauty of Dongshan Wuda University? Upstairs, how do you know? I long for the life at Dongshan Wuhan University. I can't check their campus network every day. Chen Shanshan? She's so pretty. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. It would be worth it to live 10 years less to be the boyfriend of such a beautiful girl. In the class group, the direction of discussion suddenly changed. Looking at the messages sent by his classmates, Wang Chuan was speechless. She was really pretty, but also really fierce. If there is nothing wrong with your brain, how could you do something like making a stranger your boyfriend? However, it must be said that Wang Chuan felt very happy when he saw the envious words from his classmates. In this way, he had a feeling of everyone is drunk but I am sober. Right at this moment. Lu Bo, don't let your imagination run wild. Schoolgirl Chen already has a boyfriend. At Lu Bo, squad leader, how did you know? Wang Chuan looked at the message and smiled without saying anything. Lu Bo, the other girl in the photo is my sister. School beauty Chen is at my house with my sister now. I was able to break through my Qi and blood so quickly because of the help of school beauty Chen. When I passed by just now, the school beauty's parents called me and asked her to go home for a blind date. She said she had a boyfriend and sent him a photo. Damn, Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment. Did he send a photo of his boyfriend? He thought of the photo he had taken during the day. Lu Bo, let me reveal another piece of explosive news. The school beauty's boyfriend is from Binchang. Gudong. Wang Chuan swallowed hard. Shit, now he knew why that silly girl did that. Isn't he just a shield? Chapter 3 Queen. Wow, is there some extraordinary genius in our Binchang? He can even win the favor of the school beauty? Of course. According to the information released by Dongshan Martial Arts University, the school beauty is a third-rank warrior, a true genius. Anyone who can be favored by the school beauty must also be a true genius. During the first and second levels, bones and muscles are tempered. The third level is a hurdle. Once you enter the third level, you are no longer ordinary, so the third-level warrior is also called a transcendent warrior. The fact that Chen Shanxian was able to achieve a breakthrough at the age of 21 is enough to show how incredible her talent is. Upon hearing that Chen Shanxian was a third-rank warrior, there was a series of shocked expressions in the class group, and at the same time, they became even more curious and envious of the school belle's boyfriend. Lu Bo, I'll tell you another piece of news. The school beauty said that her boyfriend just finished the college entrance examination and has not yet taken the martial arts exam. Proud.jpg. Seeing this, Wang Chuan was speechless. Could it be that silly girl told Lu Bo about his affairs? The class group was in an uproar. Curious.jpg. Who is it? Who is it? Curious.jpg. Hiss, no way, no way? Save your life, why do I feel like the school beauty is talking about the class monitor? At class monitor, the school beauty is not being pushed by her parents and is saying you are her boyfriend when she sees you, right? Shocked.jpg. The truth is out. The school beauty's boyfriend is actually the class monitor. At Lu Bo, squad leader, am I right? Lu Bo, ha, Dei.jpg, you guessed it. Yes, when school beauty Chen mentioned boyfriend, she did glance at me. Envious. Even if I can only be a shield for the school beauty, I am willing to do it. I can even live 10 years less. The guy upstairs, you've already lost 70 or 80 years of your life. You'd better go and die. The students were talking about it. Wang Chuan was watching the show with great interest when someone called him via WeChat video. Nickname is Her Majesty the Queen? Wang Chuan was speechless. When did he add this person? I have no impression. The moment the call was connected, a beautiful face appeared on the screen. Damn, it's Chen Shanxian. Wang Chuan was about to hang up subconsciously. Wang Chuan, are you looking for a fight? Why didn't you reply to my message? I've already found out your home address. Chen Shanxian pouted and rolled her eyes. Even when she was threatening people, she still looked so cute and charming. Wang Chuan. He did not doubt Chen Shanxian's words. It was too easy for a third-rank warrior to find out his home address. But what does this silly girl want to do? He didn't offend her, did he? They didn't even know each other, so why would this silly girl depend on him? Is he so unlucky? He had no obligation to be her shield. So angry. Hang up. The queen, angry.jpg, the queen roars.jpg. Then the video came again. Wang Chuan was speechless. Is this the gentle school beauty described by everyone in the class group? He really wanted to say to the whole class, come on, Chen Shanxian is just a violent and silly girl. Hang up. Calling again. Hang up. Just when Wang Chuan was about to turn off his phone, a transfer notification sounded. Wang Chuan looked at the amount curiously. Hiss. 100,000. So generous. He immediately took the initiative to make a video call. Sister, do you have something to say? Do you need me to warm your bed or rub your back? Wang Chuan asked sweetly. It doesn't matter whether I get paid or not. The main thing is that I'm young, I like to work, and I'm very skilled. Chen Shanxian, get lost. Wang Chuan, okay. As he said this, he was about to hang up the video. Chen Shanxian, if you dare to hang up the video, I will come over and beat you up right now. Wang Chuan, okay, sister, whatever you say is what it is. Money makes things easier, and he needs money badly now. Judging from the nature of the system, he will probably need money more in the future. His parents are just ordinary workers, and Wang Chuan doesn't want to make things difficult for them anymore. Chen Shanxian on the opposite side gritted her teeth. She really wanted to strangle Wang Chuan to death, but she had already sent Wang Chuan's photo to the family group, so it was a bit late to change it now. Take a good look at the messages I sent you and memorize them well. I may need your cooperation at any time in the future. Okay, sister, I promise there won't be any punctuation marks wrong. Wang Chuan laughed but sighed in his heart. Rich people are so willful that they actually spend money to hire someone to be her boyfriend. That's more like it. Chen Shanxian nodded in the video and said, "You should always be prepared. I might take you to meet my parents anytime." When these words came out, Wang Chuan was so shocked that he almost jumped up and asked in astonishment, "What the hell? Meeting the parents? Is this preparation for a long war?" Seeing Wang Chuan's expression, Chen Shanxian immediately felt that she had turned the tables. The corners of her mouth rose and she repeated, "Yes, I might take you to meet my parents someday." Wang Chuan widened his eyes and was about to refuse. Chen Shanxian said calmly, "After the matter is completed, 2 million. She finally realized that the best way to make Wang Chuan surrender was with money. What she lacks the least is money. Wang Chuan was stunned for at least 5 seconds, then said, "Okay, sister, whenever you need my cooperation, just let me know." Wang Chuan's heart was filled with joy. "Eh? I thought you would have the nerve to refuse." Chen Shanxian snorted arrogantly. "Wang Chuan, I wanted to refuse, but your beauty blinded my eyes and imprisoned my body. I was powerless to refuse." Chen Shanxian's mouth twitched. "Don't be so poor in the future, I don't like it. By the way, I'll go to your house and meet your parents when I have time." "What?" This time Wang Chuan really jumped up. Meet his parents? Aren't they pretending to be a couple? Is it necessary to act so realistically? What's your reaction? Does my appearance make you feel inferior? Chen Shanxian raised an eyebrow. Squeak. The door opened. Mother Linli poked her head in, eyes full of suspicion, and said, "Xiaochuan, who are you video chatting with?" Seeing your parents. The next second, she saw Chen Shanxian in the video, and her eyes immediately lit up. Wang Chuan's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself that he was in trouble. "Hey, Xiaochuan, is this your classmate? She's so pretty. My girl, come to my house and visit when you have time." Lin Li greeted her warmly. "Auntie, I'm Xiaochuan's girlfriend Chen Shanxian. I've always wanted to visit your home to see you two elders, but Xiaochuan doesn't want to." Chen Shanxian in the video immediately started acting and said aggrievely. "Ah? Xiaochuan's girlfriend Shanxian? Really? Ha ha ha." After hearing what Chen Shanxian said, Lin Li was stunned for a moment, then snatched the phone away. After 2 or 3 sentences, the two women united as one. Wang Chuan, oh. Finished. He was cheated by this woman. Chapter 4. My parents rebelled. After a while, my father's hearty laughter came from outside. The black lines on Wang Chuan's face could be woven into a web. Finished. In just such a short period of time, even Dad joined the silly girls' camp. "Shanxian, don't worry about that little bastard Wang Chuan. You will be a member of this family from now on. You can come over to play anytime you want. Uncle and Aunt welcome you," Dad Wang Hai said with a hearty smile. Then my mother's voice came over, "What uncle and aunt? It's so nice to call them mom and dad. Where can I find such a good daughter-in-law? Shanxian, mom is waiting for you to come." Wang Chuan. He is really convinced by his mother. Fortunately, he and Chen Shanxian were fake boyfriend and girlfriend. If he really had a girlfriend, it would be strange if his mother didn't scare her away after saying that. "Okay, mom and dad, I'll come visit you too in a couple of days after I finish my school assignment." Chen Shanxian's voice was as gentle as water. When she heard Lin Li's words, she immediately changed her tone and was very well behaved. She was like two different people from when she was video chatting with Wang Chuan before. She played the role of a gentle goddess to the extreme. "Oh, okay, Shanxian, then mom and dad will be waiting for you at home." Ha ha ha. Hearing that Chen Shanxian really changed her tune obediently, Lin Li was so happy that she lost her mind and her mouth stretched to the back of her head. Wang Chuan vomited 3 liters of blood. This silly girl's appearance was really too deceptive. What he couldn't understand was, wasn't she looking for him just to use him as a shield so that she would have a reason not to go on the blind date? But, is it necessary for this girl to make things so complicated? Now that Wang Chuan's parents approve of Chen Shanxian so much, how is he going to explain this matter to his parents after it's over? Wang Chuan's head was buzzing. At this time, Lin Li walked over and slapped Wang Chuan on the forehead without waiting for him to speak. "You little bastard, if you dare to refuse my daughter-in-law again, I will beat you to death." While handing the phone to Wang Chuan, he smiled and said to Chen Xianxian on the screen, "Xianxian, don't forget to come over and play. You two can continue chatting. Mom won't disturb you." After saying that, she glared at Wang Chuan fiercely again, then turned around and walked out happily. After his mother left, Wang Chuan looked at Chen Xianxian speechlessly. "Little bastard." Chen Xianxian on the screen said with a half smile, "What a loving name. From now on, I will call you little bastard too." The corner of Wang Chuan's mouth twitched. This woman, does she feel that she has him in her hands? Wang Chuan gritted his teeth, forced a smile on his face, and said, "Honey, call me husband." Chen Xianxian on the other side said slowly, "Deduct 100,000 from the reward." Wang Chuan. This time, before he could say anything, someone seemed to come to Chen Xianxian's end, so she immediately hung up the phone. Hearing the sound of his mother cooking in the kitchen, Wang Chuan hurried over. "Mom, you take a rest, let me do it." Lin Li's heart was filled with relief. It was said that children from poor families grow up early, and Wang Chuan was much more sensible than other children. This was what the couple was most proud of. "I bought some food on the way back. Just ask your mom to heat it up. Xiaoxuan, come here. Dad wants to ask you something." Wang Hai looked haggard, and Wang Chuan felt distressed when he saw it. His father had suffered a lot during this period of time in order to raise the 300,000 yuan for him. He was only 50 years old, but the wrinkles on his face made him look like he was in his 60s. "I'll heat it up now, ask me later." Lin Li's voice came. Wang Hai laughed dumbly and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you." After a while, the family of three sat around the dining table. "Lin Li, son, where is Qianqian from? Is she also a student at your school? When did you start?" "Mom, Qianqian is a student at Dongshan Martial Arts University, a third-rank warrior. We met online." Chen Xianxian had thought of this a long time ago, and Wang Chuan said it as agreed in advance. "Qianqian is a student of Dongshan Martial Arts University, and a third-rank martial artist, What? Qianqian is a third-rank martial artist? Bang! Puff! Lin Li's chopsticks fell to the ground and her eyeballs were about to fall out. Wang Hai, who was drinking porridge, was choked. He spat it out and coughed violently. The couple looked at Wang Chuan in surprise. "Xiaochuan, are you telling the truth? Qianqian is a third-rank warrior? If Qianqian is a warrior, why would she be willing to be your girlfriend? Are you teasing us? Mom and Dad, your son is also very good, okay?" Wang Chuan complained helplessly. Wang Hai looked at Wang Chuan with disdain and said with a curled lip, "There is no you, only show is left. By the way, did you buy the qi and blood pill? How is the effect?" Wang Hai and Lin Li looked at Wang Chuan nervously. "The effect is very good. I should be able to break through to the first-grade warrior soon. It's good that the effect is good. Don't worry, kid. I will think of a way to get you a few more high-grade qi and blood pills and try to make you, what?" Bang! Wang Hai's bowl fell to the ground and broke. He stared at Wang Chuan with wide eyes, unable to say anything. Lin Li was not much better off. The couple's minds were blank from the shock. What happened today was too much of a shock to them. First, their son suddenly had a girlfriend, then he revealed that Qianqian was a third-rank warrior. Before they could come to their senses, their son said that he also wanted to become a warrior. Each and every incident was like a tsunami hitting them crazily. Okay. In this world, warriors are respected. Once a warrior appears in an ordinary family, their status will immediately rise and their lives will undergo a huge transformation. The other side. Lu Bo's sister Lu Qingling came to the bedroom and saw Chen Xianxian secretly hanging up the video. At this moment, Chen Xianxian was trying her best to pretend that nothing had happened, but the smile on her lips could not deceive anyone. They are roommates and are very familiar with each other. That's why Lu Qingling was even more shocked. She had never seen Chen Xianxian like this before. This feeling is like a little girl in love. How is this possible? Just based on this girl's looks, so many tall, rich and handsome guys in the school tried their best to pursue her, but what was the result? They spent every day together and found that this girl was like a rock when it came to emotions. Even those peerless geniuses would be defeated in front of Qianqian. But this girl's behavior at this moment is really a bit strange. Girl, what you said to your uncle and aunt today wasn't true, was it? Lu Qingling stared into Chen Shanshan's eyes and asked. Chen Shanshan came back to her senses from her panic. How could this be true? I lied to my parents. Who forced me to go on a blind date? As she spoke, Chen Shanshan looked at Lu Qingling threateningly. Girl, if you dare to tell anyone, don't blame me. She suddenly put her hand into Lu Qingling's armpit, and then the two girls started playing. Outside the door, Lu Bo looked at Chen Shanshan inside with burning eyes and a look of pride. Although the school bell only used him as a shield, it was worth it to be the school bell's shield. Chapter 5 Zhou Chang. Wow, Brother Chuan is playing pretty wild. That night, Lin Li and Wang Hai were destined to remain awake. The next morning, when Wang Chuan got up, he was dumbfounded to see his parents standing in front of the door with four panda eyes. Son, are you really going to become a warrior? The couple looked at Wang Chuan with hope. Dad, Mom, you didn't stay here all night without sleep, did you? Wang Chuan was shocked. What do you care whether we sleep or not? You haven't answered Mom yet. Are you really going to become a warrior? The old couple looked at Wang Chuan nervously. Real. Following Wang Chuan's answer, the room seemed to have been paused, and the whole house fell into dead silence. After a few seconds. Ah, my son is going to be a warrior. Great. A warrior will appear in our Wang family. The two of them danced with excitement, tears streaming down their faces. Seeing his parents hugging each other and cheering, Wang Chuan secretly made up his mind to make sure his parents live a good life in the future. After dinner, Wang Chuan came to Bincheng No. 2 Middle School. Before he entered the classroom, he could hear a lot of noise from a distance. Many classmates surrounded Lu Bo, each of them looking excited. Class monitor, I said the day before yesterday that you would definitely be the first one in the class to qualify for the martial arts exam. I didn't expect you to do it so soon. My qi and blood are only at 4 points. My family has decided to buy me qi and blood pills. I will try my best in the last 3 months. Get lost. With the class monitor's qualifications, isn't it normal for him to be the first to register for the martial arts exam? This is an obvious thing. Who cares about this? What we care about is that the class monitor, the school beauty, is really living in your house? As soon as these words were spoken, the people around them held their breath. Yes, monitor, is the school beauty really as beautiful as in the photo? Class monitor, have you ever talked to the school beauty? The class monitor is so lucky to be so close to the school beauty. I'm curious. The school beauty is so gentle. Will she also be so gentle when she meets the cult members? Wang Chuan, who was passing by, curled his lips secretly. Do these people know that the goddess in their minds is not as gentle and graceful as rumored, but wants to be a queen? Lu Bo looked very proud and pretended to be unhappy and said, what happiness or unhappiness? It's just a shield. Once the school beauty's parents take it seriously, I will be exposed immediately. Hiss, being a shield for the school beauty is an honorable thing. We are not qualified to be this shield. Yes, my HP is 4 points. If I say I am the fake boyfriend of the school beauty, no one will believe me. Only the class monitor can do that. But the class monitor will soon become a warrior. By the way, class monitor, your sister came back this time not only for the mission, but also to help you raise your HP to 8 points, right? Having 6 points of chi and blood is just the initial requirement for registering for the martial arts exam. It is obviously not enough if you want to be admitted to the Wuda University. Judging from last year's results, even Binchang Wuda and Liuzhou University need 7 points, while Dongshan Wuda is at least a mid-level first-grade warrior. However, getting into Dongshan Wuhan University is a matter for key classes, and the biggest wish of them in ordinary classes is to enter Binchang Wuhan University or Liuzhou University. Damn, look at this guy being so cocky, isn't it just taking advantage of his sister? What's so great about 6 points of health? Brother Chuan, don't you agree? Just as Wang Chuan was deep in thought, the chair beside him creaked in protest, and a man sat down, muttering with disdain. Wang Chuan looked at the other person. He had long hair parted in the middle, was chubby, had facial features squeezed together, and was about 1.65 meters tall. This person is Wang Chuan's colleague and best friend, Zhou Chang. Fatty, let's go to the library later. Wang Chuan said with a smile. No. Zhou Chang's head shook like a rattle. Brother Chuan, we have finished the cultural courses. The most important thing for us now is to find a way to improve our qi and blood. Didn't you see that many students didn't come today? Wang Chuan looked around the classroom and found that at least half of the seats were empty today. The cultural subjects had been completed long ago, and the reason why the students were still in the classroom was because they were waiting for the qi and blood test. Some students did not do well in the cultural subjects and their qi and blood were not high, so naturally there was no need for them to stay and waste time. In fact, if Wang Chuan didn't have the awakening system, he wouldn't have to come. Wang Chuan ranked first in the city in the cultural subjects exam, but his blood energy was too low. No matter how hard he worked in the next 3 months, he would not be qualified to register for the military exam, and he could only work as a clerical worker in the future. There are not many classes in the school anymore. The school only invites some warriors to impart some experience when they have time. There were no warriors coming today, so Wang Chuan stood up and walked straight towards the school library. "Brother Chuan, wait for me." When Zhou Chang saw Wang Chuan leaving, he immediately followed him. "Humph, so what if you do well in academic subjects? Talent is something you can't acquire just by working hard. Some people just don't accept their fate. If I only have 2 points of energy, I won't come here. It's just a waste of time." Seeing that Wang Chuan walked straight past him without complimenting him like others did, Lu Bo said something sarcastic to Wang Chuan's back. The library of Bincheng No. 2 Middle School is quite large, with a collection of at least hundreds of thousands of books, but there are less than 10 books on cultivation techniques. Fortunately, there were quite a few people in the library today, and only 2 or 3 people were reading the 10 books on martial arts. Wang Chuan hurried over. Basic bone tempering method. Zen. Basic boxing overview. Basic tempering method. The first thing Wang Chuan needs to do now is to strengthen his muscles and officially become a first-class warrior. So he didn't rush to look at anything else and directly picked up the basic tempering method. As for martial arts techniques, let's wait until he truly becomes a first-class warrior. Basic tempering method is only a few thin pages. Since it is just a basic version, it is written in a simple and easy-to-understand manner and it is easy to get started. "Brother Chuan, aren't you here for the cultural class?" Zhou Chang looked at Wang Chuan in astonishment and asked in a low voice. Wang Chuan hummed softly and continued to immerse himself in the book. Zhou Chang had long been accustomed to Wang Chuan's behavior and thought that Wang Chuan was unwilling to enter a liberal arts university. He shrugged his shoulders and picked up a book on martial arts to read. But he was just taking a look. After all, he couldn't practice if his qi and blood were less than 10. Tempering bones and muscles requires the consumption of qi and blood. Once you practice tempering techniques when your energy level is less than 10, the consumed qi and blood will be difficult to make up for. Once a classmate had a sudden idea and was unwilling to accept his fate, so he practiced the bone tempering method when his qi and blood were less than 10 points. What was the result? Instead of becoming warriors, those people ended up being disabled for life. Among them were 2 little geniuses with only 9 points of qi and blood, which was really sad. The content of the book was so fascinating that Wang Chuan couldn't help but practice it as he read it. It was not until he felt a bloating and pain in his body that he came to his senses. Wang Chuan's face changed drastically. Oops. This is a library. If he breaks through here, it will definitely alert the school and he will be taken away and sliced into pieces. You have to find a place where there is no one. At this time, the best place for a breakthrough is the toilet. Wang Chuan endured the dizziness and stood up and ran to the toilet. As a result, he stood up in a hurry and his phone fell to the ground. "Brother Chuan, your cell phone." Zhou Chang shouted hurriedly. But how could Wang Chuan care about that at this time? "Damn, did I have a stomachache?" Zhou Chang muttered. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. "Who's calling?" "Your Majesty the Queen?" "Yo, Brother Chuan is playing pretty wild." Zhou Chang's expression became obscene. Chapter 6. Zhou Chang was shocked. The school beauty is Brother Chuan's girlfriend? Zhou Chang looked at his phone. Will he answer it or not? Or let it go? Just as I was thinking about it, the video was disconnected. Zhou Chang breathed a sigh of relief and was about to put the phone down when Her Majesty the Queen called again. Go ahead and answer it. What if the other party has something urgent to discuss with Brother Chuan? Zhou Chang walked outside the library with his cell phone and pressed the answer button. The next second, a breathtakingly beautiful face appeared on the screen. When Fatty Joe saw who was calling, his phone suddenly went offline. The muscles in his mouth twitched and he couldn't even speak clearly. School bell? Chen Shanshan on the screen was about to tease Wang Chuan, but when she saw a strange face, she was stunned for a moment, then she said sweetly, "Hello, isn't this Wang Chuan's phone?" Zhou Chang was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Oh my god, Brother Chuan was so good at hiding his true identity that he actually knew the school beauty. Damn it, they are best friends, and Chuan Gu even hid it from him. Yes, yes. Zhou Cheng's voice was trembling. Where is Wang Chuan? Chen Shanshan's voice became sweeter. Hello, school beauty, I am Brother Chuan's best friend. Brother Chuan went to the toilet and left his phone here. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Cheng finally suppressed the shock in his heart and spoke out the words completely. Hello, I'm Wang Chuan's girlfriend Chen Shanshan. Nice to meet you. When Wang Chuan comes back, ask him to call me. Thank you. Chen Shanshan said with a smile, then waved enthusiastically at Zhou Cheng and hung up the phone. Plop, plop, plop. Zhou Cheng stood there stupidly. What did the school beauty say just now? The school beauty is Chuan Ji's girlfriend. When did it happen? He and Chuan Gu have known each other since junior high school. There are no secrets between them. If Chuan Gu finds a girlfriend, he will definitely tell him first. Damn it, how did Brother Chuan become the school belle's boyfriend without any notice? As he was thinking, Zhou Cheng suddenly burst out laughing. Lu Bo was whining in class about his relationship with the school belle, and he made it sound as ambiguous as possible, wishing that everyone would misunderstand that he was the school belle's boyfriend. Now it seems that Lu Bo is more like a clown performing. NND, Chuan Gu is so mean. He didn't even tell me that he had a girlfriend. Zhou Cheng was extremely excited, feeling as if he had mastered the biggest secret in the world. Go find Brother Chuan. Zhou Cheng is now eager to figure out what is going on. At the same time, in the toilet, Wang Chuan carefully stimulated the qi and blood in his body, allowing it to flow according to the exercise route of the tempering technique. The swelling feeling in his body made Wang Chuan feel like a blown-up balloon that was about to burst at any moment. Wang Chuan knew that as long as he could make the qi and blood in his body flow along the route, his cultivation would be considered a success. The acupoints in the body were opened one after another, and the qi and blood were severely dispersed during the opening of the acupoints. Now Wang Chuan understood why the country required them to raise their qi and blood to 10 points before tempering them. If there is insufficient qi and blood, it is impossible for the qi and blood to circulate in the body. If all the acupoints cannot be opened at once, the energy of qi and blood will no longer be able to grow, and those acupoints that have been opened will become blocked again. Once blocked, it will be permanent, and becoming a disabled person is the best outcome. Crack! With a slight sound, when the last acupoint was opened, Wang Chuan instantly felt warm and light all over. The feeling was so comfortable that it seemed as if his life had been sublimated and entered another level. The most obvious change in him at this moment was that his heartbeat became stronger. Not only had the energy and blood he had consumed been replenished, but it was also much fuller than before. Wang Chuan did not stop. At this moment, he could only be considered a pseudo-first-grade warrior, not a real warrior. Only after tempering a muscle can he be considered to have truly entered the ranks of first-class warriors. Which muscle should I train? Wang Chuan let the energy and blood flow in his body and talked to himself. Although he has not officially become a warrior, his strength at this moment is more than twice that of an ordinary person. Once the bones and muscles are tempered, the gap will be widened again. Which part of the body is the most vulnerable? Most people would first choose to temper their hands or feet, but Wang Chuan always felt that when people are weak, the first thing they should do is not how to attack, but to do the best defense. He looked at himself, and suddenly, his eyes locked on a certain spot. Well, if I lose muscles in other places, the impact won't be that big, but if I lose muscles here. Thinking of that scene, Wang Chuan immediately felt a cool breeze blowing through his crotch. That's it. Besides the fact that this place is difficult to defend, there's another point: this place is related to a man's happiness under his blanket. Being a man is pretty good. At this moment, Wang Chuan mobilized his qi and blood to temper himself. The next second, an uncontrollable pain suddenly emerged. Hiss. It felt like being kicked by someone, so painful. Wang Chuan couldn't help but gasp and scream. The intense pain caused Wang Chuan's eyes to become bloodshot, and the blue veins on his face looked like a coiled dragon. He clenched his teeth, blood even burst out from the corners of his mouth, and his whole body began to tremble violently. But he couldn't stop at this moment, as all his efforts would be wasted if he stopped. The tempering in this place is much more difficult than in ordinary places. Severe pain comes in waves, as if there are a dozen big men kicking at the same time. I'm a man, I can't say no. Wang Chuan clenched his teeth even tighter. Just then, Zhou Chang walked in. A voice came out. Hearing this voice, Zhou Chang froze in place instantly. Damn, he was so familiar with this voice. Whenever he was communicating with those spiritual mentors in the Sakura country on the internet late at night, when he was feeling most comfortable, he couldn't help but make this slightly embarrassing sound. Zhou Chengli was about to lock onto the location where the sound came from. The expression on his face turned lustful. How exciting! I thought Brother Chuan played pretty wildly, but I didn't expect that there would be talented people in every generation. There are even more wild people playing here. What a genius! He dares to do this in the library. Some of the plots he had seen immediately emerged in Zhou Cheng's mind. Half an hour later, Wang Chuan let out a long breath. Ding, it is detected that the host has officially become a warrior, the system is being upgraded. Almost at the same moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in Wang Chuan's mind. He was stunned for a moment. System upgrade? Never mind. He has officially become a warrior. Wang Chuan clenched his fists excitedly, feeling the surge of power in his body. He felt that at this moment he could hurt a cow with one punch. He can now find a martial arts technique to practice. Thinking of this, Wang Chuan pushed open the door. The next second, he saw Zhou Chang looking at him with a lustful expression. Chapter 7 The identity of good brothers is not simple. Brother Chuan. Why is it you? When Zhou Chang saw that the person who came out was Wang Chuan, his voice changed. You were inside. Zhou Chang looked at Wang Chuan in anger at his lack of fighting spirit. Brother Chuan, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but you already have a girlfriend as beautiful as the school belle, why are you still masturbating here? What a waste of resources. Zhou Chang gnashed his teeth in hatred, feeling very disappointed with his friend. This situation is like you own a villa but insist on squeezing under the same roof with poor people to avoid the rain. It is really puzzling. The two of them were used to fighting and bickering, and when Wang Chuan heard Zhou Chang's words, he subconsciously wanted to argue with him, but when he heard clearly what Zhou Chang said, Wang Chuan was stunned. Fatty, how did you know that? He didn't tell anyone about this. Humph. Zhou Chang looked at Wang Chuan coldly and said with a face full of resentment, Chuanza, do you want to keep it a secret from your fat brother until your brother reveals you? Alas, the child has grown up and has his own life, and he doesn't even want his brother anymore. The younger brother is no longer under the control of his elder brother. What happened to your promise to be single together? In the end, you found a school beauty as your wife, while your brother can only continue to make friends with his right-hand man. If I hadn't found your phone, would you have kept this a secret from me forever? Hey, you are not worthy of being my advisor. Zhou Chang waved his cell phone proudly, then turned around and ran away. Damn, my cell phone. Wang Chuan reacted instantly and grabbed Zhou Chang, who was trying to escape. As a result, he had just become a warrior, and the power in his body had not yet perfectly adapted, so... Sizzle! Zhou Chang's school uniform was suddenly torn. Fuck! Zhou Chang and Wang Chuan were both dumbfounded. Brother Chuan, your strength. He was almost knocked down just now. At that moment, he clearly felt that Wang Chuan's strength was much greater than usual. Wang Chuan was embarrassed and was thinking about how to explain this problem to the fat man. You? Zhou Chang looked at Wang Chuan in surprise. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through his mind. He widened his eyes and said, Brother Chuan, it was the school beauty who helped you, right? Well, no need to explain. The fat man's excessive inner drama has helped Wang Chuan find a more perfect explanation. Wang Chuan's eyes sparkled, this reason was perfect. He was worried that he couldn't find the reason for the sudden increase in energy and blood. If he could blame it all on Chen Qianqian, then everything would make sense. Wang Chuan looked at Fatty with an expression of obvious annoyance but actual surprise, and threatened with gnashing teeth, Fatty, don't tell anyone about this. If others knew that I improved my strength with the help of a woman, I, your brother, would have no face to live on. When the fat man heard this, he showed an expression of as expected, and then became envious. She is the school belle. He groaned in his heart. She is the goddess in all men's minds. My boyfriend is actually my good brother. Should he curse or bless? He gritted his teeth, glared at Wang Chuan and said, Chuanza, tell me the truth about how you and the school beauty got together, or I'll punish you severely. Knowing that the fat man would never let it go if he didn't explain it again, Wang Chuan repeated the reasons he had prepared in advance. Zhou Cheng's expression became more and more exciting, and his eyes were full of envy. Online dating? Is it that simple? Damn it, why doesn't he have such luck? Chuanza, brother blesses you, wow, brother is heartbroken again. Zhou Cheng started crying exaggeratedly. Wang Chuan was about to comfort her when he suddenly froze. Again? Fatty, when did you start dating? How come your brother doesn't know? Wang Chuan glared at Zhou Cheng angrily. Didn't I tell you? My wife Jingkong got married a few days ago. Son, your mother got married. Zhou Cheng cried. You son of a bitch, you're looking for death. Wang Chuan couldn't bear it any longer and raised his fist to hit. But Zhou Cheng was prepared and ran away. The noise lasted for several minutes. The two returned to the library breathlessly. Brother Chuan, since you have the school beauty to help you, I think you will be able to get into Wuhan University. I feel relieved. We brothers can finally become warriors together. Zhou Cheng said breathlessly. Wang Chuan grasped the key point of the fat man's words and looked at him in surprise. The fat man noticed Wang Chuan's eyes, and he started to show off. He raised his hands and shrugged, forget it, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to tell you the truth. I took a top-grade Qi and blood pill last night, and my Qi and blood are now 8 points. You can raise it to 10 points in the next 2 days, and then become a formal warrior. But my brother has always been low-key. He wouldn't say it out loud like that idiot Lubo. Alas, pity me, an old father. I prepared a gift for my son, but he solved it himself. It seems that my top-grade Qi and blood pill is useless. The fat man took out a small jade bottle from his trouser pocket with a sad look on his face. Top-grade Qi and blood pill? Each of these things is worth 5 million, and it is hard to buy even if you have money. Wang Chuan knew that the fat man's family had some money, but it was impossible for them to be so rich, right? Moreover, when the fat man was tested that day, his Qi and blood were only 3 points, only slightly higher than his. Even if he took a top-grade Qi and blood pill, it would not be possible to improve so quickly. Isn't he the only cheater in this world? Wang Chuan looked at the fat man in confusion, but he was very touched. The fat man became even more arrogant when he saw this. Chuanza, do you know anything about special physiques? Wang Chuan was at a loss. The fat man patted Wang Chuan's shoulder gently and explained proudly, when we humans cultivate to a certain level, our blood will be sublimated, just like those monsters. The descendants of the strong are born with different blood from ordinary people. Do you understand this? When Wang Chuan heard this, his eyes lit up, and then he became confused. Fat brother, what does this have to do with your blood and energy improving so quickly? The relationship between the two people is so good. Wang Chuan naturally knows the fat man's father. The fat man's father, Zhou Fumin, is a businessman. His business is not small, and his family assets are close to 100 million, but he is not close to the strong. The fat man shrugged and said, do you know Meng Rumei, the vice president of the Magic City Wuda University? Wang Chuan, of course I know. Who doesn't know about being a grandmaster? That's my grandmother. She has always disapproved of my mom and dad's marriage. My mom was furious and followed my dad to hide here. Last night, my blood suddenly surged. My mother was afraid that something might happen to me, so she contacted my grandmother immediately. She flew over to me for 3 hours. This Qi and blood pill was given to me by my grandmother. But my Qi and blood have already awakened, so I don't need this rubbish anymore. I wanted to give it to you, but you got lucky and someone helped you. Zhou Cheng explained. Wang Chuan pressed Zhou Cheng's shoulder with emotion and was happy for the fat man at the same time. He originally wanted to wait until he became stronger to help the fat man improve his energy and blood, but he didn't expect that the fat man actually had such a powerful background. Chapter 8, School Beauty. I will go home with you to meet my parents after school. A special physique derived from the strong? This is indeed knowledge that Wang Chuan had never been exposed to before, but it is also easy to understand. Why are third-grade warriors called the transcendent realm? It is because those above the third rank have already transcended the scope of human beings and can release the power of Qi and blood. Even the weakest third-rank warrior can injure or even kill people from a distance of several meters. An average person only has 2-3 points of Qi and blood, but a strong person's Qi and blood can easily be over 1,000 points. It is normal for such a person to have children with Qi and blood in their bodies. Brother Chuan, the school beauty just called you on video and asked you to reply. Zhou Chang said. Oh. Wang Chuan came to a deserted place with his cell phone. The video was connected quickly, and Chen Xianxian's beautiful face appeared on the screen. Even though he had seen it several times, Wang Chuan still felt his heart stop for a few seconds when he saw it again. Little bastard, I have completed my mission. I will pick you up after school this afternoon and we will go to your house to see your uncle and aunt. Chen Xianxian said. Wang Chuan frowned. Chen Xianxian, aren't we just trying to deceive your parents? Is it necessary to involve my parents? Nonsense, of course it is necessary. We have to put on a complete show. You don't know my parents, and they will definitely send someone to investigate. If there is even the slightest flaw, my parents will know we are fake. Chen Xianxian said with a pout. We are just fake. Wang Chuan muttered. There is no wall that is impenetrable. No matter how well they act, there will be a day when they will be exposed. Do they have to keep acting? Chen Xianxian continued, just cooperate with me no matter what I say, and don't worry about anything else. I will explain this to my uncle and aunt afterwards, and I won't let them blame you. Don't even think about not seeing me. If you don't agree, I'll go see my uncle and aunt by myself and let them kill you. Hee, it's a deal. Bye. Before Wang Chuan could refuse, Chen Xianxian hung up the phone. Wang Chuan was speechless. What was this? There are actually beautiful women in the world who force others to be their boyfriends. Brother Chuan, having a girlfriend like the school belle is a blessing that others can't even pray for, and you've met one, so why are you still so sad? What happened between you two? Did the school belle come to you to break up with you? When Wang Chuan returned to the library, Zhou Chang saw that he looked depressed and asked in confusion. The school beauty looked so sweet and pretty just now, and she didn't look like she was going to break up. Wang Chuan said dejectedly, after school, she wants to go home with me to meet her parents. Wipe. Zhou Chang was stunned when he heard this, then he cursed. You bastard. I originally thought it was a sad story, but I didn't expect that he accidentally bit into a mouthful of dog food. This reversal really caught him off guard, and Zhou Chang was confused. NND, Chuanza, let us be human beings. It has already developed to the point where you meet your parents. This proves that the school beauty really likes you and loves you. Shouldn't you be very happy? Shouldn't you make a big fuss to let everyone know? Why are you hanging your head here? You don't understand. Wang Chuan couldn't explain to Zhou Chang, and he couldn't tell him the truth. If it was true, he would of course be happy, but the problem was that he and Chen Xianxian were just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Moreover, this matter has involved his parents, and Wang Chuan is afraid that his parents will be hurt in this matter. Read a book and stop thinking about these messy things. He is now a formal warrior and can choose a martial art to protect himself. The students in the key class all chose knives and swords, but Wang Chuan did not. Instead, he picked up a book called Basic Gun Skills and Basic Body Skills to read. He firmly believes in one thing: an inch longer is an inch stronger. After forcing themselves to memorize the contents of the book, the two returned to the classroom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Qingling looked at Chen Xianxian in disbelief. Xianxian, you want to follow them to meet their parents? It's just a fake, there's no need, right? Chen Xianxian pouted and said with a look of resentment, do you think I want to? Believe it or not, from the moment I sent the photo to the family group, my mom and dad have already started investigating the man. At the time, I just wanted to find someone to fool them, but now I'm in a dilemma. If I let them know that this is fake, I will definitely be grounded when I return. Xiao Lingling, what should I do? Oh. Lu Qingling was speechless, as if you won't be grounded when you return if you mess around like this now. She couldn't quite see the whole situation clearly. Xianxian's behavior was a little strange. Not far away, three men looked over here. Mr. Lin, what should we do? The school beauty seems to be serious about this. Does she really have a boyfriend? One of them said. Another person frowned. The school beauty has always been rude to all the men in school. I have never heard of her getting close to any man before. How come she suddenly has a boyfriend after coming to Bincheng? The man called Lin Xiao looked at him and said, Gangzi, what do you think about this? Gangzi, I heard that teacher Jiang is arranging a blind date for the school beauty recently. Could it be that because of this incident, the school beauty just made up a fictitious person to act as a shield? Lin Xiao's expression became much better after hearing this. This guess was not unreasonable. Gangzi continued, but we should still investigate. If there really is such a person, check the relationship between him and the school beauty. It would be best to warn him and tell him to be more tactful in the future. The school beauty should not be desecrated by others. Yes, Mr. Lin, Gangzi is right, I'll go right away. The man said this and turned and left. Lin Xiao took the man away, and when he turned around and glanced at Chen Xianxian, his eyes were full of obsession. At this time, Gangzi suddenly whispered to Lin Xiao, I found out something, and I think it's better to tell you. Lin Xiao looked at Gangzi in surprise. What's the matter? Gangzi hesitated for a moment. I heard that the blind date that teacher Jiang arranged for the school beauty seems to be from an invincible family. What? Lin Xiao's face changed. He knew Gangzi, and if Gangzi hadn't really found out something, he wouldn't say anything. Since Gangzi has already told him, it means Gangzi has confirmed this matter. Gangzi nodded. That man's name is Lu Tao. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. Jinghua University, the Lu Tao from the Lu family? Gangzi nodded. Lin Xiao's expression turned extremely ugly, and he said in a dry tone, in this case, doesn't it mean that I have no hope at all? Gangzi comforted him. Lu Tao has incredible talent, but he is also a famous playboy. There are always women around him. It is not certain that he and the school beauty will succeed. Lin Xiao's face turned pale and he clenched his fists unwillingly. What's the meaning? Can he only pick up second-hand items that Lu Tao has used? Chapter 9 Shocked. Wang Chuan is the school beauty's boyfriend? When Wang Chuan and Zhou Cheng returned to the classroom, the teacher was talking about the knowledge of wild monsters. Because the revival of spiritual energy began in the oceans and forests, animals and plants were the first to turn into monsters, and most of the land and oceans in this world have become forbidden areas for humans. Wang Chuan planned to go to the wilderness for some training in the future, so he listened very carefully. The day passed quickly. When the school bell rang, Zhou Cheng kept staring at Wang Chuan and laughing. Wang Chuan, fatty, please stop looking at me with such obscene eyes. I'm not interested in men. You will cause others to misunderstand you. Zhou Cheng. Get lost, I'm not interested in men either. As soon as he finished scolding, the fat man immediately put on a flattering expression and said, Brother Chuan, can you take me to meet my sister-in-law? As he said this, he was afraid that Wang Chuan would misunderstand him, so he immediately explained, Brother Chuan, don't get me wrong, I just want to see my living sister-in-law. Hee, you don't know, she has always been the goddess of my dreams. Although the goddess has no taste for a little jerk, no, the goddess has good taste and has taken a fancy to our wise and powerful brother Chuan. Wang Chuan. Get lost. Hee. Zhou Cheng followed Wang Chuan with a silly smile. Even if Wang Chuan beat him to death today, he would still go to see him. I'm so envious of the class monitor. I can see the school beauty again when I go home. Yes, the class monitor is so lucky. Not only has his chi and blood been improved, but he can also see the school beauty when he goes home. This is really a heavenly life. When everyone stood up and was about to leave, the lackey beside Lu Bo shouted loudly, fearing that others could not hear him. I give up on you. I'm just a shield, not the school beauty's real boyfriend. Stop spreading rumors. The school beauty is my benefactor. Without her, my chi and blood wouldn't be able to improve so quickly. Although he said so, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this guy was just showing off. Since you are the monitor's benefactor, monitor, go and repay the favor. How about giving yourself to me? Ha. Those lackeys licked even more fiercely. Wipe. Before, Zhou Cheng didn't know that the school beauty was his brother's girlfriend, so he didn't think much of it. But now that he knows, and here's Lu Bo still showing off, Zhou Cheng can't stand it anymore. What are you doing? Wang Chuan grabbed the fat man. Brother Chuan, Lu Bo and his gang are such bastards, they. The fat man was very angry. He had disliked Lu Bo before, and now he hated him even more. At this moment, the atmosphere around suddenly became a little strange. The sounds of people gasping for air came one after another. It seemed as if something miraculous had occurred in the school. That's Campus Beauty Chen? Why did she come to our school? Wang Chuan looked over when he heard this and saw a girl in a white miniskirt and light red t-shirt walking towards him. If that is not Chen Xianxian, who else could it be? She walked with light steps, a charming smile on her face, and the breeze ruffled her hair. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her, giving her a layer of golden glow. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. Chen Xianxian walked slowly to the outside of Wang Chuan's class. Seeing this scene, Wang Chuan's class was in an uproar. Damn! Is the school beauty really the class monitor's girlfriend? The squad leader is so damn lucky. Class monitor, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go out and greet the school beauty? Are you willing to let such a beautiful girlfriend wait outside for too long? Lu Bo's face flushed and his body trembled with excitement. He didn't expect that his random guess actually came true. The school beauty really used him as a shield. Although he said that he was just a shield, there were so many people who wanted to be this shield but were not qualified. Moreover, he could foresee that after today, his reputation in Bincheng No. 2 Middle School would reach a peak. He enjoyed the feeling of being sought after, so he moved and almost ran to Chen Xianxian. Sister Qianxian, why are you here? I can go home by myself. As Lu Bo spoke, he did not forget to look around with his peripheral vision. Sure enough, all the eyes of the people around him were focused on him, and many people looked at him with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Feeling all this, Lu Bo suddenly felt a surge of blood rushing to his forehead, and his energy and blood actually increased a little bit at this moment. Shabo, you are here too. Chen Xianxian smiled gently, and then she remembered that her best friend's younger brother was also in this school. I'm here to see my boyfriend. After saying that, she ignored Lu Bo and looked into the classroom. Her beautiful eyes kept scanning the classroom. The people around them had only seen the school beauty on the internet and had never thought that they would be able to see her in real life. For a moment, everyone was stunned. There are many posts on the forum describing her beauty, but after meeting her in person I realized that those descriptions don't even express 1/10 of her peerless beauty. It was the first time that Lu Bo was so close to the school beauty. For a moment, he was in a daze, with blood rushing in his body. He didn't hear what Chen Xianxian said at all. He only heard the 3 words boyfriend that he wanted to hear. For a moment, he was boiling with anger. Admitted it. The school beauty admitted it. The school beauty really treated him as her boyfriend. Happiness came too suddenly. Lu Bo felt like he was going to ascend to heaven. He heard from his sister that the school bell's family was very powerful. Lu Bo had already imagined that with the help of the school bell, he would get the best score in Bincheng and be admitted to Dongshan Wuhan University. Qianxian, you. Lu Bo said, and was about to hold Chen Xianxian's hand affectionately. At this moment, Chen Xianxian's eyes lit up. Lu Bo's body was boiling even more. At this time, the people standing around Wang Chuan were stunned. I don't know if it was their illusion, but they felt that the school beauty was not looking at Lu Bo, but at them. Some people got excited. Chen Xianxian walked around Lu Bo and exposed Lu Bo's raised hand in front of everyone. Chen Xianxian walked up to Wang Chuan, her eyes full of teasing. The next second, she smiled sweetly and took Wang Chuan's arm. Hubby, let's go home and meet our parents, shall we? Puff. Wang Chuan was about to vomit blood. What is this woman going to do? He wanted to move away a little. If you dare to resist, I will carry you in front of so many people. Chen Xianxian said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Having said that, Wang Chuan walked out of the classroom with a reluctant look on his face. The whole classroom fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened. It seemed as if God had paused time at this moment. The whole place was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Xianxian and Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan is the school beauty's boyfriend? At the door of the classroom, Lu Bo, with his hand raised, was trembling, his face was hot, and his complexion was changing rapidly, turning blue and white. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately. Embarrassing, so embarrassing. Thinking of what he had said in the past 2 days, Lu Bo felt extremely ashamed. As happy as he was at the beginning, the slap in the face was as loud as it sounded. Oh, it turns out that the school beauty's boyfriend is Wang Chuan. Someone was bragging about it in the class group all day long. I thought it was true, but it turns out he was just bragging. What is this? Being slapped in the face? Zhou Cheng's sarcastic voice sounded. Bang! It was as if a slap had hit him hard in the face, and Lu Bo's face hurt even more. Chapter 10, School Beauty comes to meet her in-laws. That's Wang Chuan? Is he the school beauty's boyfriend? How is this possible? Wang Chuan's blood test result is only 2 points. He is not even qualified to register for the martial arts exam. How can such a person be qualified to be the boyfriend of a school beauty? There are countless geniuses pursuing the school beauty in Dongshan Wuda, but even the school beauty Chendi is indifferent. How could she be attracted to Wang Chuan, who only has good looks? Everyone was speculating, and some people were quick to take out their phones and start taking pictures frantically. This is first-hand information. I believe that many people want to buy it. They may be able to make a fortune from it, and they may even get enough money to buy a qi and blood pill soon. For Lu Bo, this was undoubtedly his darkest moment. He felt his face swelling up, and everyone looked at him with a half-smile and full of teasing. At this time, Wang Chuan knew that this silly girl Chen Xianxian definitely did it on purpose. She just wanted to make this matter known to everyone and not give him a chance to refuse. Bang! Chen Xianxian slapped Wang Chuan on the forehead and said, "You little bastard, who are you showing your sad face to? Am I that ugly? Do you think I can't show myself off?" Chen Xianxian blinked at Wang Chuan, and her playful look from a distance looked more like she was acting coquettishly towards Wang Chuan. This broke the hearts of those who paid attention to this. The goddess is actually acting coquettishly towards a man. How can a holy goddess who cannot be desecrated behave in such a feminine manner? It seems that it is not fake. Wang Chuan is really lucky and becomes the boyfriend of the school belle. Why? How could Wang Chuan become the boyfriend of the school belle? Wang Chuan looked at Chen Xianxian speechlessly. At this moment, he could feel the hostility coming from all directions. When Wang Chuan arrived at the school gate, he gasped when he saw Chen Xianxian take out the car key and press the key, and the lights of an obviously modified Koenigsegg CCR on the side of the road lit up. It seems that this girl is really rich. The price of this car starts at 47 million yuan. What's more, this car has been obviously modified and has many hidden weapons. This is simply a walking heavy weapon. Chen Xianxian saw the envy in Wang Chuan's eyes and said with a smile, "Little bastard, as long as you perform well, I will give you one, okay?" Wang Chuan blurted out, "Really?" After saying that, he immediately changed his words. "Forget it, wouldn't I be a gigolo if I did that?" The vehicle started, and a terrifying feeling of being pushed back appeared, and the car disappeared from everyone's sight like an airplane taking off. Awesome! Zhou Chang, who followed out, was extremely envious. "Zhou Chang, aren't you Wang Chuan's best friend? He has a car but he doesn't take you with him. How did you make this friend?" Someone provoked sourly. Standing next to that man was Lu Bo, who looked unwilling. It was obvious that Lu Bo had instigated the man to say that. Zhou Cheng frowned when he heard this. "Brother Chuan and his wife are going home to see their parents, and I'm going to be a light bulb? Besides, I have my own car." As soon as he finished speaking, a Pagani Zonda stopped in front of Zhou Chang. "Master, please get in the car." A man got out of the car and spoke respectfully to Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang gave Lu Bo a joking look, then got into the car under everyone's shocked gaze, and the car whizzed out of everyone's sight. Fuck, Zhou Chang. What's wrong with this world? Wang Chuan has a girlfriend as beautiful and rich as the school belle, and Zhou Chang is actually a hidden rich second generation. Everyone was dumbfounded. When Chen Xianxian's Koenigsegg drove into the residential area, the community was in a commotion. Especially when they saw Wang Chuan and Chen Xianxian getting out of the car, they were all dumbfounded. "Ogawa, you." Uncle Wang was stunned by Wang Chuan. "Hello, sir. I'm Wang Chuan's girlfriend." Without waiting for Wang Chuan to speak, Chen Xianxian beside him immediately spoke obediently. "Ogawa's girlfriend? Oh. Everyone was still in shock until Wang Chuan and Chen Xianxian walked into the unit with gifts. In 10 minutes, the whole neighborhood was in an uproar. In the elevator, Wang Chuan glanced at Chen Xianxian beside him. This silly girl didn't seem nervous at all like the ugly daughter-in-law when meeting her parents-in-law. Instead, she looked around curiously, as if she didn't care. "Boy, if you want to see it, just look openly. I'm your girlfriend, even if it's fake, you still deserve this benefit." When Chen Xianxian's free and easy voice sounded, Wang Chuan immediately withdrew his gaze and his face became hot. Chen Xianxian is a really strange person. She has the appearance of a gentle goddess, but she is so aggressive in doing things. The strong visual contrast makes people have an illusion as to which one is the real her. Bite. The elevator door opened. Chen Xianxian walked out first and came to the door of Wang Chuan's house skillfully. "Wang Chuan. This woman. Here." At this moment, Wang Chuan's hand weighed, and the gift in Chen Xianxian's hand also fell into his hands. The next moment, a rich fragrance wafted into his nose, and then his arm was hugged by Chen Xianxian. The soft touch made Wang Chuan's body stiff instantly. Chen Shanxian was stunned for a moment, then the corners of her mouth slightly raised. She leaned close to Wang Chuan's ear and whispered, Have you never had a girlfriend? The hot air hit Wang Chuan's ears, causing him to almost drop all the gifts in his hands. Wang Chuan was shocked. Doesn't this woman know how attractive she is? Pa. Chen Shanxian knocked on the door gently. Who is it? Mother Lin Li's voice came from inside. Mom, I'm Shanxian, I'm here to see you and Dad. Chen Shanxian beside her shouted naturally. Wang Chuan clearly heard a commotion inside and the voice of his mother scolding his father. 1 minute later. The door opened, and Dad and Mom appeared in front of Wang Chuan wearing their most formal attire. Dad, Mom, hello, I am Xiao Chuan's girlfriend Chen Shanxian. Chen Shanxian regained her gentle goddess appearance, her voice soft and her fair face slightly flushed. Lin Li and her husband took one look and thought it was so beautiful. Even more beautiful than in the video. Hello, come in. Lin Li enthusiastically pulled Chen Shanxian in. The wrinkles on Wang Hai's face deepened as he smiled. He walked to Wang Chuan and quietly gave him a thumbs up. Shanxian, play here for a while. Dad will go buy some groceries and come back to make you something delicious. Wang Hai glared at Wang Chuan and complained, You were coming today, but this brat didn't even tell me in advance. Yes, let's go buy some groceries. Lin Li said to Chen Shanxian enthusiastically, Shanxian, you can try Mom's cooking later. Thank you, Mom. Chen Shanxian said softly. Shanxian, you chat with Xiao Chuan first, and I'll get ready. Lin Li said this and went to the kitchen. Ding, system upgrade successful. A voice suddenly sounded in Wang Chuan's mind. Chapter 11 System upgrade completed. Little bastard. Chen Shanxian's teasing voice sounded in Wang Chuan's ears, Take me to see your room. What do you want to do? Hearing Chen Shanxian's voice, Wang Chuan shuddered all over and looked at Chen Shanxian with caution. It seems that it will take a long time for him to adapt to and resist the charm of this girl. I'm your girlfriend. When I come to your house, shouldn't the first thing I do be to look at your boyfriend's room? Chen Shanxian took out a piece of paper, took a look at it and said. Wang Chuan took a curious glance and saw written on the paper, Things a girlfriend must do when visiting her parents-in-law. Wang Chuan. She didn't expect that there were things in this world that she needed to pay attention to. He looked on curiously. First, be gentle and leave a good impression on the man's parents. Second, go to your boyfriend's room and take a look. The hygiene of a boy's bedroom can often tell whether he is worthy of your reliance. There were dozens of items listed on the paper. Wang Chuan was speechless and asked, Where did you find this? Chen Shanxian, what's wrong? Is it no longer suitable? These are carefully prepared for me by Qingling. Qingling? Lu Qingling? Lu Bo's sister? Does she have a boyfriend? Wang Chuan asked curiously. No. Chen Shanxian shook her head. Yeah, she doesn't even have a boyfriend, so is what she writes worth reading? After hearing what Wang Chuan said, Chen Shanxian suddenly felt that it made sense. Then she looked at Wang Chuan suspiciously. You don't let me see it, is there something shameful in your room? No. Then let me see. Without giving Wang Chuan any chance to refuse, Chen Shanxian pushed him into the bedroom. Lin Li in the kitchen saw this scene and her face was full of smiles. Now it seems that the couple has a good relationship, so she feels relieved. She was so satisfied with this girl, Chen Shanxian. Not only was she pretty, but the most important thing was that she had such a good temper. Such a good daughter-in-law was hard to find in the world. She really didn't know how her son did it. Maybe God saw the suffering this little bastard went through, so he sent Shanxian to make it up to him. Lin Li suddenly felt sentimental, with tears in her eyes. Wang Hai went out to buy groceries. On the way, everyone in the community who knew him asked him curiously. Soon, everyone in the community knew that Wang Chuan had brought his girlfriend to their home. After Chen Shanxian entered Wang Chuan's bedroom, her eyes were full of curiosity. Wang Chuan's bedroom was tidy, even the computer desk was wiped clean, even much cleaner than her bedroom. Did you organize it yourself? Chen Shanxian looked at Wang Chuan curiously. Wang Chuan shrugged, with a smug look on his face. Virtue. Tisk. Chen Shanxian said with a pout, then immediately took out her cell phone and started taking pictures. Smile. Seeing that Wang Chuan didn't want to cooperate, he immediately lowered his voice and said. Since you've done a good job, I'll give you a bonus of 100,000 yuan. Sister, what kind of expression do you want? Happy? Pretending to be deep? A simple boy, or a look of disdain? As long as you want, I can make it happen, and I will make sure you are satisfied. When Wang Chuan heard that there was a red envelope of 100,000 yuan, his expression immediately changed. Chen Xianxian's face was full of black lines, and she said unhappily, "You don't have to show off your acting skills, just be quiet and let me take a few photos." Okay. Please do as you please, sister. I'm afraid this is why you came here. Wang Chuan was speechless, but he made all kinds of funny expressions on his face to cooperate with Chen Xianxian. Ding ding ding. At this moment, Chen Xianxian's cell phone rang. I'm going out to answer a phone call. She took a look and immediately walked outside. Almost at the same time, Wang Chuan's cell phone started beeping. He could guess what was going on without even looking. Turn on your phone. Sure enough, it showed that more than 300 people had added him as a friend. The class group was in an uproar once again, with over 99 unread messages. Zhou Cheng alone tagged him more than 70 times. Zhou Cheng, at Wang Chuan, Chuanza, how does it feel to be with the school beauty? Zhou Cheng, at Wang Chuan, Chuanza, are you still going to school beauty tonight? Will you step into the ranks of men tonight? This guy even disgustingly tagged Lu Bo and asked him whether Chen Xianxian had returned to his house. Lu Bo acted as if he didn't see it and didn't say a word. Even the class teacher Li Tingxing joined in the fun out of curiosity. At Wang Chuan, is what Zhou Cheng said true? Did Chen Xianxian help you increase your qi and blood? How much do you have now? Li Tingxing, at Zhou Cheng, how much qi and blood do you have now? Zhou Cheng, at teacher, my qi and HP are about 9 points. I should be able to become a formal warrior in 2 or 3 days. Wow, is Brother Cheng so awesome? Zhou Cheng is invincible. Zhou Cheng v 587. Seeing this, Wang Chuan said in the class group, at teacher Li, Xianxian has helped me a lot. I should be able to become a first-class warrior soon. I would like to ask the teacher for some leave and go to the wilderness with Xianxian to train and hone my martial arts. After Wang Chuan sent this message, the class group instantly became quiet. A minute passed. Zhou Cheng, at .jpg. Brother Chuan is awesome, is the school beauty so amazing? What kind of magic medicine did she let you take? Is it a top-grade qi and blood pill? Chen Lin, top-grade qi and blood pills? Oh my god, it seems like one pill costs tens of millions, and you may not even be able to buy it. Is the school beauty willing to spend money on Brother Chuan? Li Tingxing, at .jpg, amazed face, no problem, Wang Chuan, the teacher approved it. Li Tingxing, if you become a formal warrior, don't forget to go to the Martial Alliance for certification. After taking care of the leave issue, Wang Chuan threw his phone aside. He couldn't wait to know what changes had taken place in the system upgrade. Wang Chuan, System. Host, Wang Chuan. Cultivation, first rank. Qi and blood, 15 plus. Muscle tempering, 0.1%. Kung Fu, basic tempering technique plus basic spear technique plus basic body technique plus. After the upgrade, the content on the panel is still so simple and clear at a glance. Wang Chuan looked at the plus sign behind the column of martial arts, and his heart trembled. A martial artist's mastery of martial arts can be divided into several stages: entry, minor success, proficiency, major success, and mastery. The higher your mastery of the technique, the stronger the effect and the greater the power. Some people may not be able to master a technique in their entire life. Can't the system help them do it? Wang Chuan felt excited and tentatively pointed to the plus sign behind basic tempering method. Ding, strengthening the basic refining method requires 10,000 yuan, do you want to strengthen it? Yes. No. It really works. Wang Chuan quickly took out 10,000 yuan and nodded yes. The money in his hand disappeared in an instant, and at the same time he gained more insights into the basic quenching method in his mind. Is this the God-level enhancement system? Wang Chuan stood there in a daze. The system is awesome. Chapter 12, Few handsome men are good. Wang Chuan called out the panel and looked at the column for martial arts. There are 2 more small words after the basic quenching method, introduction. Awesome. In this case, doesn't it mean that as long as he has enough money, he can master every technique? Wang Chuan said excitedly, we must get enough money, so that we can improve our qi and blood as quickly as possible and comprehend every technique to the extreme. Even in the key classes, few people have mastered the basic tempering method, and most of them remain at the initial stage of understanding. According to Wang Chuan, among those who had gained the basic understanding, the fastest one took 3 months, but with the help of the system, it only took him less than 10 minutes. The gap is so big that it is hard to believe. This also further strengthened Wang Chuan's determination to go to the wilderness for training. The wilderness is full of dangers, but dangers and opportunities often coexist. Apart from anything else, everything on the monsters is a treasure. If you bring them back, both state departments and private enterprises will buy them. He is not a rich second generation, so if he wants to practice, he must find resources by himself, and the wilderness is the place where he can easily obtain resources. Of course, he wouldn't go straight into the wilderness like a fool. The prerequisite for experience is to save your own life. It's useless to get more money if you lose your life. Although everything about the wilderness is explained in school classes, the knowledge in books is ultimately dead. Only those who have come out of it alive can find their experience truly useful. Fortunately, Wang Chuan now has a very suitable teacher by his side. After being admitted to Wuhan University, except for the first year at school where I had to learn comprehensive wilderness knowledge, the rest of the time in the following years was spent in the wilderness except for closed-door training. Chen Xianxian must have rich experience in survival in the wilderness. Asking her for advice can help Wang Chuan avoid many detours. The remaining money cannot be wasted. I need to go to the market to buy some equipment. However, for a newbie in the wilderness like Wang Chuan, it is better to follow the strong and hug their thighs. I wonder if silly girl has time. If he were accompanied by Chen Xianxian, a third-rank warrior, his safety would undoubtedly be greatly improved. The other side. Chen Xianxian, get back here. Well, you've been to Bincheng and you've become so bold that you even dare not listen to me. I'll give you 1 day to get back here, or I'll skin you alive. Chen Xianxian walked outside, answered the call, then put the phone far away, and then a roar came from the phone. Do you think you can get away with it by just finding an excuse? No way, get back here right away. Speak up, why aren't you talking? Do you know you did something wrong? Speak up. Just then, her other cell phone rang. Chen Xianxian picked up the phone curiously. Xianxian, isn't Xiaobo the shield you are looking for? Lu Qingling's voice came from the microphone. No. Chen Xianxian replied, his name is Wang Chuan, and I just found out that he and your brother are in the same class. How did you two know each other? Lu Qingling asked. Didn't we go to the trading market to buy supplies? Lao Jiang called me at that time, and I got angry and just picked someone at random, hee. Chen Xianxian said indifferently. If this scene was seen by others, they would be shocked. I didn't expect that a goddess who looks so gentle can be so rebellious at times. Lu Qingling's helpless voice continued to come from the microphone. If Aunt Jiang knew about this, she would probably be mad at you. Chen Xianxian, come on, Lao Jiang is lecturing me here, do you want to listen? Lu Qingling, no, you should just feel your mother's love. By the way, you can play by yourself during this time. My brother got excited for some reason and insisted that I take him to the wilderness to experience some new things. My parents immediately gave me an order when they heard about it. From now on, I won't have time to play with you. When she heard that they were going to the wilderness, Chen Xianxian's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. This way, her mother wouldn't be able to force her to see that trash, right? Xiao Lingling, take me with you. There is no chance. We are in the wilderness now. Are you at Wang Chuan's house now? Lu Qingling said. Chen Xianxian, why don't you say anything? Chen Xianxian, I'll give you 5 seconds, or I'll fly to Bincheng and bring you back. When Chen Xianxian heard what her mother Jiang Ying said, her face changed immediately. Don't think this is a threat from my mother, she might really do it. Chen Xianxian quickly picked up the phone and said, Lao Jiang, if you dare to catch me, I will run straight into the wilderness. Can't you be a little more gentle when you talk to our daughter on the phone? At this time, the helpless voice of Father Chen Tian came from the microphone. Get lost. You've spoiled her like this. What's wrong with Lu Tao? After she heard about it, she just found a little boy to shield her. Does she really think I'm a fool? The mother's voice sounded annoyed. Xianxian, your mother is right about this. Although Lu Tao is not a good person, his name is Wang Chuan, right? He is definitely not a good person either. Hearing her father's words, Chen Xianxian couldn't help but retort, Dad, how do you know? You haven't met Wang Chuan. Humph. Most handsome men are bad. Chen Yingtian said with certainty. Chen Xianxian. It was because Wang Chuan was handsome that she chose him at first sight from the crowd. Dad, stop talking. I have something important to do. 886. Having said that, Chen Xianxian hung up the phone without giving her mother a chance to continue speaking. Do you want to hide in the wilderness for a while? Chen Xianxian's beautiful eyes rolled around and she muttered. It turns out that my boyfriend can no longer resist my mother. Should I be with Wang Chuan? What am I thinking? Marriage is not a joke. Chen Xianxian shook her head vigorously to get rid of the terrible idea from her mind. Although she likes to go against her parents, marriage is not a child's game. Once the marriage certificate is obtained, it will be legally binding. Now. In a very luxurious villa. Jiang Ying looked at the hung-up phone and frowned instantly. Chen Yingtian on the side looked at his wife helplessly and said, Wife, please don't be angry. It's not worth it to get yourself hurt. Don't you understand our daughter? Although she loves to play around, she is very rude to any man when it comes to relationships between men and women. If you hadn't pushed her too hard this time, she wouldn't have just picked someone to be her shield. Give her some space now. If you keep pushing her like this girl might really do something. It would have been better if she hadn't said this. As soon as she said it, Jiang Ying's eyebrows went up. She dares. Chen Yingtian dared not say a word when he saw this. The servant beside him covered his mouth and laughed. It seems that a man, no matter how capable and competent he is, will most likely be helpless when facing his wife's anger. Noticing the servant's gaze, Chen Yingtian became even more embarrassed and immediately waved his hand to signal the servant to go out. The servant chuckled and walked out. Chapter 13. No more family status. Seeing Chen Xianxian coming back, Wang Chuan immediately expressed his idea. You also want to go to the wilderness for training? Chen Xianxian was delighted that Wang Chuan and she were so compatible. When she heard that Lu Qingling went to the wilderness, she was eager to try it, but she didn't expect Wang Chuan to bring it up. Who else wants to go? Also? Wang Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked. It's Lu Bo from your class. I don't know what stimulated him, but he insisted that his sister take him to the wilderness for training. Little bastard, I heard from Lu Bo that your health seems to be only 2 points. What are you doing in the wilderness? Although Chen Xianxian really wanted to go, she still asked very seriously after hearing Wang Chuan's words. Obviously she thought Wang Chuan was being a little ridiculous. Wang Chuan. This bastard Lu Bo, I guess they will go back and tell stories about him as a joke. I feel like I have a special physique. I'm already a warrior now. What? Chen Xianxian's beautiful big eyes were about to pop out. She looked at Wang Chuan in surprise and grabbed his wrist. Let me see. Which one did you temper first, the bones or the muscles? Chen Xianxian felt the surging energy and blood in Wang Chuan's body, and she was still shocked. Hearing this question, Wang Chuan was extremely embarrassed. Seeing him like this, Chen Xianxian frowned. Wang Chuan's qi and blood are at least 15, which means they have been tempered, but there are no signs of tempering on Wang Chuan's hands and feet. Wang Chuan felt even more embarrassed when he noticed Chen Xianxian's eyes on him. What can he say about this? Xiaochuan, Xianxian, it's time to eat. Fortunately, at this moment, my mother came over and resolved Wang Chuan's embarrassment. We must go to another place to temper ourselves tonight. Wang Chuan muttered. The place where he tempered himself was very necessary, but he couldn't show it to a woman, at least not now. It smells so good. Chen Xianxian took a sniff and said intoxicatedly. Wang Hai laughed. You are such a lovable girl, these are all home-cooked dishes, Dad just cooked them casually. Lin Li curled her lips. Stop showing off in front of Xianxian. You only know how to cook these few dishes. The food you cook is not as delicious as my son's. Well. Wang Hai, who was ruthlessly exposed, smiled awkwardly. Chen Xianxian's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she looked at Wang Chuan. He can cook? Wang Hai frowned immediately upon hearing this. Hasn't this guy ever done this to you? Lin Li glared at Wang Chuan angrily. You little bastard, you obviously know how to cook. Why haven't you cooked for Xianxian? Wang Chuan was speechless. Her parents had completely sided with silly girl. I only communicated with her online before, and never met her in person. How can I cook for her? I have never lived outside for a day since I was a child. I go home every day. Mom and Dad, have you forgotten? Yeah, this little bastard goes home every day. How can he have time to be with Xianxian? I forgot. It's all this little bastard's fault. Shanshan is so nice, why didn't he let Shanshan come to visit us earlier? Yes, this boy didn't even let such a good girl come. If I hadn't seen it, we wouldn't know when we could see Shanshan again. Dad and Mom talked, and then pointed the gun at Wang Chuan again. Wang Chuan. He really wanted to ask now, who was the biological child? Wang Chuan looked bitter. His status in the family is lower than before. We. Chen Shanshan laughed and felt particularly comfortable. 3 people were very satisfied with the meal, only one was very dissatisfied. Unfortunately, Wang Chuan was the one who was very dissatisfied. Whenever he speaks, he is targeted by 3 parties. Even if he doesn't speak, his parents will say that he is immature and doesn't care about his girlfriend. Wang Chuan was so upset that he didn't know whether to speak or not. Shanshan, does the food Dad cooked suit your taste? Tell Dad the truth. If not, Dad can change it. Wang Hai said with a smile. Dad, the food you cook is so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious food. I really wish I could eat it every day. Chen Shanshan answered obediently. Hey, it's not that difficult, you can just stay at home. Wang Hai said with a smile. Yes, Shanshan, where do you live now? Move back home. Nowhere is as comfortable as home, right? Linli also said with a smile. Wang Chuan was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? He didn't mind living with a beautiful woman, but the problem was that after Chen Shanshan came, he probably would only have to sleep on the floor. Ha! Wang Chuan suddenly thought of it. Actually, it's a wonderful thing to live in the same room with such a beautiful silly girl. Wang Chuan assured that he had this idea only in order to appreciate the beautiful things from a closer distance, and it had nothing to do with any evil thoughts. Chen Shanshan looked at Linli obediently, trying her best to appear calm, but her hands, which didn't know where to put, showed that she was very panicked at the moment. Wang Chuan looked at her in surprise. He didn't expect that Chen Shanshan would actually be nervous. Before we got married, my parents didn't want me in Wang Chuan. Chen Shanshan spoke weakly with a red face. Oh, yes, you see, Mommy really likes you so much that she forgot you two are not married yet. My in-laws are right. Before we get married, we must not let this little bastard take advantage of us. Linli immediately changed her words. Wang Chuan was speechless and even called out his in-laws. It's getting late, Mom and Dad, I'm going back first. Chen Shanshan stood up and said. Okay, Shanshan, you must come and play more often in the future. Linli said with a smile. Xiaochuan, go see Shanshan off. Wang Hai said immediately. Shanshan drove here, there's no need for me to send her off. Wang Chuan muttered softly. Then take him downstairs. Wang Hai glared at Wang Chuan. Ha ha ha. When she walked downstairs, Chen Shanshan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wang Chuan was speechless. Chen Shanshan, Wang Chuan, you have no status at home. Wang Chuan said awkwardly, don't forget to take me to the wilderness for training tomorrow. Chen Shanshan started the car, stuck her head out, waved and said, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Before the voice fell, the car had disappeared from Wang Chuan's sight. Go back upstairs. Wang Chuan saw his parents sitting there with sad faces. What's wrong? Linli looked up at Wang Chuan. Xiaochuan, the car Shanshan drives is not cheap, is her family rich? Will my family's behavior affect you? Wang Hai also said depressedly, that car starts at 50 million. Xiaochuan, Mom and Dad like Shanshan very much. This child is so rich, what delicious food has she not eaten? But she was still eating with gusto just now. Shanshan is really well educated. Is our family really worthy of her? Hearing this, Wang Chuan smiled and said, Mom and Dad, there is something I forgot to tell you. I am now a formal warrior. Believe me, our family will be rich soon. Ah? Wang Hai and Linli looked at Wang Chuan with wide eyes. Chapter 14, Heading into the Wilderness. Tonight is destined to be another sleepless night for Wang Hai and Linli. Their son actually officially became a first-class warrior. The couple was so excited that they couldn't sleep. The relative who had already called yesterday was once again bombarded by the two. Wang Chuan returned to the room, sat cross-legged and activated the basic tempering method. Half an hour later, the tempering of his third muscle was completed. The moment he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but reveal a look of shock on his face. Half an hour to temper 2 muscles. Is this the entry-level tempering method? Compared with warriors who have initially comprehended the tempering method, Wang Chuan's muscle tempering speed is more than twice as fast. What if it is a tempering method at the mastery level? Wang Chuan's breathing became a little rapid. He tentatively clicked on the plus sign behind the quenching method, and the system prompted him that he needed 100,000. If he wanted to go out and gain experience, he had to have protective gear and weapons. Money had to be spent wisely. Wang Chuan suppressed the urge to continue strengthening his tempering method and spent 20,000 to upgrade basic gun skills and basic body skills to the entry level. I heard that good weapons and armor are very expensive. Wang Chuan only has 400,000 on him now, and I don't know if it is enough. It was already early the next morning when his cell phone rang. Wang Chuan had a look of regret on his face. He had practiced for a whole night, but it felt like only a moment had passed. I heard that those strong men would go into seclusion for several months or even longer. Xiaochuan, is this Qianshan? You too must be careful when you go to the wilderness. It doesn't matter if you don't make money, but you must come back safely. When you get to the wilderness, you must listen to Qianshan's words and follow her advice to eat a full meal. Did you hear me? Wang Hai and Lin Li knew that Wang Chuan was going to the wilderness today, and the couple's eyes were full of worry. That's the wilderness. A wilderness filled with monsters. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'm going there just to gain some experience, broaden my horizons, and try to get a good score in the martial arts exam. I'm not going to any dangerous place, and I'll be back soon. Wang Chuan comforted them. Good. Go ahead, don't keep Qianshan waiting anxiously. The couple stood at the window, waving and greeting Qianshan downstairs. They only looked away after they saw Wang Chuan get into the car and leave the community. Not going to those dangerous places? This little bastard still wants to deceive us. In the wilderness, where is there no place that is not dangerous? Lin Li murmured softly, her eyes filled with tears. When a child grows up, he will naturally want to go out and see the world. We can't always tie him to our side. Are we going to let Xiaochuan live a mediocre life like us? Qianshan is so outstanding, how can he be worthy of her if he doesn't work harder? Wang Hai comforted. I would rather Xiaochuan be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. I would rather he find an ordinary girl and live a peaceful and stable life with her. Lin Li couldn't hold it in any longer and tears streamed down her cheeks. Wang Hai held his wife in his arms and patted her back gently to comfort her. Bincheng Monster Materials Trading Market. Wang Chuan and his companion walked into a store that specialized in selling weapons and protective gear. Hello, what can I do for you? Seeing Wang Chuan and Chen Qianshan come in, the salesperson immediately greeted them warmly. Do you have any guns here? Wang Chuan asked. Yes, do you need hot weapons or cold weapons? Cold weapons. Please follow me. The two followed the clerk to a door. What quality do you need, sir? As the clerk spoke, he opened the door, and dozens of weapon racks appeared in front of Wang Chuan. There were all kinds of spears on the shelves, and Wang Chuan was dazzled. You only need F-level weapons now. Buying weapons of a higher level will do you more harm than good. I still suggest you buy a knife or sword. Spears look powerful and are fine for group battles, but they are not sensitive enough for single combat, especially close combat. Unless you have mastered the spear technique to a certain extent, you will be at a disadvantage with spears. Chen Qianshan reminded in a low voice. Oh. Of course Wang Chuan knew what Chen Qianshan said, but the spear also has its advantages. What Chen Qianshan didn't know was that he had a system on him. Once he earns enough money, it will not be difficult for him to master it, let alone understand it thoroughly. He walked into the door impatiently and saw a gilded spear at a glance. A grade Luoying gilded spear, weighing 3,500 kilograms. There is a description of the gun on one side. Wang Chuan was shocked. It was more than 3,000 kilograms, and he couldn't even lift it. B-class broken water tidal sound gun, weighs 3,000 pounds. C-class fiery gun, weighs 2,300 kilograms. F-class U-family spear, weighing 300 pounds. Wang Chuan took the F-level U-family spear in his hand, and at that moment, a sense of heroism arose, as if with the gun in his hand, no one could stop him. The clerk pointed to a wooden stake nearby and said to Wang Chuan, Sir, you can try the weight of this gun to see if it fits your hand. Good. Wang Chuan immediately fired a gunflower, and with a dull bang, the gun body was completely immersed in the wooden stake. He gave a slight shake of his wrist, and the entire wooden stake instantly broke into pieces, turning into wood chips that flew out. Introduction to Gunmanship. Chen Shanxian looked at Wang Chuan in amazement. Didn't this kid just master the basic gunmanship? Could it be that this kid is cheating? It took her a month to master the basic swordsmanship. Even so, she was hailed as a rare genius in the school. How long did it take Wang Chuan? One day? An off-road vehicle was speeding on the road leading to the wilderness. Wang Chuan was wearing a set of rattan armor and a wooden helmet on his head. This is not an ordinary rattan armor and helmet, but one made from the first-level monster Firevine. Together with the Yu family spear, it cost a total of 600,000. In order to buy all these things, Wang Chuan owed 600,000 foreign debts. It was only when Wang Chuan paid the bill that he realized that the 400,000 yuan he had prepared was only enough to buy a gun. Chen Shanxian also took him to buy food, water, and other things. Wang Chuan wrote them all down one by one. These were things he had not thought of beforehand. Boy, you can learn a lot from me. When we encounter monsters later, as long as they are below level 2, you can handle them all. Is that a problem? No problem, silly sister. Aren't there plenty of water resources in the wilderness? Why do we need to prepare so much water and food? Wang Chuan almost said blunt lip service and was so scared that he quickly changed his words. If Chen Shanxian knew that I had given her the nickname of silly girl, she would definitely be beaten up. There is plenty of water in the wilderness, but do you know which water is safe to drink? The changes in this world are far beyond our human imagination. When you go to the wilderness, you will realize that the knowledge you learned in school is far from enough. We humans only know less than 1/1,000,000th of the world, so we should try not to use things in the wilderness if we can, and just prepare for ourselves. Learned it. That's the benefit of having an experienced hand. Wang Chuan remembered it clearly. Don't think that what you bought is a waste of money. The corpse of a first-level monster can be sold for 10,000 to 20,000 yuan for an early stage 1, 40,000 yuan for a mid-stage 1, and at least 100,000 yuan for a late-stage 1. As long as you kill 6 late-stage first-level monsters, all the money will be returned. The realms of demon beasts are divided in the same way as those of human warriors. The early, intermediate and late stages of the first stage correspond to the early, intermediate and late stages of the first grade of human warriors. Wang Chuan knew that the corpse of the monster was valuable, but he didn't expect it to be so valuable. Chapter 15 Deserted City, the happiest thing in the world. Seeing Wang Chuan's expression, Chen Shanxian guessed what this guy wanted to do, and silently reminded him, the corpse of the monster is very valuable, but you have to do it according to your ability. Don't rush up to the monster without thinking, otherwise you will die without knowing how you died. Yes, I understand. Wang Chuan replied. Well, this young man is teachable. Seeing that Wang Chuan really listened to her and was not just trying to get her to give a perfunctory answer, Chen Shanxian nodded with satisfaction. She hated bringing those arrogant people with her for training. They were self-righteous in everything they did and were pure idiots. Do you know what is the most dangerous thing in the wilderness? Chen Shanxian asked. Wang Chuan thought for a moment and tentatively answered, monsters and humans? Chen Shanxian raised her eyebrows and glanced at Wang Chuan. She didn't expect that this guy was not stupid. Soon, their car arrived at the deserted city. The deserted city is the first line of defense for mankind and is considered a buffer zone between the human world and monsters. There are a large number of warriors gathered here, and there are also troops stationed here. Even if a beast tide breaks out, effective resistance can be organized here at the fastest speed. The nearest city is hundreds of miles away from the deserted city, so even if the worst happens, other cities have time to organize manpower to respond. Of course, that situation is the worst outcome and generally does not happen because there are strong masters at the Grandmaster level guarding the deserted city all year round. In fact, in Wang Chuan's memory, the deserted city had never been lost and was called the Great Wall of Steel. Isn't there a store here? Why do we need to bring those things when we come here? Seeing the bustling shops on both sides, Wang Chuan was puzzled. Chen Shanxian looked at Wang Chuan with a half smile and said, "You'll know when you go in and take a look." 10 minutes later, Wang Chuan walked back embarrassedly. A bottle of water costs 90 cents in Bincheng, but costs 90 yuan here. This is 100 times the profit. This place is close to the wilderness, so food, clothing and daily necessities are naturally the most luxurious things. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm stupid? I have to bring so many things here. Chen Shanxian said with a smile. Wang Chuan muttered, isn't that stupid? Who would let a stranger be their boyfriend? Chen Xianxian raised her eyebrows. Xiao Chuanzi, what did you say? Wang Chuan's body trembled, and he immediately smiled apologetically. No, you are wise and brave. Chen Xianxian said with a fake smile, boy, come here. Wang Chuan suddenly felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. What do you want to do? Don't forget, we are just pretending. You don't want to be here, As he spoke, Wang Chuantan opened his arms and said with a look of being at the mercy of others. I give up resistance, come on. Chen Xianxian's face darkened. She pulled Wang Chuan to her side and gritted her teeth as she whispered, boy, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear you apart and feed you to the wolves. He took out his cell phone and pulled Wang Chuan to the gate of the deserted city. Little girl, haven't you completed your mission? Why are you here again? The sergeant guarding the city gate actually knew Chen Xianxian and greeted her warmly. Hey, Uncle Lu, are you the goalkeeper today? Lu Tian was at a loss for words. He looked at Chen Xianxian lovingly, then looked at Wang Chuan and asked, this is? Chen Xianxian immediately snuggled sweetly into Wang Chuan's arms, and while no one was noticing, she took Wang Chuan's hand and put it around her waist. Uncle Lu, this is my boyfriend. Wang Chuan, this is my Uncle Lu. Xiao Chuan, hurry up and call me uncle. Feeling the warmth on his arm and smelling the charming body fragrance, Wang Chuan was dumbfounded. As a bachelor for 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced such a scene before and he froze there. Seeing Wang Chuan's look, Chen Xianxian felt embarrassed and annoyed. What was this guy Wang Chuan thinking at this moment? She raised her foot, put it down gently, and then rolled it twice. Hiss. The intense pain in his foot instantly brought Wang Chuan back to his senses. Honey, isn't it enough to see you every night? Are you trying to show off your love in front of Uncle Lu? Chen Xianxian said lightly. Wang Chuan instantly understood that this Uncle Lu must be an old acquaintance of her parents. Enduring the severe pain in his foot, Wang Chuan looked at Lu Tian with a smile and said, Uncle Lu. Lu Tian looked at Wang Chuan and Chen Xianxian in confusion and laughed dryly. Hello, you came here too. Chen Xianxian took over the conversation and said, my dear just became a formal warrior and wanted to gain some experience. I was worried about him coming with others, so I brought him here myself. Uncle Lu, please do me a favor. Today is a very memorable day for both of us. Let's take a photo. As she spoke, she handed the phone to Lu Tian, then pulled Wang Chuan to the city gate and snuggled intimately in Wang Chuan's arms. Her eyes were full of Wang Chuan, and the two of them looked indescribably sweet. In a place where no one else could see, Chen Xianxian grabbed Wang Chuan's thigh and threatened, boy, if you dare to have such wild thoughts again, I will castrate you. Hiss. Wang Chuan suddenly became extremely clear-headed, with a doting smile on his face as he looked at Chen Xianxian. My dear wife. Husband. Chen Xianxian said to Lu Tian, who was already dumbfounded, Uncle Lu, please include the words desolate city in the photo. Oh my god, isn't that Chen Xianxian? Is she here to train again? Hiss, who is that guy? He can actually hug the school beauty Chen. Oh my god, my school beauty has a boyfriend? Oh my god, why is the school beauty's boyfriend not me? Someone noticed the commotion here, and when someone recognized Chen Xianxian, those people instantly became excited. Some people took out their mobile phones to take pictures and uploaded them to the internet. In an instant, the internet was in an uproar. It's fake, it must be fake. Is there a crew filming a movie in the deserted city? How could school beauty Chen be so close to a man? The whole world knows that school beauty is immune to any man. The above answer is correct, this must be P? It's not P. I swear on my future career that it's definitely not P. What do you do upstairs? I am a professional in removing mosaics from films. Oh my god, great master, please accept my knee. By the way, here is my email address 328@qq.com. May good people live a peaceful life. 54 good people will have a peaceful life. That guy doesn't look very old. Could he be the school beauty's cousin or something? Yes, he must be the school beauty's cousin, otherwise the school beauty would not allow any male creature to get within 5 meters of her. At the city gate, Chen Xianxian took the phone and smiled sweetly at Lu Tian. Thank you, Uncle Lu. My husband and I are going to practice. Okay. Lu Tian waited for Chen Xianxian to turn around, then he immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed. Sister-in-law, I saw Xianxian. She was with a man. It didn't look fake. The two of them were hugging each other. They looked like they wanted to be together every day. It was exactly the same as when you and Big Brother were together. Chen Xianxian, wait for me. A roar came from the microphone. Wang Chuan didn't know about this because his phone was snatched away by Chen Xianxian. Sister, what do you want to do? Give. Chen Xianxian threw the phone to Wang Chuan and continued working with her own phone. Wang Chuan opened his phone in confusion and was dumbfounded. There is one more post in his circle of friends. The picture shows him standing at the city gate with his arms around Chen Xianxian. The copy is: the happiest thing in the world is to be a vulgar couple with a non-vulgar person. The next moment, his circle of friends exploded. Chapter 16 Brother Chuan is awesome. Is he going to live with the school beauty? Zhou Cheng, Brother Chuan is invincible. I wish Brother Chuan and his wife a long and happy life together and a son soon. Li Tingxing, shocked.jpg. Cousin, oh my god, Chuanzi, your sister-in-law is great. Cousin, my sister-in-law is so beautiful. Wang Chuan looked at the messages sent by relatives and friends in silence. He was afraid that if he said now that he did not post the message on WeChat Moments, no one would believe him. At this time, his mobile phone prompted him that there was a new message. Wang Chuan opened it and saw that Chen Xianxian's circle of friends had been updated. The same picture, but with a different text. The happiest thing in the world is to have someone accompany you, someone waiting for you, someone understands you, and someone loves you. For the rest of my life, I will accompany you, wait for you, understand you, and love you. Just 30 seconds after this post was published, the number of comments showed as high as 30,000. Awesome. You can't deny it, this silly girl is just so popular. In a forest. Seeing his sister easily kill a first-level monster, Lu Bo's face flushed and he was very excited. Sister, you are awesome. Is this a warrior? Lu Bo's chi and blood have now increased to 9 points, and he will soon be able to break through and become a formal warrior. Seeing this scene, he had already imagined himself hunting monsters and protecting humans like his sister. Xiaobo, you should find more opportunities to participate during this period of time. Only in this way can you improve your chi and blood faster. Lu Qingling said softly. Okay, sister. Lu Bo came to the dead monster's body, took a picture with his mobile phone, and then posted a circle of friends with the text. If there is one less monster in the world, humans will be safer. We pay tribute to the martyrs of the human race who have passed away. After sending the message, he looked at his sister guiltily, and then immediately blocked her. In the class group. Look at the squad leader's circle of friends. It's awesome. Has the squad leader become a formal warrior? He can even hunt monsters alone. That's a first-stage monster, a violent wolf. Look at its huge claws, they're bigger than my head. If it strikes me with this claw, I won't even have a chance to escape. Squad leader, thumbs up.jpg. At this time, the head teacher couldn't help but speak up. Even though your sister is with you, you still have to pay attention to your own safety and learn more from your sister. There are some knowledge that you can't learn from books. Looking at the boiling class group, Lu Bo showed a proud look on his face. He achieved the purpose of posting on WeChat Moments. After school that day, Lu Bo didn't know how he got home. His face was burning hot and he felt like someone was looking at him mockingly wherever he went. What a shame. He hated Wang Chuan with gnashing teeth in his heart. Why? His health is 5.9, while Wang Chuan only has 2 points. His talent is far superior to Wang Chuan's. Why did the school beauty choose Wang Chuan instead of him? Humph, this world respects martial arts. As long as I am stronger than Wang Chuan, the school beauty will see me. Thinking of this, Lu Bo posted in the class group, remember the teacher's teachings. After I came to the wilderness, I realized that it was really not easy for me to be a human pioneer. But thanks to this place, I can grow faster. Give me another 3 days and I can officially break through to become a first-grade warrior. I will try my best to break through to the middle or late stage of the first rank before the martial arts exam, and bring honor to you, Teacher Li. Li Tingxing, teacher is very happy that you have grown up. Teacher looks forward to your return as a formal warrior. At Lu Bo, the squad leader is invincible. Squad leader V587. I didn't expect the monitor to have such a big ambition. Is the monitor planning to be admitted to Dongshan Wuda University? Lu Bo, at Wang Chuan, didn't you come to the wilderness too? Let's go and train together when we have time. Look at my results. Then, he sent the monster's corpse again. After sending it out, Lu Bo became proud. This time he completely overshadowed Wang Chuan. Lu Bo was feeling proud of himself when suddenly a classmate posted a picture in the class group. It was a screenshot of a moment's post. He opened it out of curiosity, and Lu Bo regretted it the next second. Zhou Chang, fuck, my brother Chuan is awesome. Is he going to live with the school beauty? Wow, it's such a great fate to be able to see the school beauty once. I didn't expect Wang Chuan to hug her directly. With the presence of the school beauty, a third rank expert, Wang Chuan will be safe. This isn't a training session, this is clearly a honeymoon. When Lu Bo saw Wang Chuan's hand holding Chen Shanshan, his face was distorted with jealousy. He was so angry that he threw his phone away, and suddenly felt that his previous pretense had lost its appeal. Xiaobo, what are you doing? You're losing your temper for no reason. Lu Qingling, who was opening her circle of friends nearby, was really frightened by Lu Bo and quickly scolded him. The next moment, she screamed in surprise. She also saw the circle of friends posted by the school beauty and she froze in place. At this moment, Lu Qingling had only one thought in her mind: is this girl Chen Shanshan crazy? Is it necessary to do this? She could imagine what Aunt Jiang's reaction would be when she saw this post on WeChat Moments. After the shock, Lu Qingling immediately called Chen Shanshan, but the phone was turned off. This girl is going to piss off Aunt Jiang and Uncle Chen to death. Lu Qingling smiled bitterly. Suddenly, Lu Qingling came back to her senses and looked at her brother in confusion. Could it be that Xiaobo also liked Shanshan? But she didn't feel surprised. She had been Shanshan's best friend for so long, and she had never seen a man who didn't fall in love with Shanshan after meeting her. Lu Qingling sighed softly in her heart, knowing that her brother was destined to have unrequited love for Chen Shanshan. In fact, it's not just her brother, this is the final outcome for all the men who fall in love with that girl. On this side, Chen Shanshan turned off her phone immediately after posting to her moments. Noticing Wang Chuan staring at her, Chen Shanshan's ears started to burn and her face turned red. She said angrily, "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your dog eyes." Puff. Seeing Chen Shanshan's ferocious look, Wang Chuan laughed out loud. He could see that this girl was using her aggressive appearance to hide her inner shyness. Why are you laughing? Chen Shanshan glared at Wang Chuan fiercely, but how could Wang Chuan be afraid when he had already seen through this girl? At this time, Wang Chuan's cell phone rang. He took a look and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Wang Chuan said politely after the call was connected. Little bastard, you. Wipe. Hearing the curse on the other end of the call, Wang Chuan immediately hung up the phone. However, as soon as he hung up, the other party called again. Wang Chuan frowned and said after answering the call, "You dialed the wrong number. Aren't you the little bastard named Wang Chuan? NND, you are the bastard, how can you talk like that?" Wang Chuan did not give in to the other party and hung up the phone again. Who is it? Chen Shanshan heard Wang Chuan swearing and asked in confusion. I don't know. He started cursing as soon as the call was connected. It's weird. Wang Chuan was also confused, as the other party obviously knew him. However, he was very sure that the other person's voice was unfamiliar to him and was definitely not someone he knew. At this time, inside the Chen family villa, Jiang Ying stared at the hung-up phone in astonishment, her body shaking with anger. How dare that little bastard scold her? Chapter 17, First Battle in the Wilderness. Don't answer if you don't know me. Turn off your phone. We are leaving the city now. The cell phone signal may be detected by those powerful monsters. Chen Shanshan warned. Let's just practice a little bit nearby, isn't that necessary? Wang Chuan knew what Chen Shanshan said. However, he only wanted to hunt some monsters near the deserted city and did not want to go deep into the wilderness, so there was no need to turn off the phone. Chen Shanshan, let me give you an example. There is a monster that is equally powerful as you, and you want to attack it by surprise. Just when you raise your gun and reach the monster, your cell phone rings, TSK TSK TSK. Wang Chuan. What the girl said made so much sense that he was speechless and had to obediently turn off the phone. The other side. You little bastard, not only did you hang up on me, you even turned off your phone. You still want to marry my daughter? You're dreaming. Jiang Ying angrily crushed her phone to pieces. Seeing this, Chen Yingtian immediately put the SIM card into the new phone he had prepared, and followed Jiang Ying's words and said, That's right, he actually dared to hang up our teacher Jiang. He is so bold. I will beat him to death next time I see him. Jiang Ying flew into a rage and roared, beat him to death if you see him. No, who wants to see him in the future? That little bastard who dared to hang up the phone on me doesn't even have the qualifications to come to my house. From now on, tell him to get out of here. Aw. I'm so pissed off. The servant beside him laughed secretly when he saw this. Laugh, 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 you only know how to laugh, get out of here. Shanshan grew up in your care, and now she's been taken advantage of by a pig, aren't you angry? And you're still laughing. Jiang Ying roared at the servants around her. Upon hearing this, those people immediately gave Chen Yingtian a look that told him to wish him well, and then ran out excitedly. As soon as I ran out, I heard loud laughter outside the door. Chen Yingtian. Outside the deserted city. Chen Shanshan took Wang Chuan towards a place. You have just achieved a breakthrough. The best place for you to train is the Golden Bear Forest 100 miles away. There are only first-level monsters there, and second-level monsters are rare. You must remember the route well. Next time you come here by yourself, buy a map to avoid getting lost. As Chen Shanshan walked, she explained to Wang Chuan what to pay attention to after arriving in the wilderness. She spoke in great detail and Wang Chuan listened carefully without saying a word. 100 miles may take a long time to walk for ordinary people, but for warriors it is not worth mentioning. The two ran very fast all the way. Do you know what is the best way to save your life in the wilderness? Chen Shanshan moved very quickly, but her voice was clearly heard by Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan had already exerted his speed to the limit and could not speak at all. Hearing Chen Shanshan's words, he could only shake his head. Run. So during this period of time, you have to keep practicing running to improve your endurance. If you want to become the strongest, it not only depends on how great your cultivation talent is, but also on whether you can live long enough. There are some peerless geniuses who died in their first training. Similarly, there are also many people who are not very talented, but because they lived long enough, some of them have now become masters. Wang Chuan nodded. He understood this principle. Half an hour later, the two stopped in front of the Golden Bear Forest. Wang Chuan squatted on the ground, feeling sore all over. Even though he breathed deeply, he still felt short of oxygen. Don't relax, hurry up and practice your tempering technique. Chen Shanshan reminded. Although his whole body was in extreme pain, Wang Chuan still sat cross-legged and practiced obediently. Chen Shanshan saw what Wang Chuan did, nodded silently, and then looked around. An hour later, Wang Chuan was pleasantly surprised to find that his qi and blood had increased to 30 points, and his muscles had also been tempered by 10 points. Just this 1 hour of practice had a better effect than his previous half-day practice. How does it feel? Chen Shanshan looked at Wang Chuan with a smile and asked. Wang Chuan chuckled, Sister, you are really the guiding light in my life, I love you. Otherwise, let's stop pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend and get real. How about we go back and get the marriage certificate? Chen Shanshan raised her eyebrows, pinched her waist and said, Okay, let me fall in love with you. Wang Chuan immediately reminded him, Aren't you in love with me now? Why don't you open your circle of friends and take a look? Chen Shanshan. The two men walked into the Golden Bear Forest arguing with each other. The forest was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of leaves in the wind, as if there were no monsters in it. However, Wang Chuan felt that there were countless monsters lurking in the forest, waiting for them to come to him. Once you get in, everything will depend on you. I won't do anything easily. Chen Shanshan warned. The two men slowly walked into the forest. Wang Chuan held the Yu family spear in his hand and carefully watched the movements around him so that he could take action to deal with any danger that might arise at any time. The two men had walked forward for less than 10 miles when they heard a rustling sound ahead. Chen Shanshan gave Wang Chuan a look, and Wang Chuan nodded, tightly gripped the Yu family spear and slowly walked forward. Chen Shanshan was always on guard, and if Wang Chuan was in danger, she would step in to rescue him. Wang Chuan came to the place where the sound came from and saw a cute snow-white rabbit chewing something there. When Wang Chuan saw clearly what the rabbit was chewing, he no longer found the rabbit cute. Almost at the moment when Wang Chuan saw the rabbit also noticed Wang Chuan. It turned around, and the red light in its eyes instantly became blazing, and it immediately threw the wild wolf beside its mouth aside. Compared to the wild wolf, the rabbit felt that the spiritual energy emanating from Wang Chuan was more to its taste. Iron-capped armadillo. When Wang Chuan saw the monster clearly, all the things he had learned about it in class suddenly emerged in his mind. This thing looks very much like a rabbit, but its destructive power is far beyond that of a rabbit, and it is extremely aggressive. The one Wang Chuan encountered was only a first-level monster, but it still dared to attack when it encountered a third-grade warrior. Just as Wang Chuan was going through the content of the iron-maned armadillo in his mind, it attacked, turning into an afterimage and heading straight for Wang Chuan's face. If Wang Chuan's head had been hit hard by its claws, it would have been shattered. It was Wang Chuan's first time facing a monster, and it was impossible for him to not be nervous. His heart tightened, and he took a step forward, infusing the energy of his blood into the Yu family spear in his hand and stabbed it fiercely. Broken. Seeing this scene, Chen Xianxian suddenly remembered that Wang Chuan had no combat experience and became a little panicked. She was ready to strike. We should find some wild animals to try our hand on first. Just when the iron-maned armadillo's claw was about to hit Wang Chuan's cheek, Wang Chuan suddenly dodged the claw with a strange posture, and at the same time, the Yu family spear in his hand pierced the iron-maned armadillo. Wang Chuan's remaining momentum was not diminished, and the Yu family spear pierced into an ancient tree surrounded by 10 people behind him, shot out from the other end of the ancient tree, and stuck into the ground with a dong sound. The body of the iron-maned armadillo had collided with the ancient tree and turned into a ball of bloody mist. The air around them suddenly became quiet. Chen Xianxian stood there with her mouth wide open, stunned. Chapter 18 Chen Xianxian, can enlightenment be achieved through just a scare? It took more than a minute for Chen Xianxian to come back to her senses from the shock. She walked to the ancient tree, looked at the hole that had been punched through, and then looked at the blood plasma spurting out. Finally, she fixed her gaze on Wang Chuan and felt her throat a little dry. Being stared at by Chen Xianxian, Wang Chuan scratched his head and laughed dryly. Am I overreacting a bit? It's inevitable that I'm a little nervous when I'm wielding a gun for the first time with you. Chen Xianxian. Can you even speak? Why don't you just say it was the first time you wielded a gun? Does it have anything to do with whether you were with her or not? Wang Chuan, have your body movements and spear skills reached a minor level of success? Looking at the ancient tree with a hole in it, Chen Xianxian asked. The iron-capped armadillo is known for its speed, and it is impossible for an entry-level person to dodge it. Not only did Wang Chuan perfectly avoid the attack of the iron-capped armadillo, he also stabbed it to death with one shot. It would be impossible to do it without some basic skills in marksmanship and body movement. Is it so? Wang Chuan scratched his head honestly and continued. When I was frightened by this thing just now, I suddenly entered a very special state. My understanding of gun skills and body skills suddenly deepened, and then I stabbed out that shot. Chen Xianxian. She looked at Wang Chuan in confusion. It was amazing that she entered a very special state just by being frightened. That was an epiphany. The state that all warriors dream of. If enlightenment could be achieved through a simple fright, then practicing martial arts wouldn't be so difficult. Did this guy really have the bad luck to achieve enlightenment? I just learned how to use a spear and I got the hang of it in just one day. I just arrived in the wilderness and fought with monsters and I achieved some success right away. She suddenly thought of something and stared at Wang Chuan thoughtfully. Wang Chuan felt a little uneasy as Chen Xianxian stared at him. He had no choice just now. Seeing that he would die in the northwest if he didn't strengthen his body skills, he could only grit his teeth and spend 200,000 to strengthen his basic gun skills and basic body skills to the minor success level. However, Chen Xianxian's reaction also reminded him that he should try to avoid showing the system's enhanced martial arts skills in front of others as much as possible in the future. Otherwise he couldn't explain it. He couldn't always explain it by saying he had an epiphany. Boy, have you awakened your bloodline talent? Chen Xianxian came to Wang Chuan and asked. Bloodline talent? What is that? Wang Chuan was startled and remembered what the fat man had said before. Chen Xianxian frowned, thought for a moment and said, Don't you feel that you have learned martial arts very quickly? Could it be that your parents are not ordinary people? Wang Chuan was stunned when he heard this, then he understood and smiled bitterly in his heart. His ability had nothing to do with his parents, but was because he had the system. Wang Chuan, Sister Qianxian, do you think there is a case where ordinary people's blood suddenly mutates? Chen Qianxian thought for a moment and said, When I get back, I'll ask my dad. He specializes in this. You really gave me a big surprise today. Having mastered the two martial arts to the minor level, Wang Chuan can no longer be simply regarded as an initial stage first-grade martial artist. Wang Chuan just lacks experience. As his training progresses, his strength will improve quickly, and he will even be no weaker than a mid-level first-grade warrior. It's just luck. Oh my god. Wang Chuan didn't expect that the father of this silly girl Chen Shanshan was studying this. When he meets the old man in the future, can the system avoid his detection? From now on, I can only show my minor martial arts skills in front of Shanshan. Sister Shanshan, let's keep moving forward. Wang Chuan quickly changed the subject. Good. Just as the two were leaving, Shanshan suddenly said quietly. The fur of the iron-capped armadillo is a very good material for making armor. An iron-capped armadillo is worth at least 70,000 yuan. Ah. When Wang Chuan heard this, his face froze instantly and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. He shot and destroyed 70,000 yuan directly? Chen Shanshan continued, if a man can't even control his own gun, the losses in the future will not be limited to this. Wang Chuan. He suspected that silly girl was implying something about him, but he had no evidence. Seeing Chen Shanshan's half-smile looking at him, Wang Chuan was speechless. Have those fans of this girl ever seen her like this? It is very important for a warrior to control his strength. Only by using it properly can you survive longer in the wilderness. Two people, one taught patiently, the other listened carefully, and they just continued to move forward. With the experience of facing monsters for the first time, Wang Chuan became more and more adept at dealing with monsters afterwards. Half a month later, Chen Shanshan's storage bag was filled with the corpses of monsters. Let's go back to the city, sell all these things, and buy some supplies. Chen Shanshan walked out from the side, her eyes full of approval. In just half a month, Wang Chuan went from a newbie who knew nothing to a mature warrior who could come here to train alone. Wang Chuan's growth was so fast that even Chen Shanshan had to give him a thumbs up. Next time you come here, you can try to deal with a late-stage first-order monster. Chen Shanshan said to Wang Chuan approvingly. I didn't expect a weapon like a gun could be so flexible. I've always heard that an inch longer is an inch stronger, and now I've seen it for myself. As they talked, they walked towards the deserted city. Deserted city. Lu Bo walked out of the trading market with an excited look on his face. It is said that warriors are rich, but he did not expect that warriors could make money so easily. In just over 10 days, they earned more than 900,000. What excited him most was that his chi and blood had increased to 10 points. This time he came back to break through to become a formal warrior. Moreover, during the fight with the monster before they came back, he mustered up the courage to join the battle. At least 20% of the wounds on the monster were caused by him. His wrist was hit by the monster's claws. If his sister hadn't been quick-witted, his hand might have been broken. I took out my phone and took a picture, then posted it to my moments with the caption. Wounds are a sign of a man's growth. As soon as the circle of friends was posted, the class group immediately exploded. At Lu Bo, squad leader, what monster did you kill again? I didn't expect that the squad leader would be gone for half a month. I'm afraid he made a lot of money. I heard that warriors spend money in many places, but it's also easy to make money. Even the head teacher couldn't help but send a message in the class group. Lu Bo, teacher, could you please take a photo of the book Basic Bone Tempering Method and send it to me? In fact, he could get the basic bone tempering method from his sister Lu Qingling, but if that were the case, how could he show off in class? Sure enough, as soon as he sent this message, the class group exploded again. When Lu Bo saw the message 99 plus in 1 minute, a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, two people appeared in his sight. Chapter 19 Lu Bo's mentality collapsed. Is the school beauty blind? What do you two need? As soon as Wang Chuan and his companion walked into the store, the clerk came up to them warmly and asked politely. Do you buy monster corpses here? Yes, how many do you have? When the clerk heard Wang Chuan's words, his eyes lit up. Chen Shanshan immediately poured out all the monster corpses in the storage bag. There were 30 early-stage first-order monsters and 50 middle-stage monsters. When the corpses of the monsters were piled on the ground, the blood energy rushing into the sky instantly made the clerk's face change drastically. He stepped back more than 10 steps before he could steady himself. The clerk immediately said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go get the manager over." This is a big business and it is no longer something that a small clerk like him can control. What shocked him even more was Chen Shanshan's storage bag. An ordinary storage bag can only hold a dozen monster corpses, but Chen Shanshan's storage bag can hold so many. The clerk immediately knew that Chen Shanshan's identity was extraordinary, so he immediately went to call the manager. At this moment, someone in the store noticed this place, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes, and he immediately hurried out. The man entered a hotel, came to the door of a room and knocked. After the door opened, there were several ferocious-looking men inside. "Brother, we found 2 big fat sheep," the man said to the leader. "How fat?" asked the leader. "A storage bag that can hold 80 or 90 monsters. The exact amount of money is unknown." As soon as these words were spoken, greed suddenly appeared in the eyes of everyone in the room. "How strong is it? One is a first-class warrior, and the other's strength is unknown." When they heard about the first-rank warrior, they immediately became more interested. "Brother, birds of a feather flock together. The other one is only a second grade at best. This deal is a good deal. Brother, let's do it. It's hard to find such a good deal." Several people looked eagerly at the leader. "Shoho, you continue to keep an eye on those 2 people. Remember, don't alert the enemy and don't give up on the other marked targets." The leader pondered for a while and spoke. "Yes." Upon hearing this, the skinny monkey immediately walked out. Inside the store. When the manager heard about such a big deal, he came over immediately. The corpses of the monsters are relatively well preserved. A first-stage monster costs 20,000 each. Among them are 10 iron mane armadillos, each costs 70,000. A first-stage middle-stage monster costs 40,000 each. The green poison toad can be used as medicine, each costs 100,000. What do you think? The manager rubbed his hands. The price he offered was not low, but the other party got so much at once, so he still made some profit. The reason why he gave so much at the first time was because he was impressed by the identities of Wang Chuan and Chen Shanshan. A storage bag of this capacity is not something that most people can afford. Good. Chen Shanshan nodded. "Wang Chuan, Sister Shanshan? You're back? Xianxian? It's really you, girl. I thought Xiaobo was seeing things." Lu Qingling and Lu Bo walked in and immediately shouted in surprise when they saw Chen Shanshan. Lu Bo was stunned when he saw the pile of monster corpses on the ground, but when he saw Chen Shanshan next to him, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Wang Chuan and said, "Wang Chuan, you are so lucky to be able to train with Sister Shanshan. You must learn well. By the way, the day before yesterday I worked hard for a long time and finally overcame my fear and participated in hunting down a first-level monster." As he spoke, Lu Bo looked at Chen Shanshan, and a burning desire immediately appeared in the depths of his eyes. "Sister Shanshan, you are so amazing. My sister and I have been out for half a month and have only managed to kill a dozen first-level monsters. I didn't expect you to kill so many. You are so powerful." Lu Qingling saw the pile of first-level monsters on the ground and the perfect wounds on the monster corpses. She also thought that it was Chen Shanshan who did it. When training with Wang Chuan, Chen Shanshan already knew that Lu Bo had feelings for her, so she said calmly, "I didn't kill them." That's how she is. She treats men who have feelings for her coldly and cuts off their unrealistic ideas. "Ah. It wasn't you, Sister Shanshan, who killed him? Then." Lu Bo did not hear the distant tone in Chen Shanshan's voice. He was already shocked by these words at the moment. His heart skipped a beat and he suddenly had a very bad premonition. Lu Qingling heard the alienation in Chen Shanshan's words, but was not surprised. She knew her best friend's temperament and had expected this. However, when she heard that the monster was not killed by her good sisters, she looked at Wang Chuan in surprise. "Was it Ogawa who killed him?" "Yes, Wang Chuan killed him." Chen Shanshan affirmed Lu Qingling's words. How is this possible?" Lu Bo immediately froze in place. His bad premonition came true. He felt as if a bolt of thunder had exploded in his mind and he exclaimed in his heart that it was impossible. When tested at the beginning, his qi and blood were much higher than Wang Chuan's. Although Chen Shanshan gave Wang Chuan a top-grade qi and blood pill, he also got a high-grade qi and blood pill from his sister. In his opinion, judging from his original talent, Wang Chuan would definitely be one step later than him in breaking through to become a warrior. He is now just qualified to take part in the battle with monsters, but Chen Shanshan told him that these dozens of monsters were killed by Wang Chuan himself? And among them there are 50 first-order mid-stage monsters. Doesn't this mean that Wang Chuan's talent is above his and his strength has long surpassed his? This is impossible. Lu Bo looked at Chen Shanshan with a stiff expression and said in a dry voice, "Sister Shanshan, you are joking, right?" As he said this, he looked at Wang Chuan with a dry laugh and said, "Wang Chuan, your joke is not funny." Wang Chuan didn't want to bother with Lu Bo, the self-righteous man. He just wanted to know how much he could sell for. He still had a foreign debt of 600,000 yuan. Although judging from Chen Shanxian's expression, it would be fine if he didn't pay it back. His parents had taught him not to owe others since he was a child. Manager, look at these. Wang Chuan. Seeing that Wang Chuan ignored him, Lu Bo couldn't help but speak. Xiaobo. Lu Qingling frowned. She was somewhat disappointed with her brother's performance today. She had never thought that her brother was so narrow-minded that he couldn't even stand others being stronger or better than him. This is scary. Daxia has always taught that warriors should consider the world and dare to be the first in the world. The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. People who are too selfish are not qualified to be warriors. Sell these to me in a package for 3 million, how about that? The manager waved his hand. 3 million? Lu Bo looked at Wang Chuan with a dull look in disbelief. Shanxian, let's go out together next time. Lu Qingling is someone who has seen big things. For ordinary people, 3 million may not be earned in a lifetime, but for them, they can earn it after a few experiences. She grabbed Chen Shanxian's hand and acted coquettishly. Okay. Chen Shanxian agreed. Sister, how about we split the money equally? Wang Chuan asked, although he was the one who killed all the monsters. If it weren't for Chen Shanxian's constant protection, he would not have been able to improve so quickly. So although Wang Chuan felt sad about splitting the 3 million equally, he could accept it. Chen Shanxian looked at Wang Chuan jokingly, are you really going to split it with me? You're going to lose 1.5 million in one go? Noticing Chen Shanxian's look, Wang Chuan got angry. How could a real man be looked down upon by a woman? He waved his hand and said, equally. Chen Shanxian looked at Wang Chuan. Seeing that Wang Chuan had a painful expression but was trying to be generous, she suddenly became cheerful and said with a smile, forget it. I'm just here to play with you. You killed all these monsters. The money is all yours. I don't want it. Wang Chuan stared at Chen Shanxian and said hurriedly, what I said is true. Chen Shanxian also smiled at Wang Chuan and said playfully, what I said is true. Hey, well, this is something you don't want, don't say I didn't give it to you. Manager, transfer all the money to this card. Wang Chuan immediately handed the prepared bank card to the manager. Judging from his expression, he was afraid that Chen Shanxian would go back on her word. Why are you taking care of him like this? Lu Qingling whispered in Chen Shanxian's ear. Chen Shanxian rolled her eyes, took out her phone, took a picture with the corpses of the monsters on the ground as the background, and then posted it to her moments with the caption. Being with the man you love, you will never feel tired and you will also gain unexpected happiness. For a moment, the circle of friends exploded. Lu Qingling, who was standing by, was dumbfounded when she saw the content in the circle of friends. This girl seems to be making a big deal out of this. At this time, the manager had already transferred the money to Wang Chuan, and the group came to the hotel where Lu Qingling was staying. In the room, Wang Chuan looked at the string of numbers in the mobile banking account, first transferred 1 million to his family, and then spent 100,000 without hesitation to upgrade the basic tempering method to a small level of success, and spent another 300,000 to upgrade it to a proficient level. The effect of the training after strengthening was also amazing. When he opened his eyes the next day, he had more than 40 more muscles tempered on his body. Chapter 20, Certified Warrior, Peerless Prodigy Lin Zhengtian. Feeling the benefits brought by the mastery-level tempering method, Wang Chuan gritted his teeth and strengthened his gun skills and body skills to mastery. If it didn't cost too much money to continue strengthening, Wang Chuan would have wanted to strengthen to the great success level. Call up the Properties panel. Host, Wang Chuan. Cultivation, First Grade Midterm. Qi and Blood, 30+. Muscle Tempering, 10%. Kung Fu, Basic Tempering Technique Mastery plus Basic Gun Technique Mastery plus Basic Body Technique Mastery plus. Wang Chuan has tempered more than 60 muscles. There are more than 600 muscles in his body, and he has just tempered 1/10 of them. But don't forget, this is the result of his one-night practice. It would take others at least a month or even longer to achieve this. If others knew that Wang Chuan had tempered so many muscles in one night, they would definitely be shocked, because Wang Chuan's training speed was really too exaggerated. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Wang Chuan opened the door, but it was Lu Bo standing outside. Wang Chuan, I have become a formal warrior. It seems that you have not yet completed the warrior certification. Let's go for certification together? Lu Bo spoke. Wang Chuan was about to refuse when Chen Shanxian's voice came from the side. After becoming a certified warrior, you will receive a subsidy of 50,000 yuan per month. Wang Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he pulled Lu Bo and said, "Let's go. I didn't become a certified warrior for the 50,000 yuan subsidy. I did it to improve myself faster. Only when my strength improves can I better fight for a wider living space for our human world." Chen Xianxian on the side rolled her eyes. "Please don't show your round square eyes next time you say this." Lu Qingling on the side couldn't help laughing. She glanced at Wang Chuan thoughtfully, then looked at Chen Xianxian, and found that the girl was staring at Wang Chuan's receding back. Lu Qingling frowned and said casually, "Wang Chuan is a very interesting person." "Him? TSK. Chen Xianxian sneered, her beautiful eyes instantly curved like the moon. "If you spend more time with him, he will piss you off to death." Lu Qingling's heart skipped a beat. It was all over. The girl seemed to be in a better mood whenever she mentioned Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan seems to have a very special position in Xianxian's heart. Is Xianxian really attracted to Wang Chuan? Probably not. How long have they known each other? As she thought about it, Lu Qingling shook her head and laughed. Chen Xianxian is the most famous goddess in Dongshan Wuhan University who combines gentleness and coolness. Even if she fell in love with someone, he would be one of the top heroes. How could he be a little kid? The other side. Wang Chuan and Lu Bo came to the Wuming's garrison in the deserted city. They didn't notice that behind them, a thin man followed them. Stepping into the martial alliance, Wang Chuan and his companion arrived at the registration office. "Please fill out a form first, then go over there and wait in line. We will arrange for someone to assess you in a moment." The Wuming staff smiled and handed the two a form, then pointed to the queue. There were not many people coming for the assessment. When the two of them arrived, there were only a dozen people queuing. The two also saw a man in his 50s among them. Lu Bo burst out laughing when he saw this, and the man smiled awkwardly. Wang Chuan smiled kindly at the other party. In this world, martial arts are respected. Everyone aspires to become a warrior and strives for it all their lives. It is normal to see people in their 70s or 80s taking the test. If Wang Chuan didn't have the awakening system, he would most likely still be taking the warrior assessment when he was in his 50s or 60s. The content of the assessment is very simple. After testing your qi and blood, you just need to show your tempered bones or muscles to the staff of the martial alliance. Lu Bo had been waiting anxiously, wishing to get the warrior certificate issued by the martial alliance immediately. He had edited all the content in his circle of friends, and all he needed was the certificate. "Wang Chuan, how much of a stir do you think it would cause if we sent the certificates to the class group?" Lu Bo's face flushed with excitement. Puff. At this moment, a sneer came from behind. "Damn, you bastard, you." Lu Bo turned around and wanted to curse, but when he saw the other person's face clearly, he immediately smiled at him awkwardly. Wang Chuan glanced at Lu Bo in confusion and looked back. This guy has always been arrogant, why is he so cowardly today? Lu Bo lowered his head and whispered, "Don't look, that's a student from Bincheng No. 1 Middle School, and next to him is Lin Jingtian, a student from the key class. We can't afford to offend him." Wang Chuan understood immediately after hearing this. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. As both are schools in Bincheng, competition is inevitable between No. 1 Middle School and No. 2 Middle School. The other side had students from key classes, while they were just students from ordinary classes. Lu Bo didn't have the courage to compete with them. If the positions were reversed, Lu Bo would have probably gone up and acted arrogantly. The test was carried out quickly and soon it was Wang Chuan and the other person's turn. Just when they were about to go over to test it, a voice stopped them. "Wait." The two turned around and saw several people from No. 1 Middle School walking towards them. "Bincheng No. 2 Middle School?" One of them glanced at Wang Chuan and Lu Bo calmly, and without waiting for their reply, he said, "You guys can take the test later. We have something urgent to do. Let us take the test first." This person is Lin Jingtian, who is from the key class of Bincheng No. 1 Middle School mentioned by Lu Bo. Lin Jingtian said to the weakest person, "Xiao Yang, it's your turn." The man called Xiao Yang glanced proudly at Wang Chuan and Lu Bo when he heard the words, then walked forward with the registration form. Lu Bo looked frustrated, but didn't dare to say a word. The students from the key classes in No. 1 Middle School looked at the two of them with sarcasm in their eyes. Just as the man's hand was about to touch the testing machine, a voice suddenly rang out. "Isn't it our turn?" Someone is disobeying the order of the Martial Alliance, and you staff are just going to watch and do nothing? Several people from number 1 middle school immediately looked in the direction of the sound angrily. Lu Bo lowered his head and moved away from Wang Chuan. He looked at Wang Chuan in surprise, not understanding how Wang Chuan dared to talk back to a student from the key class of number 1 middle school. The staff looked at Wang Chuan when they heard this. This kind of thing happened frequently, and if no one objected, they naturally wouldn't care. Now that someone has brought it up, they will naturally take care of it. Please obey the rules of the Wu League, otherwise don't blame the Wu League for being rude. The staff member looked at Lin Xiaoyang and frowned. Lin Xiaoyang naturally didn't dare to do anything to the staff of the woman. As he walked back, he looked at Wang Chuan and Lu Bo coldly, his eyes full of threats. Sensing Lin Xiaoyang's threatening look, Lu Bo became anxious and said, Wang Chuan, we are all students of Bincheng, what's wrong with you giving way? Now that we've offended them, how can we continue to train here in the future? You don't think Sister Qianqian can always accompany you to train, do you? Do you know who that group of people were? The leader was Lin Jingtian, a top student in the key class of number 1 middle school. He scored 70 points in the Qi and Blood test. The 4 top martial arts schools all offered him olive branches. Such a peerless monster will definitely become a strong man in our great Xia in the future. Why did you offend such a person? Lu Bo kept his head down while speaking, as if he was afraid that the other party would remember his appearance. Wang Chuan looked at Lu Bo speechlessly. Is this still the same high-spirited squad leader? If he had said it politely, I would have given in, but he acted like he was worth 2.5 million. Why should I give in to him? I want him to know that the rules of this world don't revolve around him. Wang Chuan spread his hands and said. He was not really targeting the other party, but those people just now were too arrogant and did not take him seriously at all. In this case, there is no need for him to give the other party face. He did not suppress his voice when he said this, and as soon as he finished speaking, several eyes looked over at him. Lu Bo just felt that he was being locked. Chapter 21 Lin Zhengtian, Wang Chuan, right? I'll remember you. Wang Chuan, can you please say less? Lu Bo lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Finished. Wang Chuan was so bold that he actually provoked the peerless genius of number 1 middle school. Lu Bo decided that after returning this time, he would never come here to train again to avoid being targeted. He even suspected that he would be wanted by the Central Military Commission, and he began to blame Wang Chuan as well. So, I should thank you. Lin Xiaoyang looked at Wang Chuan coldly and said sarcastically. We are all students of Bincheng, no need to thank me. Wang Chuan turned around and looked at Lin Xiaoyang and said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyang frowned tightly, with dark lines all over his forehead. Is that his way of thanking you? Is there something wrong with the brain of this student from number 2 middle school? Do you dare to tell me your name? Lin Xiaoyang asked loudly, with no disguising the threat in his voice. Don't tell him. You'll be targeted. Lu Bo reminded in a low voice. Wang Chuan seems not to have heard it. He turned around and looked at Lin Xiaoyang, smiling and said, My name is Wang Chuan, and his name is Lu Bo. Wang Chuan, you. Lu Bo cried. Wipe it off, you're just trying to make yourself unhappy, aren't you? If you are not afraid of death, don't take me with you. Lu Bo wished he could leave here immediately and go back to school. Lin Xiaoyang was startled, obviously not expecting Wang Chuan to really introduce himself. Then his eyes were full of teasing. Wang Chuan, Lu Bo? Okay, I'll remember you. Lu Bo's heart skipped a beat. Wang Chuan frowned with disgust and said, Why do you remember me? I don't like men. Everyone was speechless. Did you understand what the other person said? Someone is threatening you, but how come you think they are targeting your health? Lin Xiaoyang almost vomited blood when he heard this. He was now certain that this guy from number 2 middle school was a complete idiot. Wang Chuan, right? I'll remember you. By the way, let me introduce myself, my name is Lin Zhengtian. Just as Wang Chuan raised his hand to touch the instrument to test his qi and blood, an indifferent voice sounded, with a tone full of arrogance. I'm not interested in you either. Wang Chuan curled his lips and touched the instrument. But the surrounding area was in an uproar because of the name Lin Zhengtian. What? He is Lin Zhengtian? I heard that the 4 top universities have all extended olive branches to him. He is a peerless genius, with 70 points of qi and HP. I'm afraid he is about to break through to the 2nd grade warrior. There's a rumor that Lin Jingtian seems to be some powerful person who is resurrected. I heard that a master-level person has come to find him. A strong man is resurrected? There are also strong men at the Grandmaster level looking for him? Hiss. The people around gasped. Although such news sounds very mysterious, 70 points of health is already mysterious enough for them. Is Lin Jingtian related to the powerful person at the Grandmaster level? When Lu Bo heard the discussions of the crowd, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Damn it, Wang Chuan, you're going to kill me. What bad luck. Is he out of his mind? Why do you want to bring Wang Chuan along? Today should have been a very happy day for him. Why did it turn out like this? Fortunately, he never said a bad word about Lin Jingtian. I believe that after a while, as long as he does not appear in front of everyone, Lin Jingtian will completely forget about this matter. Health 30 points. At this moment, Wang Chuan's test results came out. Lu Bo, who was about to raise his hand to test, was stunned for a moment. He looked at Wang Chuan in surprise and thought it was impossible. 30 points of health. How is it possible? Lu Bo's impression of Wang Chuan is still at the level of qi and blood. For a moment, it was impossible to accept the fact that Wang Chuan's blood and energy had increased to 30 points. 30 points? No wonder you're so confident, but that's all. Lin Jingtian looked at Wang Chuan indifferently. His expression did not change at all, as if Wang Chuan's test score was 3 points. Come to think of it, for a genius like him, there is no difference between 30 points of health and 3 points of health, because they are not worth mentioning in front of him. Excellent result, passed. Go check the condition of your muscles and bones. Seeing this number, the staff member next to him changed his expression, and then pressed the seal without hesitation. Warriors are a valuable asset to any country. Wang Chuan is still very young. As long as he doesn't die young, he will become the pillar of mankind in the future and protect the peace of the human world. For such people, they naturally maintain enough appreciation and respect. Wang Chuan held the assessment form, feeling a little dazed. Although he could see his energy and blood on the system properties panel, Wang Chuan still felt different when it was detected by the Martial Alliance. Qi and blood 30 points. He didn't even dare to think about this number before he got the system. After calming himself down, Wang Chuan walked towards the next assessment item. Are you tempering your bones or your muscles? For bones, go to the house on the left. For muscles, go to the right. After hearing the staff's instructions, Wang Chuan came to the small house on the right. Muscle hardening degree 10%. After a while, a voice sounded from inside the room. Congratulations, brother, you have become an official warrior of Daxia. When Wang Chuan walked out of the room, a staff member waiting outside spoke enthusiastically. Thank you. By the way, when can I receive the 50,000 yuan subsidy? Wang Chuan shook the other person's hand enthusiastically, and then asked excitedly. This question really confused the staff. No? Seeing the staff's expression, Wang Chuan was speechless. Could he have been deceived by that silly girl Chen Xianxian? Yes. Yes. The staff members were a little amused and helpless after they realized what was happening. The next moment, he opened his mouth and said, Brother, I can increase your monthly subsidy to 100,000 yuan. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan's eyes instantly turned into lights. Of course I'm interested, brother. How can I get a higher subsidy? When the staff member saw that Wang Chuan agreed, he smiled and said, Come with me. As they talked, the two came to an office on the second floor. There was an old man sitting inside, playing with his laptop. Seeing the two people coming in, the old man hurriedly closed his notebook and took out his headphones in a hurry. The next moment, a high-pitched woman's voice was heard in the room. The staff member blushed immediately, but Wang Chuan's eyes lit up. With his years of experience, he could conclude that the sound came from Teacher Mikami. Oh my god, I didn't expect that this old man has such good taste at his age. He admires Teacher Mikami as much as I do. Damn, that little bastard used my computer? Damn, I warned you guys a long time ago not to use those messed up websites on my computer, but you didn't listen. Don't let me find out who it was. The old man cursed as he forcibly shut down the computer. The corner of the mouth of the staff member nearby twitched. What do you want? The old man asked in a serious manner, as if he was not the one watching the movie just now. Wang Chuan quietly gave the old man a thumbs up. The body may grow old but the heart remains young. Awesome. Chapter 22 Rating S. Teacher Zhang, I brought this brother here to conduct a practical test. The staff member said respectfully. Oh? The old man raised his eyebrows, looked at Wang Chuan, and asked, which school are you from? Why don't I know you? Wang Chuan, Teacher Zhang, I am a student of Bincheng No. 2 Middle School. The old man stared at Wang Chuan and muttered, a student from Laozhong School? Which key class are you in? Wang Chuan was stunned and replied truthfully, Ordinary Class 3. After hearing these words, the staff was stunned and looked at Wang Chuan in a daze. From the regular class? Are you kidding me? Students in ordinary classes have 30 points of qi and blood? Could it be that because he hadn't left the deserted city for a while, the overall level of Daxio's warriors had improved? Can only enter the ordinary class with 30 points of health? Puff! The old man tried to cover up his previous embarrassment by drinking tea, but when he heard Wang Chuan's words, he spat out the tea in his mouth. You kid dare to make fun of me, believe it or not, I will let old Zhong take care of you. The old man said unhappily. Wang Chuan was speechless and took out his student ID. I didn't lie to the teacher. I'm really from the ordinary third class. The old man took the certificate suspiciously, and was stunned when he saw the contents on it. Damn, Lao Zhong is so arrogant? He threw all the students with 30 points of health into the ordinary class? As the old man spoke, he turned on the computer and entered Wang Chuan's ID information. Next second. Fuck. You. When the old man saw the information displayed on the screen, he burst into swearing and his eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. Seeing the old man's appearance, the staff member was filled with curiosity and leaned over. Fuck. The staff also swore. The test result 20 days ago was 2 points for qi and blood? Are you sure you're not kidding? The staff member looked at the information displayed on the screen, then looked at Wang Chuan, his eyes full of disbelief. Get lost, I'll test this kid. The old man's eyes changed when he looked at Wang Chuan, and he waved to the staff. Boy, come with me. The old man's eyes were shining as he took Wang Chuan into a room. After entering the room, Wang Chuan suddenly reacted. Something bad happened. He was just thinking about getting more subsidies, but forgot to hide his energy and blood. Now, the country has discovered it. He won't be locked up and sliced up, will he? Put away your throbbing little heart. As long as we are sure that you are not a cult warrior, the country doesn't care how fast you practice. We hope that you can practice as fast as possible. Only when there are more and more young strong men will our Great Xia become more and more prosperous, and the lives of our people in Great Xia will become better and better. The change in Wang Chuan's expression did not escape the old man's eyes. The old man instantly guessed what he was thinking and said unhappily. Boy, don't be afraid to expose your talent. On the contrary, the higher your talent, the more the country will value you. Do you understand? Wang Chuan's body trembled when he heard this, and then relaxed. He seemed to be overly worried. That's right, what is he afraid of? Lin Jingqi's blood test outside is 70 points. Isn't he alive and well? He wasn't caught either. The strength of a country does not come from the strength of one individual. There has not yet appeared in this world a strong man who can suppress the current world. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, for the reminder. This time, Wang Chuan expressed his sincere gratitude. Go in and pick out a handy weapon. There is a puppet in the room. All you have to do is defeat it. Don't worry, I will be watching here all the time and will never let you get hurt. The old man looked at Wang Chuan with burning eyes and reminded him. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuan walked into the room and went straight to the spear weapons area. He carefully picked up and weighed each spear, and chose a spear that was similar in weight to the Yu family spear. Teacher Zhang, I'm ready. Wang Chuan held the spear tightly in both hands, alert to his surroundings, and said something to the door. Buzz. Before he finished his words, a shadow came straight to Wang Chuan's face. Wipe. Wang Chuan couldn't help but swear, then he rolled over to avoid the attack. The old man had no moral principles and did not even give him a heads up, launching a surprise attack that caught people off guard. Fortunately, Wang Chuan had been on guard in every corner of the room, so he was not defeated by one blow. Fortunately, he strengthened his body skills to proficiency, otherwise he would have been injured by this attack. Even then, his movements were not very graceful. The afterimage failed to hit the target and attacked again. This time Wang Chuan was on guard. Just as it attacked him, Wang Chuan suddenly stabbed it with the gun in his hand. Bang! With a dull thud, the black shadow flew backwards. Only then did Wang Chuan see clearly what the black shadow was. It turned out to be a metal puppet in the shape of a dog. At this moment, the puppet was emitting white smoke, as if it had run out of energy. Detection completed, test level, S. Just as Wang Chuan was looking at the metal puppet curiously, a voice was heard in the room. He didn't know that Zhang Tianyao outside the door was stunned at this moment. S. Those darlings from number 1 and number 2 middle school came here for the test, and they only got an A+. How can this kid be an S? This kid's talent is almost the same as Lin Jingtian's. This kid must be the ultimate move that old Zhong has hidden. A person's true strength is not simply determined by his qi and blood, but by his actual combat ability. There are many factors that affect actual combat capabilities. Qi and blood, the comprehension of martial arts techniques, the control of strength, the grasp of the battle situation, and so on. Judging from Wang Chuan's move just now, Zhang Tianyao could tell that he had an average grasp of the battle situation, but Wang Chuan's control over his strength was not low. 30 points of qi and blood, this result is really amazing in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of those peerless geniuses, it is not worth mentioning at all. These are the conclusions Zhang Tianyao came to after watching the duel between Wang Chuan and the puppet, but these are not enough to make Wang Chuan get an S rating. So, the reason why Wang Chuan received such high praise was his understanding of martial arts techniques? Thinking of this, Zhang Tianyao's heart skipped a beat. No way. Could it be that? He thought of a possibility. Boy, how long have you been learning the basics of marksmanship? Zhang Tianyao stared at Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan felt embarrassed when he heard this and stretched out his index and middle fingers. 2 months? Zhang Tianyao was suspicious. 20 days. Wang Chuan gave the answer. What level have you reached in your spear and body skills? Zhang Tianyao asked. In 20 days, even a genius can get the hang of it. A peerless genius like Lin Jingtian, if he concentrates on one skill, may be able to barely reach the level of minor success. If you are greedy and want to comprehend 2 subjects, you can at best get started, but it is absolutely impossible to achieve even a small amount of success. Mastered, said Wang Chuan. Gudong. Zhang Tianyao swallowed hard, his mind went blank at this moment. What an incredible understanding! Without extraordinary understanding, it would be impossible to raise one's strength to such a high level in such a short period of time. This kid is an extremely talented person. Boy, don't tell anyone what happened today, do you hear me? Zhang Tianyao warned. Oh. Listen to others' advice and eat your fill. Although he didn't know the reason, Wang Chuan still agreed. Chapter 23 Chening Tian, I found an S-level genius and I will recruit him into Dongda University. Your assessment is over, you can leave. Zhang Tianyao took out the finished warrior certificate and handed it to Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan immediately rubbed his hands and asked with a smile, Teacher, my subsidy. Zhang Tianyao was stunned when he heard this. Didn't old Zhong provide subsidies for a hidden talent like Wang Chuan? Zhang Tianyao has already determined that Wang Chuan is a good seedling hidden by the principal of number 2 middle school. Every year, those talented students will be targeted by cults, so all schools will hide the information of some students to avoid being discovered by cults. Zhang Tianyao realized that Wang Chuan's eyes were fixed on him. He came to his senses and waved his hand. He said proudly, the Wuming subsidy is 500,000 per month. I approved it. Okay, thank you teacher. Wang Chuan took the certificate and his face was full of wrinkles with smile. 500,000 a month, so great. Teacher, I have to mention that your taste is really good. Just when Wang Chuan was about to walk out, he suddenly turned around and said to Zhang Tianyao. Ah? Zhang Tianyao was a little confused. I like teacher Mikami too. Wang Chuan said and walked out. Zhang Tianyao. His face was full of black lines. Damn, it seems I can't watch such highly artistic films here anymore. After Wang Chuan walked out, Zhang Tianyao immediately called someone. Brother, what's the matter? Sis, the person opposite took a sip of tea happily. Old Chen, I've discovered a promising talent. I'm the first one to inform you. The comprehension rating is S. Zhang Tianyao said slowly, with an expression of watching a good show on his face. Crash. The sound of tea sets breaking came from the microphone, followed by a flurry of activity. As expected, the smile on Zhang Tianyao's face became even wider. Which school? The man's voice on the microphone became noticeably more urgent. From Binchang. Binchang. You're not talking about Lin Zhengtian from Binchang No. 1 High School, are you? That kid has already decided to go to Kyoto Wuhan University. I have no hope. The voice on the microphone was obviously no longer enthusiastic. It's not Lin Zhengtian from No. 1 Middle School, it's the hidden student from No. 2 Middle School. Zhang Tianyao chuckled. If it was Lin Zhengtian, I wouldn't have wasted this call. Really? You didn't lie to me? I'll go check it out right now. If I can really lie, well, recruit him into my Dongshan Wuda University. I'll owe you a favor. Old Chen, I suggest that when you meet this kid, you can start the conversation with him about money. This kid likes money very much. Zhang Tianyao reminded, remembering Wang Chuan's look just now. Money? Are you talking about secular currency? The person on the other side was a little confused when he heard it. Because for warriors, money is just a string of numbers needed in worldly life. A truly strong person does not value worldly money at all. Yes, that boy's name is Wang Chuan. As Zhang Tianyao spoke, he thought of Wang Chuan's appearance and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. Wang Chuan? The man's voice on the microphone changed noticeably. Zhang Tianyao was puzzled. What's wrong? Do you know him? I don't know you. I'll hang up first. I'll come to your place now. The other side. In a luxurious villa. What's wrong? Why do you look like this? Zhang Ying glanced at her husband and said speechlessly. It's okay. I'll go to Bincheng. Chen Tian stood up, but his brows frowned involuntarily. He was thinking, this couldn't be the same person. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Zhang Ying, who was standing by, heard the word Bincheng and immediately stood up and said, Are you going to catch that damn girl? I'll go with you. Chen Tian looked at his wife speechlessly. Shanshan is in the wilderness right now, how can you catch her? Do you want to force her to hide in the wilderness and never come out? Zhang Ying smiled awkwardly, then asked in confusion, You're not going to see Shanshan, then what are you doing there? Chen Tian said calmly, Tianyao has discovered a genius with an S-level comprehension rating. I will recruit him into our Dongshan Wuda University. Perception rating S? Zhang Ying's eyes sparkled. I haven't filled my quota for this year yet. Chen Tian's face was full of black lines. Rated S, everyone would want to accept such a student as a disciple, why would you, a mere 6th grade person, get involved? He pretended not to hear and walked away. Chen Tian, you bastard, please say something. Zhang Ying cursed as she looked at Chen Tian, who had become a black dot in the sky. You are just a master, why are you showing off? I will beat you to death when I become a master. Miss Zhang, in fact, you can kill him every day now, said the housekeeper with a smile. The servants around burst into laughter upon hearing this. Zhang Ying's face darkened, and she looked at the housekeeper. Oh, now you dare to make fun of me, and you even drive directly onto the highway. Tell me, should I beat you to death or not? The housekeeper said it out loud, and regretted it right after he said it. When he heard Zhang Ying's words, the muscles on his face twitched and he laughed dryly. Sister Ying, I said I just slipped my tongue, do you believe me? Huangcheng branch of the Martial League. Lu Bo happily walked out with his warrior certificate. Swish! The certificate in his hand immediately aroused the envy of people around him. Noticing the envious looks from the people around him, Lu Bo became even more proud. At this time, several eyes looked over. When Lu Bo saw that the other person was Lin Jingtian, he immediately smiled flatteringly, then lowered his head, like a dog with its tail between its legs. Without even bothering to think about why Wang Chuan was not there, Lu Bo hurried out. Only by being with his sister could he feel a little safe. Hey! Lin Xiaoyan walked out happily with the warrior certificate. Brother, where is that kid? Lin Jingtian looked towards the examination area and said calmly, not out yet. What? Because of his brother, Lin Xiaoyan knew some things that ordinary people didn't know. He was taken to participate in the practical assessment? Only some real geniuses will be taken to the actual combat assessment by the Martial Alliance. Lin Jingtian took a look and said to them, let's go. Brother, don't we need to wait and see his assessment results? Lin Xiaoyang asked. Lin Jingtian said calmly, no need, let's do our work first, as for him. As he spoke, Lin Jingtian took a look inside and said calmly, we'll see each other again someday. Lin Xiaoyan looked puzzled. If the other party was a genius, shouldn't they find out more about him? Seeing Lin Xiaoyan's confusion, someone next to him said disdainfully, "What are you waiting for? It's just a waste of time. No matter how talented that kid is, can he compare to Brother Tian? We have urgent matters to attend to. It's not worth wasting time on him." Ha ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around Lin Zhengtian burst into laughter. Lin Xiaoyan was stunned when he heard this, and then he burst into laughter. Yes, his brother was rated S level, and even alarmed a super genius at the Grandmaster level. Even if Wang Chuan has incredible talent, to what extent can he be so gifted? Can he compare to his brother? Not long after Lin Zhengtian left, Wang Chuan walked out happily. Inside the hotel. When Lu Bo returned to the hotel and saw his sister, he immediately took out his warrior certificate excitedly. Sister Chanxian, I am also a warrior now." Lu Qingling was also very happy to see the certificate in her brother's hand. Chen Xianxian frowned and said, "Xiaobo, where is Wang Chuan? Aren't you two together?" Lu Bo was puzzled when he heard this. Wang Chuan hasn't come back yet? Could he be blocked there by Lin Zhengtian and his men? He told what happened in the Wumeng. Wang Chuan really doesn't know when to advance or retreat. What's wrong with giving way? That's Lin Zhengtian. That's great. He has offended Lin Zhengtian. He may be targeted in future training. Lu Bo said, his tone unable to hide the teasing. Chen Xianxian and Lu Qingling looked at each other when they heard this. Lu Qingling couldn't hide the surprise on her face. Go to take practical assessment? Is Wang Chuan so talented? Seeing the expressions on Chen Xianxian and her sister's faces, Lu Bo became puzzled. Is there something here that he doesn't know? Judging from their expressions, Wang Chuan has benefited again. Lu Bo's heart suddenly felt unbalanced. Chapter 24. Is this still the cool goddess of Dongshan Wuda? Sister, what's going on? Lu Bo looked at Lu Qingling. What he was most worried about now was that Wang Chuan got some benefits while he got nothing. Seeing Lu Bo's look, Chen Xianxian frowned and said indifferently, if a person's blood and qi test results are good, the woman will let him take a practical test. Once he passes the test, he will be given a comprehensive rating in many aspects. If the rating is high, it will be taken seriously by the Martial Alliance and will also be noticed by the strong men from various martial arts universities. What? On what basis does Wang Chuan have? This must be fake. Lu Bo couldn't accept it immediately. When his blood pressure was tested at school, his blood pressure was much higher than Wang Chuan's. Why did Wang Chuan get all the good things? By dating online, you can find a beautiful girlfriend like the school belle. If you come to the Wumeng for assessment, you will receive special treatment. Why? Lu Bo's mentality collapsed. Why can't he touch it? He is also very good. When it comes to blood and qi testing, he is the first in the class, okay? Seeing him like this, Chen Xianxian frowned and had an even worse impression of him. He has no tolerance for others and is so selfish. He is absolutely a completely different person from his sister Lu Qingling. Chen Xianxian looked at Lu Qingling, her eyes full of inquiry. How come you have such a brother? Lu Qingling smiled bitterly. Her brother was not like this before, but after Qianxian came to her house, Lu Bo's character changed. At this moment, Wang Chuan pushed the door open from outside. Seeing Wang Chuan, Lu Bo immediately ran to him and stared at Wang Chuan with bloodshot eyes. The way he looked was no different from the enemy who stole his wife. Wang Chuan looked at Lu Bo in confusion. Lu Bo, what's wrong with you? Chen Xianxian asked, where is your warrior certificate? Wang Chuan was puzzled and threw the warrior certificate to Chen Xianxian. Lu Qingling also came over curiously and looked at the lower right corner of the certificate. The next moment, the two men frowned. Rating C? Ordinary warriors do not need to participate in actual combat assessments, just like Lu Bo. The default rating of such certificates is D. Once the actual combat assessment was conducted, the lowest rating was B, but Wang Chuan's rating was C. Did they guess wrong? Wang Chuan did not participate in the actual combat assessment? Chen Xianxian, why are you back so late? Miss me? Wang Chuan ko hua hua. Seeing the expressions of the two people, Wang Chuan immediately guessed the reason. Zhang Tianyao explained to him that for his safety, the Wumeng deliberately changed his rating from S to C in order to prevent the cult members from taking notice. Well, Lu Qingling on the side was stunned and looked at Wang Chuan in astonishment. In Dongshan Wuhan University, no male creature dared to say such words to Chen Qianqian. She seemed to have seen the scene of Wang Chuan being beaten up. But what surprised her was that after hearing it, Chen Qianqian did not take any action, but just glared at Wang Chuan fiercely. Wang Chuan was not afraid either. He smiled and recounted what had just happened. Of course, Wang Chuan did not mention anything about the rating. He just said that the Martial Alliance saw that his energy and blood were improving too quickly, so they needed to check whether he had practiced any evil cult techniques. After listening to this, Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes and pouted. This guy had been getting more and more presumptuous in front of her recently and didn't take her, his employer, seriously at all. I see, that's what I said. Lu Bo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wang Chuan doesn't benefit from it, it's fine. Lu Qingling on the side looked back and forth between Wang Chuan and Chen Qianqian thoughtfully. She had sensed that something was wrong with Wang Chuan and Chen Qianqian before, but she thought it was just her own illusion. But when Wang Chuan started to tease her just now, Chen Qianqian just glared at him indifferently. This is not a threat, this is clearly flirting, okay? And just now, Qianqian actually pouted at Wang Chuan. Is this an action only done between lovers? Lu Qingling looked at Chen Qianqian suspiciously. Could it be that this girl was really turning the fake into reality? Wang Chuan, you have offended Lin Jingtian so much that you should stay in school and wait for the martial arts exam after you return this time. Lu Bo on the side suddenly felt gloating. Lin Jingtian? Who cares about him? Wang Chuan said with disdain. He is a very powerful guy, how could he be afraid of a little super genius? After a while, he will let those so-called super geniuses see the horror of cheaters. Lu Bo curled his lips, just keep talking tough. Don't worry too much. You'll just get beaten up at most. We're all warriors from Disya. Can he really kill you? Chen Qianqian said to Wang Chuan with a smile. I'm your boyfriend. If he dares to hit me, it means he looks down on you. Don't you want to take action to maintain your dignity? Wang Chuan raised his eyebrows. As long as you don't kill me and I can still use you, I don't care. Chen Qianqian's eyes curved into crescents and she said with a smile. You're badly injured, how can you use it? Do you like women on top and men on the bottom? Oh, sister, I'm dying, we're just joking, don't really do it. Before Wang Chuan could finish his words, Chen Qianqian grabbed his ear fiercely, and Wang Chuan had to beg for mercy immediately. Lu Qingling, who was standing by, was stunned. Is this still the cool goddess from Dongshan Wuda? Why do I feel so much more worldly after being with Wang Chuan? Seeing this, Lu Bo was so jealous that he wanted to bite the sword in his hand off. Why can Wang Chuan do such intimate things with the school beauty? Chen Qianqian and Wang Chuan were arguing when Chen Qianqian's cell phone rang. She answered the call immediately, then immediately pulled Wang Chuan's hand around her waist. Yes, Mom, be careful what you say. Chen Qianqian threatened in a low voice. Wang Chuan put his arms around Chen Qianqian and pulled her tighter into his arms. Chen Qianqian rolled her eyes. This guy only dared to take advantage of her so unscrupulously at this time. Mom, have you and Dad eaten? Chen Qianqian said sweetly. Qianqian, where are you and Sichuan now? I haven't been able to get through to you on the phone for half a month. Your father and I have been worried about you. Warriors are not allowed to use their cell phones during training. Didn't Qianqian tell you that? Dad Wang Hai's voice came from the microphone. Shut up. How can I not be worried about two children going to the wilderness where there are monsters everywhere? After Linli finished scolding, she said to Wang Chuan beside her. Xiaochuan, you have just become a warrior and have little experience. You have to listen to Qianqian in everything there. Do you hear me? Wang Chuan immediately assured, got it, Mom, I will definitely listen to my wife. Chen Qianqian immediately pinched Wang Chuan hard. This guy was taking advantage of her verbally again. Linli nodded and said to Chen Qianqian, Qianqian, I feel relieved when you are here. Now that you are back from the wilderness, you must come home. Your father and I will make delicious food for you. Okay, Mom. I love the food my parents cook the most. I can't get it here. Chen Qianqian's voice is unusually gentle and sweet. Ah, Qianqian, just eat as long as you like. By the way, you little bastard, if Qianqian comes back a little thinner, I'll beat you to death. On the screen, Wang Hai laughed heartily and then immediately scolded Wang Chuan. His expression changed so quickly that it was jaw-dropping. Wang Chuan was speechless. He had completely lost his status at home. Upon hearing this, Chen Shanshan's smile became even brighter. Wang Chuan and Chen Shanshan were chatting naturally with Wang Hai and his wife, and they didn't notice at all that Lu Qingling and Lu Bo on the side were almost dropping their eyes to the ground. It's developing so fast. Even mom and dad were called. Chapter 25. Wang Chuan, don't you see that she is forcing me to be her boyfriend? Especially Lu Qingling, she and Chen Shanshan are often together. When has she ever seen Chen Shanshan like this? When she heard Chen Shanshan answering the phone and calling mom affectionately, she thought it was Chen Shanshan's mother Jiang Ying calling, but she didn't expect it was Wang Chuan's parents calling. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Chuan naturally put his arm around Chen Shanshan's waist. Chen Shanshan had a smile on her face, without any resistance or displeasure. Seeing the scene, Lu Qingling knew that the two of them must have done this action many times, and Chen Shanshan was used to it. And just now it was Chen Shanshan who took the initiative to pull Wang Chuan's hand and hugged her waist. It's just looking for a shield, is it necessary to go to this extent? I'll ask this damn girl what's going on. Lu Qingling secretly took a photo and sent it to her group of girlfriends. The next second, the group of girlfriends exploded. Shocked.jpg, who was that little brother? So handsome. At Xiao Lingdang, girl, where did Shanshan find such a handsome guy? Isn't this Shanshan's rumored boyfriend on the internet? That little shield? Is it necessary for this damn girl to make such a big sacrifice just to shut her parents up? I think she wants to be the old cow eating young grass? Lu Qingling was speechless when she saw the content posted in the group. Why do these girls have such different focuses? Moreover, if the students of Dongshan Wuhan University saw the chat content in the group, they would definitely be shocked. Because all the people in this group are famous beauties from Dongshan University of Warsaw, and the one who sent the drooling expression is the most famous cold goddess from Dongshan University of Warsaw. Lu Qingling sighed softly. When a woman becomes a hooligan, men have nothing to lose. Seeing Chen Shanshan hang up the phone, Lu Qingling immediately pulled her aside. Chen Shanshan looked at Lu Qingling in confusion, then suddenly realized something and blushed. Little Belle, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Qingling stared at Chen Shanshan's eyes and asked, Shanshan, tell me the truth, are you? I didn't, you're talking nonsense, that's not true. Chen Shanshan didn't wait for Lu Qingling to finish speaking and immediately launched a powerful move, 3 consecutive denials. Lu Qingling continued in a deep voice, do you really not like Wang Chuan? I didn't expect you to deny it so hastily. It turns out you really like Wang Chuan. Chen Shanshan's pretty face instantly turned red. She glared at Lu Qingling fiercely and said with a pout, damn little Belle, did you do this on purpose? Lu Qingling sighed softly in her heart, forget it, even if Shanshan and Wang Chuan are serious, so what? It's normal for an unmarried man and an unmarried woman to be together. The other side. Lu Bo was so jealous that his teeth were about to break. It turns out that being a shield has such benefits. When Lu Bo thought about Wang Chuan comfortably hugging the school beauty's soft waist, he wanted to beat Wang Chuan to death. Wang Chuan, how did you do it? Lu Bo asked, his tone full of unwillingness. What? Wang Chuan looked at Lu Bo in confusion. Chasing the school beauty. Lu Bo had already torn Wang Chuan into pieces in his heart. In his opinion, Wang Chuan asked this question on purpose. Chasing the campus beauty? Which eye of yours saw that I was chasing her? Didn't you see that she was forcing me to be her boyfriend? Hey, squad leader. Wang Chuan gently patted Lu Bo's shoulder and said with a distressed look. You will never understand the troubles of a handsome guy like me. It's a sin to be too handsome. Lu Bo. He now wants to kill Wang Chuan even more. Especially when he saw Wang Chuan's face, which looked distressed but smug, he wanted to beat him up even more. In order to find mental balance, he immediately sent his warrior certificate to the class group. The class group was silent for a while and then exploded. Seeing the 99 plus news, Lu Bo felt relieved. The guys in the class are really cute. He decided that he would never compare himself with Wang Chuan again. Ever since this guy got in touch with the school bell, his strength has increased rapidly. He seriously suspected that it was because of the school bell that Wang Chuan was promoted so quickly. If the school bell was looking for him as a shield, his health might have reached 100 points by now. The upper limit of a first-grade warrior's chi and blood is 100 points. If he really has 100 points of chi and blood, the speed of tempering muscles or bones will naturally be faster. Once the tempering is completed, he can naturally break through and become a second-grade warrior. I'm the first one in my class to get a warrior certificate. Thinking of this, Lubo felt relieved. Just as he was thinking about it, someone suddenly at him. Lubo opened the class group in confusion. Zhou Chang, at Lubo, squad leader, we are destined to meet. 3 days ago, I also passed the warrior certification. Warrior certificate.jpg. Zhou Chang, many people may not understand that there are differences between certificates. Do you see the small letter on the lower right corner of my certificate? Zhou Chang, most people who pass the assessment will be rated D, but some people are gifted, and the Martial Alliance will arrange a practical assessment for them. Once those people pass, the lowest rating will be B. Zhou Chang, I asked, a B grade would put him in the top 10 of the key class, so he would have no problem getting into Binchang Wuda, and even Dongshan Wuda would be eligible to try. When Lu Bo saw this, he instantly lost his composure. Wipe. Zhou Chang's rating is actually B. He suddenly felt that the warrior certificate in his hand was no longer useful. Zhou Chang, at Wang Chuan, Chuanza, where is your certificate? When Lu Bo saw Zhou Chang tagged Wang Chuan, he subconsciously felt anxious. The next second, Wang Chuan's certificate appeared in the class group. You guys are awesome. Invincible. Invincible. The class group was in an uproar. The happiest person was the class teacher Li Tingxing, who directly posted an announcement in the group. His bonus is secure this year. Lu Bo was extremely depressed. This guy is such a fucking failure. Early the next morning, a hint of paleness appeared in the sky. After Wang Chuan and his 3 companions bought the supplies, they headed towards the Golden Bear Forest again. Wang Chuan, are you majoring in gunmanship? While on the road, Lu Bo saw Wang Chuan carrying a spear on his back, and he asked curiously. The spear is too unconventional and too cumbersome to use. If you haven't mastered the spear technique to a minor level, you will be much worse than those of us who are learning swords. As he spoke, Lu Bo made a sword flower with the alloy weapon in his hand. In preparation for today's training, I took another Qi and blood pill last night. Now my Qi and blood are at 40 points. I have finally caught up with the students in the key classes. In the martial arts exam 2 months later, it shouldn't be a problem for my Qi and blood to reach over 70. As for tempering, I'll prioritize tempering the bones in my right hand, as it will complement my swordsmanship perfectly. With my sister and sister Chanshan, 2 masters, here, I will try to master the sword skills as soon as possible under their guidance. What do you think of my plan? Wang Chuan was speechless. It would be more accurate to say that Lu Bo was showing off his growth rather than demonstrating his plan. Wang Chuan smiled and said, your plan is perfect. Hearing Wang Chuan's words, Lu Bo's face was full of smiles. Wang Chuan, since you also feel that this plan is perfect, then do you want to change to swordsmanship as well? You have only been a warrior for a few days, so you probably don't have a deep understanding of spearmanship. It's not too late for you to learn swordsmanship now. Lu Bo spoke in the tone of a master instructing a junior. The improvement in strength made him a little carried away. He even forgot that many of the monsters killed by Wang Chuan before were mid-stage first-order monsters. Without a basic understanding of the gunmanship, it would be impossible to kill a mid-stage first-order monster. Lu Qingling on the side was speechless and wished she could slap her brother to wake him up. Fortunately, as the team moved forward, when everyone entered the Golden Bear Forest, Lu Bo calmed down and became alert to his surroundings. At this moment, a dark shadow suddenly attacked. Chapter 26, while training with a beautiful woman, he was targeted by someone in the dark. Let me. Lu Bo said in a low voice. As the shadow got closer, everyone could see its appearance clearly. It is a needle-pointed hedgehog, a first-stage early-stage monster. Among the first-tier monsters, the needle-spike hedgehog is the weakest, as its only means of attack is its body of thorns. Moreover, the attack speed of this needle-pointed hedgehog is very slow, and it is one of the most suitable monster species for beginners to practice with. Lu Qingling breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was a hedgehog, but she still reminded. Xiaobo, be careful. I know, sister, just wait and see. Lu Bo was on high alert. This was the first time he faced a monster alone after becoming a warrior. Besides being nervous, he was more excited. After all, his strength had just been greatly improved last night, and he needed a hearty battle to prove himself. Look at the sword. Lu Bo made a handsome sword flower and stabbed the hedgehog's eyes with confidence, which was its weak point. The hedgehog turned around, and the thorns on its body collided with Lu Bo's sword, splashing countless sparks. Wang Chuan was speechless. When facing a monster, one should use the most labor-saving, simple and direct means to kill it. Why are you trying to be cool here? If you encounter ferocious monsters, they will not give you the chance to draw the sword flower. Bang! 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 Lu Bo's sword and the spines on the back of the needle-pointed hedgehog collided with each other repeatedly, making a series of muffled sounds. At this moment, something happened that no one expected. Bang! Lu Bo wanted to make another handsome sword flower, but unexpectedly the sword in his hand was knocked to the ground. This guy's face was immediately filled with panic. He just stood there, forgetting to dodge and allowing the hedgehog to crash into him. Xiaobo. Lu Qingling sighed in her heart. Her brother had fought too few battles with monsters. Just when she was about to take action, a figure flashed by and a spear stabbed forward fiercely. Zalala. The needle-pointed hedgehog was pierced by a bullet, but it was not dead yet. Its limbs were struggling and it was squeaking. Today's lunch is settled. The needle-pointed hedgehog is one of the few monsters that human warriors have confirmed is edible, and its meat is extremely delicious. Wang Chuan, didn't I tell you not to do it? I can do it myself. Lu Bo came back to his senses with an extremely embarrassed expression. He stuck out his neck and said unconvincedly, I know, squad leader. I'm just afraid that your swordsmanship is too powerful and you can stab the needle-pointed hedgehog into powder with one sword. Then we will have nothing to eat. Wang Chuan said with a smile. I have confidence in my swordsmanship, you. Xiaobo, Wang Chuan saved your life. Seeing that Lu Bo was still trying to argue, Lu Qingling couldn't stand it anymore and said in a low voice. Lu Bo didn't say anything, but the words unconvinced were clearly written on his face. He obviously thought that Wang Chuan's move was to steal his limelight. I'm sorry, Wang Chuan. He's been spoiled at home. Lu Qingling walked up to Wang Chuan and whispered. Fine. Wang Chuan naturally wouldn't take such a trivial matter to heart. After preparing the thorny hedgehog, he set it up. There was plenty of dry firewood around, so Wang Chuan skillfully made a fire and started roasting it. Lu Bo's face looked very unhappy. He had decided not to compare himself with Wang Chuan anymore, but when he saw Wang Chuan and Chen Shanxian together, he couldn't help but compare them in his heart. In addition, his blood and qi have increased to 40 points. He thought he was much stronger than Wang Chuan's 30 points of blood and qi. However, he did not expect that there was still such a big gap in strength between him and Wang Chuan. Your strength seems to have increased again. Tell me the truth, have you improved your marksmanship to mastery? Chen Shanxian looked at Wang Chuan grilling meat curiously, and came up to him and asked in a low voice. She had gone out to experience life many times, and each time she brought compressed biscuits and easy-to-eat food with her. She had never had the experience of barbecue in the wild. Besides, the people around her were all warriors and rich people, and no one knew how to cook. So she felt very curious when she saw Wang Chuan grilling meat. Wang Chuan rolled his eyes at Chen Shanxian and teased her, Why are you always staring at me? Do you want to be my real girlfriend? Bah, you bad woman, forget it. Roll. Chen Shanxian said angrily, rolling her beautiful eyes, causing Wang Chuan to laugh. Being interrupted by Wang Chuan, Chen Shanxian forgot to continue asking him whether he had mastered the shooting skills. When Lu Qingling saw this scene, she became more and more certain that there was something wrong between Wang Chuan and Chen Shanxian. After a while, the fragrance spread, and Chen Shanxian and Lu Qingling's eyes sparkled. It turns out that the thorny hedgehog can be so fragrant just by simply roasting it. Chen Shanxian looked at it curiously, drooling, and asked innocently, Can I eat it now? Lu Qingling on the side swallowed madly, Sure enough, when I come to the wilderness, I still have to bring someone who can cook. How can I eat compressed biscuits in the future? Wang Chuan, what should we do if you are not with us in the future? Chen Shanxian nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, yes, yes. Lu Bo couldn't stand it anymore. He didn't expect his sister to betray him so easily. When Wang Chuan handed him the fragrant barbecue, Lu Bo turned his grief and anger into appetite and started to eat until his mouth was full of oil. Chen Shanxian immediately took out her phone, took a photo, and posted it on WeChat Moments. Look at the barbecue my boyfriend made. It's delicious. Men who can cook are the most handsome, hee hee. The Dongshan Wuda forum was instantly boiling. What's wrong with the school bell? Isn't the school bell always cold to any man? How can that boy get the school bell smile so easily? I'm numb. Why didn't I learn some cooking skills? Maybe if I learned cooking skills, I could become the school beauty's boyfriend. I envy that boy. Don't let me see him. I want to challenge him. Challenge +1. Challenge +2. Challenge plus 10,086. Many people beat their chests and stamped their feet, refusing to accept that the school beauty really had a boyfriend, and vowed to challenge Wang Xuan. Seeing the boiling forum, Lu Qingling was speechless. This girl wanted to piss off Aunt Zhang and Principal Chen to death. At the same time, she observed 3 seconds of silence for Wang Xuan in her heart. Wang Xuan probably didn't know that there were so many people waiting to challenge him before he was even admitted to Wuhan University. In the next month, Lu Bo and Wang Xuan's strength increased rapidly. They had more and more corpses of monsters in their hands, and they had to return to the deserted city every few days to sell the corpses of monsters. At this moment, as the 4 people were walking in the forest, a rich fragrance suddenly came. Chen Shanshan's eyes lit up, she thought of something, and jumped lightly to a tree branch 20 meters high. Wang Xuan's eyes lit up. He had never seen this girl use her full strength before, and this time she showed off a little bit of her skills. Is this Qinggong? His heart was full of envy, and Wang Xuan made up his mind that when he became a 3rd-grade warrior, the first thing he would practice would be the Qinggong technique. Chen Shanshan came back soon, her beautiful eyes full of excitement. We found a nest of sky feather horned beasts. One is in the early stage of the 3rd stage, one is in the middle stage of the 2nd stage, and there are several 1st stage ones. We can definitely eat them all. When they heard this, they were immediately delighted. The Tianyu horned beast was mutated from a wild horse and had a horn on its head. If it weren't for its colorful fur, it would look very similar to the unicorn in Wang Xuan's previous life. The Tianyu horned beast is very precious because its horn is a very valuable healing medicine that is very effective in treating bone injuries. However, these skyfeather horned beasts have always lived in groups, and the leading skyfeather horned beast is at least level 5, so there are very few low-level warriors who dare to confront them. Unexpectedly, they were so lucky this time and actually encountered a small group of Tianyu horned beasts. The leading Tianyu horned beast was only level 3. I'll deal with the level 3 one, Xiao Lingdang will deal with the level 2 one, and Wang Xuan will deal with the rest. Lu Bo will assist from the side. How do you think? Chen Shanshan's eyes were full of joy. Lu Bo had a dry face. What he said was really nice, saying that he was providing support, but wasn't it because they despised his low ability and asked him to stay out of the way? If you have low strength, you have no human rights. The 4 people were discussing, completely unaware that something was happening not far away from them. Dozens of people's eyes became hot. It's the sky feather horned beast. We're rich, we're rich. These people are so lucky that they actually encountered the sky feather horned beast. Hurry up and inform the others to give up other deals and do this one first. We are going to get rich. I didn't expect there was a 3rd-rank warrior among them. Fortunately, I didn't rush into it before. As several people spoke, their gazes towards Chen Shanshan and Lu Qingling became extremely fiery. They already had ideas about the 2 women, but they had never taken action. Before knowing their strength, they were afraid that they would fail miserably if they acted rashly. At this moment, they were extremely grateful for this decision. Such a young 3rd-rank warrior must be a genius disciple of Dongshan Martial Arts University. Boss, are you really determined to take action? Although Dongshan Martial Arts University is at the bottom of the 4 top universities, they are famous for protecting their students. Wei. A younger brother couldn't help but open his mouth to remind him. The leader looked up at his younger brother and jokingly asked, "Are you scared?" The others also laughed. The younger brother, who was teased by everyone, was not annoyed, but smiled and said, "Since the 3rd brother has decided, then this time we must make sure it is foolproof." The leader laughed loudly and patted his younger brother on the shoulder. I knew you were braver than anyone else. How could you be afraid? Xiao Jun, you will be the commander of this operation. All the brothers will listen to your orders. If you need 3rd brother to do something, just give the order. The others also looked at Xiao Jun with admiration, and no one raised any objections. The man called Xiao Jun heard this, hesitated for a moment, and said, "The other party is the prodigy of Dongshan Martial Arts University, and there must be a strong man above the 6th rank behind him. We cannot provoke such strong men at the moment, so this operation must be foolproof. The other side has a 3rd-grade warrior and 2 1st-grade warriors. The remaining girl's strength is unknown, so we will treat her as a 3rd-grade warrior. 3rd brother, wait until 4th and 5th brothers arrive. I'll leave the 2 girls to you 3, and the 2 useless people to Old Tan and the other 2. The rest of you will clear out the warriors within a radius of 50 miles. Is that okay? The third brother and Lao Tan looked at each other and nodded. Chapter 27, Sky-Feathered Horned Beast. Fourth and fifth brothers are here. A younger brother with sharp eyes pointed to the distance and said. Everyone looked and saw two figures walking towards them from a distance. With one step forward, the two of them appeared 10 meters away like a cannonball, at an extremely fast speed. After the two people arrived, they looked at Mang San with inquiring eyes. Mang San nodded and told Xiao Jun his plan. Okay, let's do as Xiao Jun planned. Mang Si thought for a while and made sure that there were no loopholes in the plan before he spoke. Wait a minute. Just when everyone was about to take action, Xiao Jun suddenly spoke. Mang Wu looked at Xiao Jun, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes, but no one noticed. He always felt that there was something wrong with this Xiao Jun, but no one found anything abnormal about him, so he could not find a reason to take action. But how could a person with a clean family background take the initiative to join their Tianlang gang? You know, their Tianlang gang had long been judged as a cult by Daxia, so he decided to use this action to get rid of Xiao Jun. Mang Wu looked at Xiao Jun with a smile on his face. What's wrong, Xiao Jun? Is there anything else you want to add? Xiao Jun clasped his fists respectfully towards Mang Wu and said, Brother Wu, you are too polite. We can wait until those four people and the sky-feather horned beast are both injured before we take action. This way, the three brothers can save their energy and ensure that nothing goes wrong. Jun brother is right. The three brothers will have to exert their strength in other places later, right? A younger brother suddenly glanced at Chen Shanshan and Lu Qingling and said with a lewd smile. The other brothers immediately understood and burst into laughter. Mang San and Mang Si looked at each other and smiled meaningfully on their faces. The other side. For people who didn't know they were being targeted by a cult came to a valley. The jungle here is dense, which is suitable for the four of them to crouch in it. Wang Chuan also saw the legendary Tianyu horned beast, but it was not quite the same as described in the books. This is the sky-feather horned beast? It doesn't look like it. Lu Bo muttered softly. I saw that the four sky-feathered horned beasts looked exactly like horses, but they had black scales on their backs instead of hair. They were not big in size, but very strong. When they swung their tails, they actually made a sound of breaking through the air. Its hooves were like eagle claws, sharp and long, and a pointed horn grew out from between its two eyes. Those eyes were like a hawk patrolling the surroundings, and one could tell at a glance that they were not to be trifled with. The reason why it is different from what is described in the books is that these sky-feathered horned beasts actually have two human-like arms growing on their backs. When Wang Chuan and his companions looked over, they happened to see one of the Tianyu horned beasts scratching its butt with its hands. After scratching it, it even put it to its nose and sniffed it. Several people felt nauseous after seeing it, which made Wang Chuan doubt the purpose of the Tianyu horned beast having two arms. The two beauties, Chen Shanshan and Lu Qingling, have always loved cleanliness, and they almost couldn't help vomiting when they saw this scene. We are too few in number to be on guard, so we must fight quickly and end the battle before others notice what is happening here. Chen Shanshan said in a low voice. No. Wang Chuan and the other two responded. Wang Chuan took a look at his attribute panel. Host, Wang Chuan. Cultivation, late first grade. Qi and blood, 100. Muscle tempering, 99.9%. Kung Fu, basic tempering technique mastery plus basic gun technique mastery plus basic body technique mastery plus. When he saw that the degree of muscle tempering had reached 99.9%, the corners of Wang Chuan's mouth rose slightly. After a month of training, his muscles were almost all tempered, with only 2 muscles left to be tempered. Now Wang Chuan can fight with monsters while strengthening his muscles. This was one of the essential skills for a warrior to acquire during outdoor training that he had learned from Chen Shanshan over the past month. After killing the Tianyu horned beast, Wang Chuan can go back to choose the bone tempering method and start preparing to break through to become a second-grade warrior. Thinking of this, he felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Wang Chuan, don't be in a hurry to kill those little ones. At this time, Chen Shanshan whispered to Wang Chuan. Good. Wang Chuan glanced at Chen Shanshan and replied with a smile. He understood what Chen Shanshan meant. Those small ones were obviously the cubs of the sky-feather horned beasts. If Wang Chuan killed them prematurely, it would completely annoy the 2 big sky-feather horned beasts, and they might fight to the death. But if these cubs are used well, the 2 big Tianyu horned beasts will be distracted because they are worried about the cubs. Once they are distracted, Chen Shanshan and Lu Qingling will find an opportunity to kill them. Chen Shanshan nodded, and then she and Lu Qingling, with the help of the jungle's cover, moved slowly towards the two large sky-feathered horned beasts. Wang Chuan was not slow either, following closely behind the two. Get started! Just as Chen Shanshan and Lu Qingling approached the two sky-feathered horned beasts, a loud shout suddenly sounded. Chen Shanshan has a slender, graceful figure and an indescribably soft body, but I didn't expect that when she moved, she would move with great force and vigor, like a king. The same was true for Lu Qingling standing by. If Wang Chuan hadn't seen her take action, he would never have thought that such a gentle girl's favorite weapon was a knife, and the heaviest kind of machete. Hi, hi, hi! Sensing the danger, the 6 sky-feathered horned beast cubs roared in fear. Just as Wang Chuan and the others had expected, when the 2 big sky-feathered horned beasts heard the noise, their first reaction was to look at the 6 cubs. Bang! Just as they looked over, a black shadow flashed over, and a long spear suddenly hit one of the sky-feather horned beast cubs, knocking it away. The little guy was frightened and beaten, and his cries sounded even more helpless and miserable. Hi, hi, hi! The 2 big sky-feathered horned beasts became impatient when they heard the cubs' cries. Wang Chuan was neither anxious nor impatient. He used the Yu family spear as a whip and whipped the cubs again and again, making their cries even more miserable and desperate. Lu Bo, who was standing aside and could do nothing but watch, looked at Wang Chuan with an extremely complicated look. Those cubs were all first-stage mid-stage monsters. If he faced them, he would only get beaten. However, when Wang Chuan took action, it was the cubs that got beaten. Why? The difference in cultivation strength between him and Wang Chuan is obviously not that big. Why is there such a strong person in the class? But no one paid attention to him at this time. The Tianyu horned beast was finally angered, especially the cries of the cubs, which made it extremely manic. Hi, hi, hi! Its cries became rapid and sharp, as if needles were piercing into everyone's heads. Be careful of sonic attacks. Almost at the same time, Chen Shanshan reminded. Ah! Chen Shanshan's reminder was too late. Lu Bo was always slow to react. He was stung by the sound and fell to the ground in pain, with blood flowing from his 2 ears. Damn! Wang Chuan was speechless. We had clearly talked about the sonic attack of the sky-feathered horned beast in class, and Chen Shanshan also reminded him about it before entering the valley, but this guy didn't take it seriously. Lu Bo rolled on the ground in pain. Chen Shanshan, Lu Qingling and the 2 Tianyu horned beasts were entangled and couldn't get away. Only Wang Chuan had the energy to take care of him. Wang Chuan quickly took out the earplugs and stuffed them into Lu Bo's ears. Lu Bo stopped screaming, but his face was still extremely ugly and his facial features were distorted. Hi, hi, hi! Seeing that the sonic attack of the big sky-feathered horned beast was effective, several cubs also cried out, and several sharp cries merged together, as if a wave suddenly hit everyone's head. Even though Chen Shanshan and the other 2 had made preparations in advance, they were still shaken by the piercing sound. Lu Bo, who had just felt a little better, suddenly turned extremely ugly when he heard this voice. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Wang Chuan is obviously also a first-class warrior, so why is he fine? Chapter 28 Surrounded. Boom! The Tianyu horned beast slammed its hooves onto the ground and slammed towards Wang Chuan. It vowed to devour the human who dared to hurt its child. The grass and trees on both sides seemed to be crushed by a strong wind. The 2 arms on the back of the Tianyu horned beast, which had been idle, suddenly pulled an ancient tree out of the ground and swung it towards Wang Chuan. Everyone was shocked. This sky-feathered horned beast was so intelligent that it actually learned to use weapons like humans. Buzz! There was a loud bang in the void. Wang Chuan's face changed. He could feel the violent power contained in the ancient tree that was falling down. If an ordinary first-grade warrior encountered it, he would surely die. Ogawa, be careful. Chen Shanshan made a sword gesture and stabbed forward fiercely. Buzz! The void trembled, and a white sword light broke through the air. Boom! The ancient tree swung by the Tianyu horned beast was instantly chopped into pieces, making a muffled sound. Chen Shanshan did not stop stabbing with the sword. She stepped on the ground with 1 foot, and the ground made a loud bang sound. She turned into a cannonball and suddenly shot out, with the sword blade pointing at the neck and abdomen of the Tianyu horned beast, which were the fatal flaws of the Tianyu horned beast. Ah! Zilialu! Suddenly, the look in the sky-feathered horned beast's eyes changed, and a strange, sharp cry echoed. The sound waves actually turned into real sound waves, sweeping in all directions like water ripples. The void around it exploded, and the surrounding ancient trees turned into piles of powder and flew away in the wind. Puff! Lubo was blown away by the sound wave and landed dozens of meters away. His face was pale and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. Wang Chuan's face changed drastically, but fortunately his body skills had reached a level of proficiency, and relying on them he managed to narrowly avoid the sound waves. Chen Shanxian and Lu Qingling's faces changed drastically. This was not a 3rd-level sky feather horned beast, but a 5th-level one. It's just because it gave birth to cubs not long ago, so its realm has temporarily dropped to the 3rd level. Puff! This time, even Lu Qingling was forced back by the sound waves, and she took more than 10 steps back before she could stabilize her body. Her expression changed rapidly, and finally she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At the scene, only Chen Shanxian and Wang Chuan were still standing there. Lu Qingling and Chen Shanxian looked at Wang Chuan in surprise. Why is Wang Chuan still standing? Even Lu Qingling, a 2nd-rank warrior, was forced to retreat. How could Wang Chuan stand there unharmed? Isn't he a 1st-class warrior? How could a 1st-rank warrior possibly withstand this wave of attacks? Puff! Wang Chuan suddenly covered his chest with his left hand and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. It hurts so much, I feel like my body is going to fall apart. Am I going to die? Have my internal organs been shattered by the sound waves? Wang Chuan noticed everyone's gazes and reacted immediately. He staggered back a few steps, then turned pale and knelt on one knee on the ground. Chen Shanxian. Lu Qingling. Sky feather horned beast. Especially the Tianyu horned beast, it felt that the human in front of it was insulting its noble intelligence. Others are vomiting blood, but you are spitting phlegm, do you know that? Kill this despicable human. The Tianyu horned beast suddenly went crazy and rushed towards Wang Chuan, leaving a trail of afterimages behind. Die! At this moment, the sword in Chen Shanxian's hand suddenly burst out with a mighty force, and with her as the center, it devoured all the surrounding spiritual energy, and a dazzling sword light suddenly stabbed out. Ouch! The Tianyu horned beast seemed to know the horror of the sword light, and a look of fear appeared in its eyes. Wang Chuan and Lu Bo were stunned when they saw the sword light. This girl has activated the power of the strike that Aunt Jian left in her sword. Lu Qingling obviously knew about this, but she still couldn't hide the shock in her eyes. Puff! The Tianyu horned beast, which was so majestic just now, was instantly split into 2 halves, and blood splattered out. Chen Shanxian used her remaining power to kill all the Tianyu horned beasts. Clean up the battlefield quickly, we are surrounded. Chen Shanxian suddenly reminded in a low voice. Lu Qingling and Wang Chuan said nothing and immediately put the body of the Tianyu horned beast into the storage bag. Wang Chuan and the other man also noticed the movement in the distance. Those people were shocked by Chen Shanxian's sword at the moment and didn't know they had been discovered. The encirclement was loose. It would be easy for them to find a gap and break out at this time. What? Where is the person? Unfortunately, they forgot that there was a powerful existence holding them back. When Lu Bo heard Chen Shanxian's words, his face changed drastically and he shouted in horror. Damn! This idiot! This time, even Lu Qingling wanted to kick her brother to death. What a stupid teammate! The shock caused by Chen Shanxian's sword and the opportunity they had finally fought for were handed away by the idiot Lu Bo. Get started! Ha, luckily I didn't do it in advance. I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. Brother Jun is invincible. Hulala! Dozens of people appeared and surrounded Chen Shanxian and the others. Mang San and 2 other men stepped out from the crowd, looking greedily at Chen Shanxian and the sword in her hand. Baby! Although the powerful force inside had been consumed, the sword that could contain the powerful force's attack was not an ordinary alloy weapon. They were destined to make a fortune from this deal. A few sky-feathered horned beasts, this sword, and if they could add 2 beauties, they would have reaped a lot this time. Mang San looked at Chen Shanxian and the sword in her hand greedily, and said calmly, hand over the sword in your hand and those sky-feather horned beasts, and I will let you go. Hand it over. Hand it over. The surrounding Tianlang gang brothers immediately echoed in unison, waving their weapons and making a powerful noise. Sister Chanxian, did you hear me? Hand it over quickly. They said they will let us go. Seeing so many people surrounding this place, Lu Bo was extremely frightened. After hearing Mang San's words, he was immediately overjoyed. He walked to Chen Shanxian and said excitedly.
When looking at Mang San, Lu Bo's eyes were full of gratitude. Chen Shanxian ignored such an idiot, but stared at him, slowly recovering her energy in secret.
Sister Shanxian, money is something outside of one's body. How come you don't know this simple truth? Hand it over quickly.
Seeing that Chen Shanxian was unmoved, Lu Bo became anxious and even wanted to snatch the sword from Chen Shanxian's hand.
Get lost. Lu Qingling couldn't bear it anymore and kicked her brother aside. She was really angry this time.
She never thought that her brother would be so stupid as to believe the words of his opponent.
Sister, you dare to kick me.
Lu Bo looked at Lu Qingling in disbelief, his eyes filled with tears of grievance.
You can go out and ask around. I, Mang San, always keep my word. As long as you hand it over, I will definitely let you go. Mang San laughed loudly, but secretly gave a gesture to Mang Si and Mang Wu. Mang San. You are Master Mang San of the Tianlang Gang. Lu Bo's face turned paler in an instant. The Tianlang Gang is a well-known evil cult in Dongshan Province.
The Wu Ming has sent strong men to encircle and suppress them many times, but the Tianlang Gang has avoided them every time.
These people have always been elusive. Unexpectedly, the four of them were so unlucky to meet here. Whoosh!
Mang Si and Mang Wu moved at this time and went straight towards Lu Qingling and Wang Chuan, targeting the storage bags on their bodies.
I surrender, don't kill me. I'm a first-class warrior, I can join you. Suddenly, Lu Bo knelt down and begged with tears and snot.
Xiao Lingdang, you and Wang Chuan hold one person back, give me 1 minute. Chen Shanxian moved, and with a sword stopped Mang Wu, who was rushing towards Wang Chuan, and growled.
Good. Lu Qingling shouted with gritted teeth. The opponent is a third-grade warrior, and there are more than a dozen first- and second-grade warriors around him. What exactly should she and Wang Chuan do to hold this third-grade warrior back for a minute? Chapter 29. How dare you bastards go after my wife and girlfriend? Ha ha, you want to stop my fifth brother for a minute? I also want to see how these two can stop him. Mang San laughed loudly, then looked at Lu Bo, who was kneeling on the ground, and said jokingly. Boy, don't you want to join my Tianlang Gang? I'll give you this chance today. Kill her. As long as you kill her, I'll agree to let you join my Tianlang Gang.
Upon hearing this, Lu Bo raised his head and looked in the direction that Mang San was pointing. When he saw that Mang San was pointing at his sister, Lu Bo collapsed.
Third Master, that's my sister. Can you change her? Can I kill her? Lu Bo pointed at Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan. Damn, Lu Bo, this bastard. Lu Bo, you are crazy. Chen Shanxian didn't expect Lu Bo to be so spineless. Ah, fine, you can kill him too.
Mang San was stunned for a moment, then he burst into laughter, with cruelty in his eyes.
Xiaobo, he's playing a trick on you, you're crazy. Lu Qingling looked at Lu Bo in disbelief.
She had never expected that her brother would do such a thing at this time.
Sister, everything is for a better life. If you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. As he spoke, Lu Bo looked at Wang Chuan with resentment. Wang Chuan, I have wanted to kill you for a long time. You are better than me in everything. You deserve to die.
The murderous intent in Lu Bo's eyes became more and more intense, and he suddenly raised his sword and killed Wang Chuan.
Ha ha ha.
When the people from the Tianlang Gang saw this scene, they immediately burst into mocking laughter, as if they were looking at a clown.
Puff.
Suddenly, Lu Bo turned around and swung his sword at the Tianlang Gang disciples nearby, directly chopping off those people's heads. His face was still full of mockery until the heads fell to the ground. Among those who were killed, there were 2 second-grade warriors. The main reason was that Lu Bo's performance just now was too poor. He was so cowardly that no one suspected that his surrender was fake. So when no one saw Lu Bo taking action, no one expected that he would suddenly attack back.
Time stopped at this moment, and the people from the Tianlang Gang looked at the scene in astonishment. 2A. Lu Bo spat fiercely on the ground. He looked at Mang San with disdain and said jokingly. Even if I die, I will never be a traitor to humanity, you bunch of idiots. Ha ha, I killed 7 people with 1 sword, including 2 second-grade warriors. Even if I die now, I've earned it. As he said that, he looked at Wang Chuan and said provocatively, Wang Chuan, I killed 2 second-grade warriors with 1 sword, I am more powerful than you. Ha, squad leader, you are better than me, you are a real man.
Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment, then he understood why Lu Bo did that just now.
He gave Lu Bo a thumbs up and laughed. Good. Chen Shanxian couldn't help but cheer, and while Mang San was distracted, she kicked him in the chest, sending Mang San flying dozens of meters away. Xiao Bo.
Lu Qingling looked at Lu Bo with eyes full of guilt. She had just misunderstood her brother, but at the same time she was proud of his wit.
Damn it! Mang Wu growled, appeared in front of Wang Chuan and the other two, and kicked Lu Bo.
This bastard dared to lie to him just now, he deserves to die. What made him even more angry was that he didn't doubt Lu Bo at all. If this kick had landed firmly on him, Lu Bo would have surely died.
Don't even think about hurting my brother.
Lu Qingling swung her sword, and a sharp sword energy appeared, breaking through the air and slashing towards Mang Wu.
Third rank. Mang Wu's expression tensed and he hurriedly dodged the knife. Aha, little Belle, you finally broke through. Chen Shanxian laughed loudly and stabbed the two people opposite with a sword.
Mang San and Mang Si immediately pulled away and dodged. They were very afraid of Chen Shanxian in their hearts.
After all, the scene where Chen Shanxian killed the Tanyu horned beast with one sword just now shocked them greatly.
But I'm just at the beginning of the third rank.
I've just broken through, so my cultivation is not yet stable. That's good. It will be more fun to play this way.
Mang Wu was nervous for a moment, but then he noticed that Lu Qingling's breathing was unstable and immediately relaxed. Lu Bo, who was originally excited, also reacted and his face changed immediately. What his sister needed most at the moment was to consolidate her cultivation. If she moved around, she might go astray. As long as his sister is given time, even for 1 minute, she will be able to officially become a third-rank warrior and turn their defeat around. But how could the other party give them this minute? Bang! The next moment, Mang Wu kicked Lu Qingling in the chest, sending her flying more than 10 meters away. Lu Qingling spat out a mouthful of blood, and her breath became even weaker.
Sister!
When Lu Bo saw Lu Qingling injured, his eyes were bloodshot and he thrust out a sword, trying to stop Mang Wu. But his strength was too low.
Mang Wu waved his hand and a wave of air blew him away dozens of meters. Chen Shanxian was stopped by two third-rank warriors and couldn't get through at all.
She couldn't help but look extremely anxious, and Lu Qingling looked even more pale.
This time, they may have no hope.
Thinking of the possible consequences she might encounter, Lu Qingling's aura suddenly fluctuated violently.
Sister Qingling, 1 minute, is that enough?
Just when Lu Qingling wanted to burn her energy and blood to fight the enemy, a voice suddenly rang out.
Lu Qingling was stunned at first, then looked over hopefully.
Because the person who said this was Wang Chuan, whom she always felt was not real.
That's enough. Lu Qingling didn't waste any time and just took out a pill and swallowed it. Wang Chuan, you have to be careful.
At this moment, the lives of the four of them were almost all in Wang Chuan's hands. Lu Bo secretly hated himself for being too weak and unable to help at all.
My top-grade chi and blood pill. This bitch.
Mang Wu was so angry that he stomped his feet when he saw the top-grade chi and blood pill worth tens of millions being swallowed right in front of him. In his opinion, this is his chi and blood pill. 10 or 20 million, just gone like that.
Wang Chuan, can you do this? Chen Shanxian kicked Mang Si out and asked anxiously.
Wang Chuan held the Yu family spear horizontally in front of him, looked at Chen Shanxian and joked, how can a man say no, especially in front of a woman?
You. Chen Shanxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
This guy still had the mind to make a joke at this time. But her heart suddenly relaxed. The fact that Wang Chuan still had the mind to joke at this time showed that he was confident.
Unconsciously, Chen Shanxian developed an indescribable trust in Wang Chuan.
Old 5, kill them quickly, this chick is too difficult to deal with.
Mang San growled.
He didn't expect that even if he and Mang Si joined forces, they would still be defeated by Chen Shanxian. However, it is not difficult to understand that although the two of them and Chen Shanxian are all in the early stage of the third level, most of their energy and blood power are obtained by plundering, and their foundation is not solid, while Chen Shanxian's strength comes from her own hard work.
I got it, third brother. Boy, I want to see how you can stop me for 1 minute. Mang Wu said sinisterly. You know what?
One of these two women is my wife, and the other is my wife's best friend.
My wife's female best friend is half of a man's girlfriend.
Rounding it off, she is my girlfriend.
You bastards actually dared to hit on my wife and girlfriend. I have to bite the bullet and do it.
As Wang Chuan spoke, he silently received the insights conveyed by the system in his heart. That is right, at this time Wang Chuan didn't care about so many things. He strengthened his gun skills and body skills to perfection. If the money was not enough, he would strengthen them to a mastery. However, his great spear skills and body movements should be enough for him to fight against a third-grade warrior. What's more, the other party is a cult warrior who broke through the realm by plundering the power of chi and blood, and his foundation is very unstable.
Boom! Mangwu moved.
At this moment, Wang Chuan was still feeling the emotions in his mind. When he saw Mangwu coming to kill him, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and stab him with a gun.
Bang!
It was almost a crushing force. As soon as Wang Chuan touched the opponent, he flew backwards and slid more than 10 meters, leaving a trail of blood on the ground.
Wang Chuan! Chun Shanshan and Lu Bo shouted anxiously.
They thought Wang Chuan would create a miracle, but it seems their expectations of Wang Chuan were too high.
But it's normal to think about it.
After all, it's only been less than 2 months since Wang Chuan became a warrior. If the opponent was a second-grade warrior, Wang Chuan might have a chance to delay him for a minute or two with his ability, but this time the opponent was a third-grade warrior, unless Wang Chuan's strength was improved to the late second grade. Ha, I thought you were really capable when you said that so confidently, but I didn't expect you were just bluffing.
In that case, then die. Mangwu sneered and did not hold back this time.
The sword in his hand emitted a cold and sharp edge.
Ka ka ka.
A sound of bones breaking came from Wang Chuan's body. At the same time, all the deeper application methods of gun skills and body skills appeared in his mind.
Host, Wang Chuan. Cultivation, early second stage. Chi and blood, 120 plus. Bone tempering, 0.1%.
Kung Fu, basic tempering method mastery plus basic spear method mastery plus basic body method mastery plus. Wang Chuan added all the remaining money to his chi and blood. When the money was used up and his chi and blood reached 400 points, Wang Chuan clenched the Yu family spear in his hand and stood up. I don't know how much energy and blood power he can generate with one spear with the help of his Deshang spear technique. Wang Chuan stretched out his finger and hooked it at Mangwu, then laughed in a low voice.
You bastard, I'll kill you with my next shot.
Chapter 30, Picking a third-rank warrior with a spear, a blessing in disguise. At this moment, neither side noticed that there was another team hiding in the dark in the Golden Bear Forest and looking over here. Lin Xiaoyang nervously hid beside his brother Lin Jingtian, staring at the two fighting parties.
Brother, that person seems to be Wang Chuan.
Lin Xiaoyang's voice trembled, and his eyes were fixed on Wang Chuan, who was taking action on the field. His brother said he brought him here to experience the horror of the wilderness and make a fortune, but he didn't expect to encounter something like this. Fortunately, they did not take action in advance, otherwise they would be the only ones surrounded by the Tianlang gang at this moment.
Although his brother Lin Jingtian is very powerful, can he be a match for the 3 third-grade powerhouses of the Tianlang gang?
Brother Tian, that girl seems to be Chen Shanshan, the campus beauty of Dongshan Martial Arts University, the daughter of Grandmaster Chening Tian. A younger brother beside him said in a trembling voice. Lin Jingtian hummed lightly and looked at the two fighting parties with an indifferent expression, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking at the moment.
Brother Tian, should we notify the people from the deserted city martial alliance to come to the rescue? Several people looked at Lin Jingtian, waiting for him to make a decision. No need, I will take action. The Tianlang gang is nothing to be afraid of. Lin Jingtian's eyes were still fixed on Chun Shanshan on the scene. When he saw Chen Shanshan for the first time just now, his heart, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly jumped for joy. He knew that the girl in his mind had appeared. In his opinion, only a super genius like him could be worthy of such a beautiful girl. As for Wang Chuan, he is just a waste who can only talk nonsense. Just now, Wang Chuan even dared to say that Chun Shanshan is his woman. This damn thing.
Since Wang Chuan wants to die so much, Lin Jingtian will naturally help him. His teacher gave him a treasure.
If it is activated, he can easily kill these people from the Tianlang gang. However, he will not take action until Wang Chuan is dead. He will appear, but he will appear when Chen Shanshan is most desperate and helpless. At that time, he will become a hero in Chen Shanshan's mind. Thinking of this, Lin Jingtian showed a smile that everything was under control. You still dare to speak nonsense when you are about to die. Die. Wang Chuan was responded by Mangwu's mocking voice. At this moment, Wang Chuan gave him a very strange feeling. In order to ensure that Wang Chuan could be killed with one blow, Mangwu decided to concentrate all his strength. With this sword, he burst out 520 points of energy and blood. Mangwu was very satisfied with his sword. Bang!
The sword and the Yu family spear collided head-on. A force of energy and blood no weaker than 500 points came from the gun, and Mangwu's face changed drastically. Fortunately, his chi and blood power was superior, so Mangwu gritted his teeth and continued to chop down.
Can. Where are the people? Wang Chuan disappeared from sight.
Old 5, be careful, he's behind you.
Mang Si's voice came.
Without thinking, Mangwu stabbed behind him with his sword.
Bang!
There was a loud bang, accompanied by sparks, and a figure holding a gun retreated more than 10 meters.
Mangwu was not feeling well either.
His face was flushed and his blood was boiling. He staggered forward for more than 10 steps before he could steady himself. At this moment, all the people in the Tianlang gang were dumbfounded, looking at the panting and pale Wang Chuan in astonishment.
There was only one thought in their minds: how is this possible?
Wang Chuan was only at the first level, a fact they confirmed after investigating for more than half a month. Even if Wang Chuan broke through on the spot, he was only at the early second level, and the maximum amount of chi and blood power he could burst out was 110 points.
How can 110 points of chi and blood compete with 520 points of chi and blood? This is unscientific. Even if their fifth master is weak, he is still a third-rank warrior. This is too fake. Fuck. Lu Bo, who was protecting Lu Qingling, almost popped his eyes out. This cannot be blamed on him, it was just that the scene before his eyes was too unexpected. Bang! Suddenly, a blood vessel on Wang Chuan's arm burst and blood spurted out. A strong energy of chi and blood spread out. Wang Chuan clenched the Yu family spear in his hand, and the disadvantages of forcibly strengthening his chi and blood appeared. His blood flow was too fast and his blood vessels could not bear it and burst. A dizzying feeling came over me. Wang Chuan didn't know how long he could hold on, so he looked at Chen Shanshan. Chen Shanshan immediately understood. She knew that Wang Chuan's condition was very dangerous and they couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, she felt that the power in the sword had accumulated enough. Die! Chen Shanshan growled, and the sword in her hand suddenly burst out with a powerful aura, and her eyes suddenly became extremely cold. At this moment, Chen Shanshan looked like the legendary ice and snow goddess. She just looked at Mang San and Mang Si, with indifference in her eyes, as if she was a god who was indifferent to life. Cut down with one sword. The void was easily split into two, as if a piece of paper was easily punctured. Mang San and Mang Si's expressions froze, and then a gust of wind blew, and the two brothers of the Mang family and the people who were with them were blown away by the wind. Those people from the Tianlang gang had never seen such a scene before, and they were all trapped in the spot. At this moment, they felt that their world was turned upside down. Run! The remaining members of the Tianlang gang, who had come to their senses, immediately fled in all directions. So horrible! How can we fight this? Stay and wait to die? Wang Chuan was also amazed by Chen Shanshan's sword. However, unlike the thoughts of the Tianlang gang members, his heart was surging. In the future, he will definitely be able to unleash such terrifying power on his own. I believe that with the help of the system, he will be able to do it soon. Gripping the Yu family spear tightly in his hand, Wang Chuan infused the spear with all his understanding of spear techniques into the spear. He took advantage of the fact that Mangwu was shocked and had lost his will to fight, and suddenly attacked, stabbing him directly, with 500 points of chi and blood bursting out. His speed was so fast, just like a flash of lightning, and he appeared in front of Mangwu in an instant. The Yu family spear actually pierced through the void and made a loud bang. The horrifying sound made people's eardrums buzz. Boom! Although Mangwu reacted promptly, it was still a little late and was pierced in the chest by the spear. He became ruthless and grasped the tip of the spear with his left hand to prevent Wang Chuan from stabbing further. He swung the sword in his right hand and slashed at Wang Chuan. He wanted to die together with Wang Chuan. Seeing this, Wang Chuan raised the gun with both hands, then dropped the spear and dodged the sword. He swung his hand and slapped it. Bang! This slap used up all of Wang Chuan's strength. The force was so great that it was unimaginable. Only a fifth-grade strong man would temper his brain, but Mangwu had never tempered his brain. His head was directly cracked open by the fan, and his eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. Until his death, he could not understand how he, a third-rank warrior, could be beaten to death by a rookie. Good. Lu Qingling, who had been sitting cross-legged to consolidate her cultivation, stood up and shouted excitedly. Seeing that Lu Qingling's cultivation had stabilized,
Wang Chuan breathed a sigh of relief, and then his vision suddenly became blurred.
The next second, he fell to the ground and knew nothing. How is this possible?
Lin Xiaoyang, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the fallen Wang Chuan in surprise.
Wang Chuan killed a third-rank warrior?
He couldn't help but look at his brother beside him, and a thought came to his mind: can my brother do it? Originally in his heart, his brother was the most powerful, but after experiencing what happened today, his belief was shaken. Lin Jingtian on the side was shaking, looking at Wang Chuan in disbelief, clenching his fists, and finally whispered helplessly, "Go."
Chen Shanxian has already noticed their presence, and if they don't leave, Chen Shanxian will attack them.
Although Lin Jingtian has a master teacher, he doesn't dare to provoke Chen Shanxian, whose father is also a master.
Moreover, Chen Shanxian's outburst just now gave him a huge shock.
He forced his qi and blood to break through the bottleneck and gain temporary great strength, but his bones were not tempered much and his body could not bear the heavy burden, so he became like this. In a daze, Wang Chuan heard the voice of an old man.
"Doctor, what will happen to him?"
The voice of Chen Shanxian was heard, and Wang Chuan could hear anxiety and worry in her voice. Not bad, this girl still has some conscience.
She knows how to worry about me. Wang Chuan thought to himself and wanted to open his eyes to take a look.
The next moment, Wang Chuan was stunned. His eyelids were completely out of control, as if his body was no longer his own.
What's going on?
Wang Chuan was stunned and tried desperately to move his fingers, but he could do nothing.
Have I become a vegetable? System.
Wang Chuan hurriedly said in his mind.
Host, Wang Chuan. Cultivation, early second stage. Qi and blood, 120-499 plus. Spirit, 1050.
Bone tempering, 10%. Kung Fu, basic tempering method mastery plus basic spear method mastery plus basic body method mastery plus.
Status, the host is down and is being repaired. Time countdown, 24 hours. Wang Chuan saw the line of small words in the corner of the attribute panel at a glance. Down? Fixing? No wonder he couldn't move at the moment. Wang Chuan felt relieved.
He thought he had become a vegetable.
As long as he was okay, it would be fine. Suddenly,
Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly called up the system panel and stared at the extra attribute column on the panel.
Spirit? What is this?
Soul? Was it because he crashed and his soul and body were separated that he was born? Just when Wang Chuan was thinking about how to control his mind, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that he could see a small ant moving more than 10 meters away. Just at this moment, a man passed by and his foot was shaken by the uneven road.
He accidentally dropped the candy in his mouth and the little ant stuck on it. Is this his imagination?
But it all seemed to be happening right before my eyes. It's a very strange feeling. Wang Chuan felt as if he had an extra pair of eyes that could see farther and more clearly than his naked eyes.
Is this the spirit?
When Wang Chuan regained his vision, he saw himself lying on a hospital bed.
Chen Shanxian, Lu Qingling and Lu Bo were standing around the bed with worried looks on their faces.
An old man was looking at some CT films. Chapter 31 Repair completed, Awakening Spiritual Power. Wang Chuan saw that all three of them were injured, especially Chen Shanxian, who had the most gauze on her body. It seems that she paid a heavy price for the sword strike in the Golden Bear Forest. Come to think of it, if there was no price to pay, Chen Shanxian would not have to ask him and Xiao Lingdang to hold off Mangwu for a minute. That minute was the time she needed to prepare the sword.
Who are you to him? The old man asked after looking at the CT film for a while. I'm his girlfriend. Chen Shanxian said immediately without any hesitation.
We are all his friends, doctor, just tell me if you have anything to say.
Lu Qingling also said nervously.
Seeing that the three people were worried about him, Wang Chuan felt warm in his heart.
Chen Shanxian is a silly girl.
Although Wang Chuan is her shield, this girl is really good to him. The doctor glanced at the three of them, sighed softly, and said, "You must be mentally prepared."
Damn, this old man is a quack. Wang Chuan was furious. What did this bullshit mental preparation mean? Does this doctor mean that he is going to die?
Flourishing. Lu Qingling screamed and supported the staggering Chen Shanxian. Chen Shanxian's face turned extremely pale, and she looked at Wang Chuan lying on the bed in disbelief.
How am I going to explain to my parents when I get back to this state of his?
Chen Shanxian murmured unconsciously with tears in her beautiful eyes.
Doctor, the best healing elixir is useless? Lu Qingling asked.
Upon hearing this, Chen Shanshan's eyes lit up with hope again.
The doctor shook his head and turned away. Wipe it. Wang Chuan was speechless.
It was just a system outage.
It would be fixed in a day. Could this doctor treat the disease?
Seeing the three people so sad, Wang Chuan wanted to tell them that he was fine, but unfortunately he could do nothing. At this moment, he was in a very strange state, as if a soul had separated from his physical body.
He can see everything in reality, but he cannot influence reality. This situation is similar to the legendary out-of-body experience. Sister Chanxian, please inform Wang Chuan's parents as soon as possible.
If Wang Chuan, at least let the two elders see Wang Chuan for the last time.
Lu Bo said sadly. Upon hearing this, Chen Shanshan remained silent, her eyes dull and lifeless. Lu Qingling said, Don't worry yet. Didn't the doctor say that Wang Chuan has no hope at all? Don't bother uncle and aunt yet. Wait one more day.
If Wang Chuan is really, it won't be too late for us to notify them.
Lu Qingling didn't dare to say the word death for fear that Chen Shanshan couldn't bear it.
Three people gathered around the bed, and time passed by little by little. Wang Chuan watched this scene in a strange state.
He came to Chen Shanshan and whispered, Silly girl, can you hear me? Chen Shanshan didn't react at all. Wang Chuan frowned and tried shouting a few more times.
Just when he thought Chen Shanshan couldn't hear him, he saw the depressed Chen Shanshan's eyes suddenly widened and she looked at Wang Chuan on the hospital bed with surprise.
Xiaochuan, are you awake?
But what she saw was Wang Chuan, who was still unconscious.
What's wrong? Lu Qingling and Lu Bo watched nervously. Didn't you hear? Xiaochuan called me just now?
Chen Shanshan spoke to the two of them excitedly, then stared at Wang Chuan.
Lu Bo looked at him for a while and said hesitantly, Sister Chanshan, I also hope that Wang Chuan can wake up, but, are you hallucinating? Lu Qingling sighed softly, obviously thinking that Chen Shanshan was hallucinating because she was too sad. No, I really heard it just now. Xiaochuan really was calling me.
Chen Shanshan looked at Wang Chuan with hope, but what made her despair was that Wang Chuan on the hospital bed did not react at all, as if he was a dead person lying there.
How is that possible? Xiaochuan really called me just now, Chen Shanshan started crying as she spoke. Lu Qingling quickly hugged Chen Shanshan. Wang Chuan on the side was jumping anxiously. Silly girl, it's really me. I'm still here. I'm fine. My body just needs to be repaired. I'll be able to wake up in another 24 hours. Silly girl, don't be sad, don't cry, I'm really fine.
It would be a lie for Wang Chuan to say he wasn't touched seeing a girl crying for him. Xiaobo, you stay here and watch over Wang Chuan.
I'll take Qianshan out for a walk.
Seeing that Chen Shanshan was so upset after seeing Wang Chuan, Lu Qingling thought it was not appropriate for her to stay here any longer, so she forcibly pulled Chen Shanshan out. Wang Chuan wanted to stand up immediately to comfort the sad and desperate Chen Shanshan, but his body was still recovering, so he could only wait anxiously.
Wang Chuan, do you know how jealous I am of you?
After the two girls left, Lu Bo looked at Wang Chuan on the hospital bed with a complicated expression and spoke. Wang Chuan curled his lips.
This guy had the word jealousy on his face every day. It was hard for him not to know. Sister Chanshan is the campus beauty of Dongshan Wuda University. She is so beautiful, who wouldn't want to have a relationship with her? But why do you have to choose? I am not bad looking, okay? I don't agree.
Besides, I was the first in the class when the Qi and blood test was conducted, and you only scored 2 points. The fact that you were able to grow so fast must have been helped by Sister Chanshan. But in the Golden Bear Forest, Wang Chuan, I owe you a life. I admit that you have grown so fast because of your hard work. I am not as good as you. I've already admitted that I'm not as good as you. Please wake up quickly. If you just keep on like this, what about your parents? What about Sister Chanshan? As Lu Bo kept chattering, time passed by minute by minute.
When it came to the next morning, Wang Chuan lying on the hospital bed was no longer breathing.
Chen Shanshan's eyes were red, and she had already accepted the fact of Wang Chuan's death. She took out her phone, found Lin Li's number, but couldn't dial it. Seeing this, Lu Qingling took the phone and dialed the number.
Ding, the host has been repaired successfully. Then, the property panel popped up automatically. Host, Wang Chuan. Cultivation, early second stage. Health, 100 and 2500 plus. Spirit, 50. Bone tempering, 15%.
Kung Fu, basic tempering method mastery plus basic spear method mastery plus basic body method mastery plus.
Hey, Xianxian, are you and Xiaochuan coming back?
At this moment, Mother Lin Li's voice came from the microphone. When Chen Xianxian heard Lin Li's voice, her face turned pale, her body trembled, and she took a step back. At this time, Wang Chuan regained his composure and grabbed Chen Xianxian's hand. The soft and jade-like touch made him linger.
No wonder they say women are made of water. Auntie, I'm Xiaochuan's friend Lu Qingling. Xiaochuan. Ah.
Before Lu Qingling could finish her words, Chen Xianxian on the side suddenly cried out in surprise. Everyone looked over immediately, and when they saw Wang Chuan open his eyes, they were all stunned. Especially the old professor, he just sat down on the ground with an expression of disbelief in his eyes.
How is this possible? Wang Chuan, are you okay? Lu Bo shouted in surprise. Chapter 32 Grandmaster Level Kung Fu, Golden Bone Tempering Method. Is something wrong with Xiaochuan? What happened to Xiaochuan?
The anxious voice of Mother Lin Li came from the microphone, followed by the anxious voice of Father Wang Hai.
Uncle and Aunt, Wang Chuan is fine. I called just to tell you that we will be home soon. I'd like to trouble you to cook us a delicious meal. Lu Qingling reacted quickly and immediately changed her words. Hey, I thought something happened to Xiaochuan.
You scared me to death, kid.
Where are Xiaochuan and Qianqian? Mom, I'm Qianqian. Wang Chuan pretended to be dead to scare me. You have to make the decision for me. Chen Qianqian took the phone with one hand, while holding Wang Chuan's hand tightly with the other hand, staring at Wang Chuan, fearing that everything in front of her was fake. There were tears in her eyes, but her face was full of smiles. Ha, you naughty kid, come back quickly, Mom and Dad will help you vent your anger and beat him to death. Lin Li laughed heartily. Good. Chen Xianxian said with a smile. Uncle and Aunt, we are doing a mission outside. I will hang up now. We will be back in 2 days. Lu Qingling gestured to the doctor to check Wang Chuan first, then took the phone and spoke. Okay, come back quickly.
Lin Li's voice in the microphone was clearly filled with tears. Obviously, Lin Li on the other end of the phone had guessed something.
But everyone didn't care about these things.
They looked at Wang Chuan. As long as they were sure that Wang Chuan was okay, asking him to call home would be more effective than anything else.
You guys go out first, I'll check him out.
The old doctor looked at Wang Chuan with shining eyes, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Wang Chuan was speechless and wanted to refuse the old man, but his soul had just returned to his body and he could not control his body freely. 3 hours later, the doctor walked out with a shocked look on his face, and kept saying it was unbelievable. At this time, Wang Chuan's soul and body had already merged. He sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, silently feeling the surging power in his body. Fortunately, he tempered his muscles first. If he had tempered his bones first, his blood vessels would probably have burst when he forcefully strengthened his qi and blood, and even gods would have been unable to save him. Now he can be considered to have turned a disaster into a blessing, as he has tempered 31 bones in one fell swoop, and his cultivation has also been stabilized at the early stage of the second level. If he meets a useless third-grade warrior like Mangwu again, he can definitely crush him. This is the confidence he has after mastering the Great Spear technique. However, Wang Chuan does not plan to continue strengthening it. It would be a waste to continue strengthening it. For example, the basic tempering method. Wang Chuan is now a second-grade warrior. His muscle tempering is completed, and the basic tempering method is no longer useful. He has to switch to a method that can temper the bones. After he passes the martial arts exam and enters Wuhan University, he will be able to learn higher-level gun skills and body skills, and these basic gun skills and body skills will be of no use to him. Wang Chuan, are you really okay? At this time, Lu Bo ran in, looked at Wang Chuan in surprise and asked. Chen Xianqian and Lu Qingling walked in, looking at Wang Chuan with shock and surprise in their eyes. What can happen to me? I have such a beautiful wife and I haven't even eaten her yet. If something happens to me, wouldn't it be an advantage for others? Wang Chuanko Huahua jumped twice after saying this, indicating that he was really fine. You want to die? How dare you make fun of me? Chen Xianqian roared like a tigress, but the thunder was loud but the rain was small, and the smile in her eyes also betrayed her. And there's my half-girlfriend. Don't you want to have some? Forget it, Xianxian can drain you dry alone. I won't get involved. Lu Qingling also started joking.
Okay, Xiao Lingling, you dare to make fun of me? I'll teach you a lesson.
Seeing that Wang Chuan was really fine, Chen Shanshan and Lu Qingling stopped worrying and started playing around. Seeing the three people's worried glances at him from time to time, Wang Chuan's face was full of smiles.
You little bastard, we've been out long enough this time. Let's go home, otherwise our parents will worry.
Xiao Lingdang and I also have to go back to hand in the mission,
Chen Shanshan said with some reluctance.
I'm not in a hurry to sell the sky feather horned beast.
This thing will only reach its maximum value after an auction. After the auction, we can divide the money.
You are now a second-grade warrior, and you don't have a method for tempering bones. This is the bone tempering method my father researched.
It's pretty good. You can try to practice it. Chen Shanshan threw a thin booklet to Wang Chuan and said nonchalantly.
Lu Qingling, who was standing by, was extremely speechless.
If Grandmaster Chen Yingtian knew that the golden bone refining method he was so proud of was only okay in the mouth of his daughter, would he be so angry that he would jump into the coffin?
You should know that Grandmaster Chen relied on his golden bones to fight against an 8th-grade Grandmaster at the peak of the 7th-grade realm without being defeated.
That is a master-level skill. Lu Bo on the side looked at Wang Chuan with envy.
Although Chen Shanshan said it casually, when he saw his sister's expression, he could guess how precious this booklet was.
Wang Chuan took it and asked, Gold bone tempering method? Wait until you get home and read it.
Seeing that Wang Chuan wanted to practice immediately, Chen Shanshan said.
Good. A group of people came out of the hospital.
Wang Chuan had just walked out of the hospital door when he suddenly felt something under his feet.
He looked down and found it was a piece of candy. When he saw an ant stuck on the sugar, Wang Chuan lost his composure. Was what he saw yesterday true? Wang Chuan was excited.
If this function really existed, his ability to survive in the wilderness would be greatly enhanced. You can see the scene more than 10 meters away.
The monster has not seen you yet.
You can see the situation of the monster clearly first and make deployments in advance.
This is simply a powerful weapon.
But when he wanted to enter that state again, he just couldn't do it. At this time Lu Qingling urged, Wang Chuan stopped trying, and the four of them drove towards Binchang.
Not long after they left, a man came through the air, and his mighty aura made the monsters around the deserted city tremble.
They retreated dozens of miles before they felt a little safer.
Boom!
Almost at the moment when this person appeared, the powerful master who was guarding the deserted city also appeared, and the magnificent aura bloomed. The surrounding heaven and earth began to tremble, and the clouds above the deserted city were instantly dispersed. A mushroom cloud bloomed in the sky above the deserted city. Although the two auras are equally powerful, if you compare them carefully, you will see that the aura of the strong man sitting in the deserted city is much weaker.
Hiss! What a terrifying aura! It's Principal Chen. Why is he here? Is it for Shanshan?
I think I saw Shanshan coming here for training recently.
Grandmaster Li Zhen has also appeared. There were students from Dongshan Martial Arts University taking the trial here.
They recognized the two men, one was Chen Yingtian, and the other was Li Zhen, the Grandmaster in charge of the deserted city, which immediately caused a burst of exclamations. It turns out that he is a powerful person at the Grandmaster level. No wonder he could cause such great turmoil in the world.
Ha! I wondered who it was. It turned out to be old Chen. How come you have time to come to the deserted city?
Li Zhen looked at Chen Yingtian above the deserted city and asked with a smile.
Chen Yingtian's mighty divine sense reached out and said to Li Zhen, Has Brother Li been in charge for the past 10 years? Then, Chen Yingtian's face was full of helplessness. Why did I come here? It's all for my precious girl. Ha ha ha! Li Zhen burst into laughter before Chen Yingtian could finish his words.
Everyone in the Grandmaster circle knows that Chen Yingtian is not only a henpecked husband, but also a daughter slave. Chen Yingtian's face was full of black lines, and he said quietly, Old Li, we haven't had a sparring match for 10 years.
Today is a rare opportunity, why don't we?
Upon hearing this, Li Zhen hid himself without waiting for Chen Yingtian to finish his words.
Brother Chen, I am at the critical moment of breaking through, so I won't entertain you. Please help me if you have anything to say. Bye.
Looking at the direction where the other party disappeared, Chen Yingtian looked disdainful. Tisk, if you dare, stay and spar with me.
Breakthrough, do you think you can beat me just because you break through? There are many 8th grade warriors I have defeated.
As he spoke, he murmured, Damn, that little bastard delayed us all. But being able to destroy the Tianlang gang is also a good thing. I just don't know if Chanshan and that little bastard are still here after being delayed by that kid. Forget it, let's go to Tianyao first and find out what happened to Wang Chuan. An S-class genius. Even if we have to tie him up, we must bring him to Dongshan Martial Arts University.
Chen Yingtian chuckled, took a step forward, and disappeared from everyone's shocked gazes. Chapter 33 Returning home and practicing the golden bone refining method. It was already evening when they returned to Bincheng. Chen Shanshan and Lu Qingling drove back to Dongshan Wuhan University, so Wang Chuan returned to the community by himself. Crack. Wang Chuan opened the door and looked inside carefully. Crack. The lights in the room suddenly came on. Lin Li and Wang Hai, who were originally feeling uneasy at home, ran over when they heard someone opening the door. Ogawa? It's really you. Lin Li looked Wang Chuan up and down, and seeing that there was really no injury on his body, she hugged him in her arms with a look of fear on her face. Oh my god, son, you're back. If you didn't come back, your mother would have sent me to the deserted city to find you. Poor me, I'm just an ordinary person. She knew I would die if I went there, but she still refused to let me go. It's true that women are the most vicious. Son, you don't have any injuries, right? If you do, tell me now, don't be afraid to worry your mother and I. Wan Hai, who was complaining, noticed a pair of eyes falling on him. He immediately changed the subject and shifted his target to Wang Chuan. Sure enough, Lin Li no longer bothered to glare at Wang Hai after hearing that. Her gaze immediately shifted to Wang Chuan. Wang Hai quietly breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Yes, Xiaochuan, you are not injured, right? Lin Li said this while lifting up Wang Chuan's shirt. Wang Hai also pretended to take off Wang Chuan's pants. Mom and Dad, I'm fine, really fine. I was just joking with Chanshan to scare her. Having said this, Wang Chuan suddenly stopped talking and thought to himself that something bad had happened. Really? Why are you scaring Chanshan? She's such a good child, gentle and lovely, why do you always like to bully her? I'm telling you, when you get married, Chanshan is our biological daughter, and you are the son-in-law. If you dare to let her suffer the slightest loss, I will beat you to death, do you hear me? Lin Li raised her eyebrows and glared at Wang Chuan fiercely and scolded him. Wang Chuan was speechless, he became a son-in-law. I really don't know what kind of magic potion that silly girl Chen Shanshan fed her parents. Wang Chuan gave his father a look for help. Wang Hai spread his hands, indicating that he could do nothing to help and that his risk had not been completely eliminated. Fortunately, this was the first time that Wang Chuan had been away for such a long time, and he was going to the most dangerous wilderness to gain experience. The longing for his mother soon prevailed, and she was no longer obsessed with this matter. By the way, Xiaochuan, where is Chanshan? Why didn't she come? Is she angry with you? Lin Li Dai asked with raised eyebrows. Wang Chuan quickly explained, Chanshan came out to complete a mission and needs to return to school to hand in the mission. She is still a student and needs to stay in school to study. Lin Li's face was full of regret. Ah, look at my memory. I actually forgot that Chanshan is still a student. She is still a student of Dongshan Wuda University. Xiaochuan, in the future, It would be good if Wang Chuan could be admitted to Dongshan Wuhan University, but if not, the two children would have to be separated. Mom and Dad, don't worry. With my grades, I am eligible to choose any of the 4 top universities. Wang Chuan said proudly. Are you telling the truth? Lin Li and Wang Hai looked at Wang Chuan suspiciously, and it was clear from their expressions that they did not believe it. Hee ding ding ding. Wang Chuan took out his warrior certificate. He could exchange it for a second-grade warrior certificate, but he was afraid that his parents would worry, so he went home first and didn't have time to go to the Martial Alliance to exchange it. What is this? Lin Li took it and opened it casually. Then, the two of them just stared at each other, frozen in place. Wang Chuan watched the changes in his parents' expressions with a smile. This is a warrior certificate? Wang Hai spoke hesitantly. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Lin Li burst out laughing. My son is a warrior. Lin Li suddenly broke through the door, and then there was a knock on the door. Wang Chuan did not stop him. His parents took out all their savings to let him buy qi and blood pills. When people in the community heard about it, many of them spoke in a sarcastic tone, and his parents were under a lot of pressure. Now that he has become a warrior, it is time for his parents to fight back. It may not be worth it, but Wang Chuan is not a saint.
As long as he can make his parents feel more comfortable, Wang Chuan feels that everything is worth it.
Night.
Wang Chuan took out the golden bone tempering method given to him by Qin Shanxian, read it more than 10 times, then closed the book with full concentration and held his breath, and began to practice carefully. Wang Chuan had already tempered 31 bones, and thought it would be easy to temper them again using the golden bone tempering method. Unexpectedly, it took him 3 hours to temper one bone.
Wang Chuan was speechless.
It seemed that the initial comprehension was not enough. The entry-level gold bone quenching method should be faster. He tentatively pointed to the plus sign in the brackets after the golden bone tempering method.
Ding, strengthening the gold bone refining method requires 500,000 yuan. Do you want to strengthen it?
Yes.
No.
When Wang Chuan heard the system prompt, he was stunned.
500,000? Are you kidding me? Just to upgrade to the entry level, it costs 500,000? Robbing money? Opening the mobile banking app, Wang Chuan looked at the balance, 500,005 yuan. Wang Chuan, oh.
He suspected that the system knew how much money he had and therefore deliberately asked for so much money. Although this crappy system is a rip-off, its effectiveness has never been compromised.
Wang Chuan nodded in agreement.
The next moment, countless insights and experiences about the gold bone tempering method poured into his mind.
After dozens of seconds, Wang Chuan's eyes sparkled, and then he closed his eyes and continued to practice.
The next morning, when the sun was rising, Wang Chuan's right arm was shining golden, and the blood became vigorous and powerful when flowing through it. The dazzling golden light nourished the muscles in his right arm, and the already tempered muscles seemed to have been tempered again. Wang Chuan opened his eyes and silently felt the changes in his body. Tempering the bones consumed a lot of energy and blood. Wang Chuan could feel the loss of energy and blood, but his physical strength increased by 2 times.
A tribute panel. Host, Wang Chuan. Cultivation, early second stage. Qi and blood, 6,575 plus. Spirit, 55. Bone tempering, 15%.
Kung Fu, basic tempering method mastery plus basic gun technique grade mastery plus basic body technique grade mastery plus gold bone tempering method beginner plus.
Sure enough, the content displayed on the panel also verified Wang Chuan's guess.
What shocked Wang Chuan the most was that his Qi and blood limit actually broke through the limit of the second grade. The Qi and health of a second grade warrior can only reach 500, but Wang Chuan's upper limit at the moment is 575. No wonder the book said that as long as he keeps tempering himself, he can keep breaking his limits. After practicing to a high level, a warrior can even forge a golden body in advance. You know, the golden body is the symbol of an 8th grade strong man.
No wonder it costs 500,000 just to upgrade to the entry level. It's worth spending 500,000. Ha!
This golden bone quenching method can actually improve spirits.
What can this spirit be used for? Let's go to the Wuling Library. There should be records about the use of spirits there. Wang Chuan's warrior certificate needs to be renewed, and he also plans to go to the Martial Alliance to choose new martial arts. There is still a month left before the martial arts exam, and Wang Chuan can take this time to improve his strength. Rumor has it that during the martial arts exam, there will be strong people at the master level paying attention. If you perform well, you will be noticed by the master and accepted as a disciple. Perhaps he should raise his goal a little higher, such as taking a master as his teacher during the martial arts exam. Chapter 34, Choosing a New Technique. Is this big guy looking for him? Binchang Martial Alliance. When Wang Chuan arrived, he went to the front desk and said to the staff, "Hello, I want to renew my license." Renew your license? Okay, you can go over there. There are special staff there to verify your information. When the young lady saw that the person who came to renew his license was such a young man, she was stunned for a moment. After she came to her senses, she pointed to Wang Chuan. The corners of Wang Chuan's mouth slightly raised. Alas, his charm that has nowhere to go. The procedure for renewing the certificate was very simple. Wang Chuan only needed to show off his tempered bones and muscles. He also received the subsidy for a second-grade warrior. When the staff member was processing the formalities, she was stunned for a while when she saw the computer system showing a transfer of 500,000 yuan, then turned around and looked at Wang Chuan curiously. 500,000? That is a subsidy only available to third-grade warriors. I didn't expect that Wang Chuan, who is only second grade, would get it. It seems that Wang Chuan's rating is not low. Wang Chuan came to the Wuming's library with his warrior certificate.
The Wuming was afraid that some evil cult members might use hacking techniques to steal the secret manuals of martial arts, so all the books here were paper books. They could not be looked up on computers like in schools, and there were also many strong men guarding the door.
Wang Chuan took the lead in moving towards gun-related skills. He always believed that the longer you are, the stronger you are. Moreover, as a handsome guy, Wang Chuan has always longed for the scenes of ancient generals galloping on the battlefield.
Wearing white clothes as white as snow, riding a horse and holding a gun, killing enemies on the battlefield as if he were in an empty space.
What a handsome scene it is!
What's more, men are the best at using guns, and they can also make girls scream.
How cool is that?
5 tigers breaking the gate spear, Lin family spear technique, 1 gun breaking the water, Yu family spear. There were so many shooting techniques on the shelves that Wang Chuan was dazzled. He thought about it and realized that the weapon in his hand was the Yu family spear, so he might as well learn how to use the Yu family spear. Yu family spear is the king of spears and was created by Yu Fei, the most famous general in ancient times. Each move of this spear technique is designed to kill the enemy, emphasizing that the strike must kill with 1 blow, attacking while defending, and setting up defense while attacking, leaving the enemy no chance to fight back. Among the many spear techniques, Yu family spear is the most lethal. It is also rumored that if one practices Yu family spear to a high level, one can touch the legendary power of heaven and earth. This is what Wang Chuan cares about most. For other warriors, the power of heaven and earth may be out of reach, but Wang Chuan is different.
With a strengthening system, practicing to master it is just a matter of money. As long as he is given enough money, he can instantly comprehend the power of heaven and earth. After choosing the spear technique, Wang Chuan moved towards the body movement techniques, and soon he selected the Ba Wang Bu. Yu family spear and overlord step are 2 complementary martial arts, and are the most suitable combination of martial arts for killing enemies on the battlefield. After imprinting Ba Wang Bu in his mind, Wang Chuan began to look for books on spiritual skills on the bookshelf. But what puzzled him was that he did not find any books on spiritual practice here, or even any books related to spirituality. Wang Chuan came to the old man at the door with a puzzled look on his face and asked politely, "Teacher, why can't I find any books about spirituality here?" The old man was playing a game on his phone, and without even looking up, he said, "What do you want that thing for?" "You don't need it now. That thing will only be available in the library of Wuhan University after you are admitted. You won't find it here."
Wang Chuan suddenly realized, no wonder he couldn't find it here.
Wang Chuan smiled and asked softly, "Teacher, what level of warriors can be exposed to spirits?"
A 5th grade warrior will only have spiritual power after his brain has been tempered.
"Damn it, you idiot, do you know how to play?"
I gave you a smoke bomb, but you threw a grenade. I was not killed by the enemy, but I was killed by you, an idiot. The old man was so angry that he crushed the phone in his hand into pieces and threw it into the trash can beside him.
Wang Chuan's face was full of black lines.
He saw a pile of mobile phone waste in the trash can, which was about to overflow.
How many mobile phones were crushed? The next second, Wang Chuan was stunned.
He saw that the old man had another mobile phone in his hand.
"Timmy."
Without waiting for him to come back to his senses.
Whoosh!
A dark shadow flashed by. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A little red-haired monkey was holding a cell phone and screaming at the old man, obviously cursing him. If Wang Chuan saw it correctly, the screen of the little monkey's phone was stuck on the interface where it accidentally injured a teammate with a grenade and was reported by the teammate and restricted from moving. The monkey's phone showed that it had killed 38 people and had reached the final circle, with only 2 enemies left.
Wang Chuan. I am speechless.
1 person and 1 monkey play together to win the game.
Awesome. What are you looking at, brat? Get out of here. This damn monkey must be cheating, otherwise how could he have killed so many people?
I have such a good eyesight, but I killed one in the first kill, and it turned out to be a fucking robot.
The old man noticed Wang Chuan's eyes and immediately chased him away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The monkey pulled out his cell phone and waved it. Wang Chuan actually heard the monkey's contempt for the old man from its cry. "You want to exchange phones with me?
Fine, come on, I'll see if you can still show off without a cheater." The old man immediately threw the phone in his hand to the monkey, then took the monkey's phone and started the game again.
Wang Chuan.
Old Zhong. Old Zhong. At this moment, a big man walked in hurriedly.
"Damn, you're killed as soon as you land on the ground, monkey, you said you didn't use cheats, But this phone clearly has a cheat that can kill you as soon as you land on the ground, the old man said angrily, and then looked at the person who came. Hey, Lao Chen, what brings you here? Old Zhong, help me find someone, quickly. After the big man came in, he carried the old man and walked out without saying a word, leaving the old man no chance to refuse. Squeak. Just as Wang Chuan was about to leave, a furry hand grabbed him. He looked at the cute little monkey and asked in confusion, "Little guy, what are you doing?" The little monkey handed the old man the phone. Wang Chuan was stunned. "Let me play PUBG with you?" The little monkey nodded repeatedly, indicating that the old man who left was a loser and it didn't want to play with him. Wang Chuan was stunned. He actually understood the little monkey's body language. It's not that he has become smarter, but that this little monkey expresses himself very clearly, and others can understand what it is expressing at a glance. All right. Seeing such a cute little guy for the first time, Wang Chuan loved him very much and somehow accompanied the little monkey to start matching. Starting in the desert, the little monkey directly jumps to Picado, the holy land of steel guns. Wang Chuan was naturally not afraid. He was already good at the game, and now he was a warrior, so his reactions were much faster than before. In 5 minutes, he and the little monkey cleared out all the people in Picado. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey raised its paw to signal Wang Chuan to high-five it to celebrate, and said that his skills were far better than that old noob's. Wang Chuan. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. NND, Lao Zhong, are you sure there is only one student named Wang Chuan in your school? Are you sure he is not the seedling you are hiding? The big man walked in with a speechless look on his face. Wang Chuan was stunned when he heard this. Is this person looking for him? Chapter 35, a second-rank warrior? Aren't you a first-rank warrior? Wang Chuan looked at the big man, his heart full of doubts. Is there another person with the same name besides myself in Bincheng No. 2 Middle School? As far as Wang Chuan could remember, he seemed to be the only one named Wang Chuan in Bincheng No. 2 Middle School, and he had never heard of anyone with the same name as him. Zhong Qingshu heard this and said helplessly, "Weren't you here just now?" Although I am the principal of Bincheng No. 2 Middle School, I have been stationed here for the past 5 years. All the affairs of the school are managed by the vice principals. Didn't they tell you? Wang Chuan is not in school, he has gone to the wilderness for training. Wang Chuan, who was standing aside, had a frown on his face. After hearing what the old man said, he finally understood why the old man looked so familiar. How can it not look familiar? The statue stands in the center of the school's flower bed every day. It is the most powerful figure in Bincheng No. 2 Middle School and the greatest pride of Bincheng No. 2 Middle School, the principal Zhong Qingshu, who is known for creating a new era of beastmasters. It turned out that the principal had been stationed here for the past 5 years. No wonder Wang Chuan rarely saw the principal, so much so that he didn't recognize him at first sight. Looking at the big man, Wang Chuan had confirmed that the man was looking for him. He was about to ask the big man what he wanted, but the little monkey next to him became unhappy when he saw Wang Chuan distracted. He squeaked at Wang Chuan and blamed him for being distracted by playing games. How can you be distracted while playing a game? This is irresponsible to your teammates. When Zhong Qingshu heard the monkey's cry, he noticed that Wang Chuan had not left yet. Seeing that Wang Chuan was distracted by playing games, he immediately taught him a lesson. Upon hearing this, the monkey nodded repeatedly, then curled his lips in disdain at Zhong Qingshu. What a loser! Zhong Qingshu rolled his eyes violently. The annoying monkey was really uncute. Damn, it's you, you little bastard. Chen Yingtian then noticed Wang Chuan standing beside him. He took a look at him and didn't pay much attention at first, but this one glance made him feel that Wang Chuan looked very familiar to him. The next second, he suddenly realized, isn't this the bastard in Xianxian's circle of friends who was shamelessly holding his precious daughter? At this time, Chen Yingtian was no longer the president of Dongshan Wuhan University, but the father of an ordinary girl. When he saw the pig-headed man who had eaten the cabbages he had worked hard to raise for more than 20 years, his anger suddenly rose. This scene made Zhong Qingshu, who was standing by, confused. Old Chen, what's going on? As the president of Dongshan Wuda University, how can you cause trouble for a child and be seen by others? He quickly pulled Chen Yingtian away. At this moment, the person in the little monkey's phone had been beaten to death, so it simply watched the scene happening in front of it with curiosity. Wang Chuan was also confused. He looked at Chen Yingtian and said speechlessly, "Uncle, I don't think we know each other. You came up and grabbed my collar. The principal is here." Can you please judge for me? What's going on? Zhong Qingshu was stunned for a moment when he heard Wang Chuan address him. Are you a student of number 2 middle school? Wang Chuan nodded. Yes, I am the Wang Chuan you are looking for. Swish. Two pairs of eyes instantly locked onto Wang Chuan. Chen Tian finally came to his senses at this time. He looked at Wang Chuan, and then he finally remembered why he came here. Where is your warrior certificate? Chen Tian asked unhappily. Even though he was sure that the person in front of him was the Wang Chuan he was looking for, he couldn't calm down when he thought about his daughter being taken away by Wang Chuan. What to do? Wang Chuan asked. Wang Chuan, take it out and let me see it. Zhong Qingshu looked at Wang Chuan kindly. Thinking of the information about Wang Chuan that Chen Tian had mentioned on the road, he was full of curiosity about the child in front of him. Wang Chuan took out his warrior certificate. Swish. Chen Tian rushed forward and grabbed it. Zhong Qingshu was not in a hurry, but smiled at Wang Chuan and asked, Were you certified as a first-class warrior by the Deserted City Martial Alliance? Yes, sir. Wang Chuan admitted it. Zhong Qingshu's eyes lit up. Did Lao Zhang test you? Who is Lao Zhang? Wang Chuan was confused. It's him. Zhong Qingshu showed Wang Chuan the photo of Zheng Tianyao on his mobile phone. Oh, it turns out to be this teacher with great taste. Wang Chuan remembered. Good taste? Zhong Qingshu's face was full of confusion. He couldn't connect the old guy who often watched porn movies with the 5 words good taste. This teacher also likes Teacher Mikami. Wang Chuan blurted out and then felt embarrassed. Damn, he actually mentioned the name of the Japanese star in front of the principal. Teacher Mikami? Is there a teacher named Mikami in our school? Does Daxia have this surname? Zhong Qingshu's face showed even more doubts. Call. Wang Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Teacher Mikami's name was not famous enough for everyone to know him. Don't listen to this little bastard's nonsense. You, eh? A second-grade warrior? Didn't you just become a first-grade warrior? Chen Tian read it over and over again, and finally he was sure that the boy in front of him was the super genius with an S comprehension rating that Zheng Tianyao mentioned. He tried his best to suppress the urge to beat Wang Chuan up and spoke. But just as he said this, he suddenly realized, how long has it been since Wang Chuan was certified as a first-grade warrior? Has he broken through to become a second-grade warrior? Is it possible to cultivate so fast? He looked at Wang Chuan in surprise. Zhong Qingshu on the side also looked at Wang Chuan in shock. He had just returned to school and read Wang Chuan's information, so he felt even more shocked. 2 months ago, when Wang Chuan had just finished the college entrance examination, his blood test result was only 2 points. 2 months later, Wang Chuan became a second-grade warrior? Moreover, during the Martial Arts Alliance assessment, the rating was S. Squeak. Seeing the expressions of Zhong Qingshu and Chen Tian, the little monkey next to them looked confused and poked Zhong Qingshu gently. It knows nothing and feels uninvolved. You achieved the breakthrough while training in the wilderness, eh? Wang Chuan was confused. He still didn't understand why the person in front of him was looking for him. Chen Xianxian is my daughter. Chen Tian said with resentment. Wang Chuan. Wipe it. It turned out to be silly girl's father. This is so fucking. Wang Chuan felt unhappy. How did they meet under such circumstances? It's Uncle Chen, hello. Take money from others to help them eliminate disasters. Since he had promised Chen Xianxian, Wang Chuan didn't want to go back on his word. Where's Qianxian? Chen Tian asked, resisting the urge to curse or hit anyone. Back to school. How did you two know each other? Wang Chuan immediately and skillfully told the story that Chen Xianxian had prepared in advance, his tone rising and falling. Silly girl, your money is totally worth it. Wang Chuan gave himself a 10 in his heart for his performance. Zhong Qingshu and the little monkey listened with great interest, sat down, crossed their legs, and ate melon seeds. Zhong Qingshu was very happy. The school had picked up a talented student for free. Number 1 middle school had produced Lin Jingtian. That old man had been showing off in front of him for a while, and now he could finally fight back. Chapter 36 shocked Chen Tian. Zhong Qingshu was more curious about Chen Tian's reaction. This guy came here obviously to recruit Wang Chuan into Dongshan Wuda, but everyone knows that this guy is a daughter slave. Now 2 choices are placed in front of Chen Tian. First, recruit Wang Chuan into Dongshan Wuda, which means agreeing with the relationship between Wang Chuan and Chen Shanxian.
The second option is to resolutely separate Wang Chuan and Chen Shanxian, but in this way, the relationship between Chen Yingtian and his daughter is likely to break down. And, a super genius with an S level of comprehension. Which school could refuse?
Chen Yingtian's expression changed rapidly, and he was obviously hesitant. Wang Chuan, how much have you tempered your bones? You just asked about books about the spirit. What do you want to do? Zhong Qingshu remembered what Wang Chuan had asked him before. I have completed the tempering of my right upper limb.
Hearing Wang Chuan's words, Zhong Qingshu was shocked and motioned Wang Chuan to show his arms. The next second, he burst into swear words.
Fuck, the golden bone quenching method. Old Chen, look.
When Chen Yingtian heard that Wang Chuan was practicing his golden bone tempering method, he immediately knew that it was his daughter's fault, and subconsciously wanted to curse. However, when he saw that Wang Chuan had already tempered all 32 bones in his right upper limb using the golden bone tempering method, he froze in place.
How many months did it take him to temper his right upper limb? Moreover, in order to support his cultivation, his family used all kinds of elixirs to replenish his qi and blood, regardless of the cost. As far as Chen Yingtian knew, Wang Chuan's family was not well off.
He also did not guess that it was his daughter who provided resources to Wang Chuan. It was impossible for Chen Shanxian to have so many resources. Chen Yingtian immediately called his daughter.
Dad, Mua. Chen Shanxian's sweet and innocent voice came from the microphone.
Chen Yingtian, the old daughter slave, suddenly showed a happy smile on his face, leaving Zhong Qingshu speechless.
Daughter, are you back to school? Why didn't you tell your dad to pick you up?
The sickeningly sweet voice left the people around speechless, but Chen Yingtian didn't feel embarrassed at all. Zhong Qingshu was afraid that Chen Yingtian would continue chatting about family matters, so he snatched the phone and said with a smile, Shanshan, I'm your Uncle Zhong.
Hello, Uncle Zhong. Shanshan, did you give the golden bone refining method to Wang Chuan?
Zhong Qingshu asked the question he wanted to ask right from the start. Chen Shanshan, who was on the other end of the phone, immediately realized something and her heart was filled with alarm.
Dad, Uncle Zhong, you didn't do anything to Wang Chuan, did you? Chen Yingtian felt jealous when he saw his daughter's reaction and glared at Wang Chuan fiercely.
No, we couldn't bear to do anything to such an outstanding student. We called to find out whether you gave Wang Chuan the golden bone refining method. Yes, I saw that Wang Chuan's comprehension was pretty good, so I gave him the golden bone refining method.
Dad, I just gave it to him yesterday. If you're angry, you have to come back and don't bully Wang Chuan. I won't give it to him, okay?
In Chen Shanshan's opinion, Wang Chuan should not have started practicing at this time. At the same time, she was extremely alert.
Her father Chen Yingtian suddenly found Wang Chuan and completely disrupted her plans.
This time when she went back, she wanted to test her parents' opinions. If her parents still insisted that he go on a blind date with that guy named Lu, Chen Shanshan would take Wang Chuan to meet her parents.
Chen Shanshan didn't know that as soon as she finished speaking, Zhong Qingshu and Chen Yingtian on the other end of the microphone were dumbfounded.
The two of them looked in astonishment at Wang Chuan, who had already tempered all the bones of his right upper limb into a golden glow, and were so shocked that they were speechless.
Wang Chuan tempered 32 bones in one day?
Old Zhong, arrange a practice room.
Chen Yingtian hung up the phone on his daughter with a numb expression. Follow me. Zhong Qingshu immediately understood what Chen Yingtian meant and took the two of them to his dedicated training room.
Chen Yingtian looked at Wang Chuan with a stern gaze and said, Little bastard, you must practice the golden bone refining method for me now. At this time, Wang Chuan's cell phone rang. When Chen Yingtian saw the caller ID saying Dear Wife, his face instantly turned extremely ugly.
These two children will not have. Chen Yingtian became furious at the thought of that possibility. Hey. Wang Chuan smiled awkwardly and hung up the phone helplessly.
Wang Chuan, you should practice the golden bone tempering method first and put other things aside for now. Zhong Qingshu said with a smile.
Good. Wang Chuan sat cross-legged, and after more than 10 minutes, a faint golden color bloomed on the tip of his left little finger.
As the creator of gold bone tempering method, Chen Yingtian saw at a glance that Wang Chuan had mastered the gold bone tempering method, and he clenched his fists excitedly. His golden bone tempering method is so famous, but it has not spread in Daxia.
Why? Because it takes too long, and what human warriors lack most is time.
Besides, tempering bones is something that only people of the first or second grade can do. If one is a genius, the tempering can be completed in a few months. Even for those with poor comprehension, more than 10 years will be enough. However, practicing the golden bone tempering method not only consumes a large amount of energy and blood, but also requires a long time of accumulation. Don't look at Chun Tian, who is known as the #1 person under the 8th rank. However, many of his peers, some of whom were less talented than him, had cultivated to the peak of the 8th rank, and some geniuses had even become 9th rank warriors, standing at the pinnacle of this world. But Chun Tian had been stuck at the peak of the 7th rank for more than 20 years, so he had not practiced much of such a powerful technique as the golden bone tempering method.
In fact, if there were no golden bone tempering method, Chun Tian might have already been an invincible 9th grade warrior by now.
The shortcomings of the golden bone tempering method seemed to not exist on Wang Chuan, which gave him hope. Zhong Qingshu gently touched Chun Tian with his arm to remind him. Chun Tian looked at Wang Chuan, who was practicing with his eyes closed, with a complicated expression, and sighed in his heart. He was indeed a genius rated S, and his comprehension was truly incredible. If Wang Chuan had no relationship with his daughter, he would have been overjoyed to accept him as a disciple. However, when Chun Tian thought that Wang Chuan had taken his daughter away, he felt very uncomfortable. Buzz! Just as he was thinking about it, the golden light emanating from Wang Chuan's bone became even brighter.
Call. Chun Tian took a deep breath.
Zhong Qingshu knew that Chun Tian had made a decision.
4 hours later, Wang Chuan opened his eyes and frowned.
Compared with the tempering speed of more than 30 bones last night, today's speed was much slower. You had already tempered those bones before you changed to the golden bone tempering method, so the second time you tempered them it was much faster. Now is your normal tempering speed.
Chun Tian saw what Wang Chuan was thinking and explained. Host, Wang Chuan. Cultivation, early 2nd stage. Health, 10,580 plus. Spirit, 60. Bone tempering, 15%.
Kung Fu, basic tempering method mastery plus basic gun technique great mastery plus basic body technique great mastery plus gold bone tempering method beginner plus.
Wang Chuan was shocked when he summoned the attribute panel. It took so much energy and blood to temper a bone. Chapter 37, Is Silly Girl's Father a Grandmaster? Have you mastered the method of refining gold bones? Chun Tian stared at Wang Chuan closely.
Facing the big boss who created this martial art, there was no need for Wang Chuan to hide anything. Although they already had the answer in their hearts, Chun Tian and Zhong Qingshu couldn't help but tremble in their hearts when they received Wang Chuan's affirmative answer. As expected, he is a super genius with an S level of comprehension. His comprehension is absolutely amazing.
Zhong Qingshu nudged Chun Tian with his arm again, asking what he thought.
At the same time, Zhong Qingshu looked at Wang Chuan, and his smile became extremely bright.
Wang Chuan, you asked me before about the books on spirituality. What do you want to do with them?
Wang Chuan, I practiced the golden bone refining method and developed a new power that allows me to see places dozens of meters away, just like the soul leaving the body in the movie, but I can't control this power, so I think the woman should have this kind of book.
What?
Are you sure? Before Wang Chuan finished speaking, Zhong Qingshu and Chun Tian's eyes almost popped out. The two looked at Wang Chuan in surprise. Zhong Qingshu stretched out his big hand and placed it on Wang Chuan's head. It was naturally impossible for the principal of No. 2 middle school to harm him, so Wang Chuan let him do what he wanted without worry. Incredible, really incredible, Wang Chuan actually gave birth to a spirit in the 2nd level realm.
Zhong Qingshu murmured, and seeing his shocked expression, it seemed as if he saw a rooster laying eggs.
Don't blame him for being so weird, it's because this incident subverted everyone's imagination. Such a thing has never happened in history, and he is sure that Wang Chuan is the first in the world.
The hesitation on Chun Tian's face disappeared instantly.
His face was filled with enthusiasm. He grabbed Wang Chuan's hand and said, Xiaochuan, since you and Shanshan have developed to this point, let's add each other's contact information so that it will be convenient for us to contact each other in the future.
Shanshan is such a fool. Why would she take you to the wilderness?
She should have brought you home to play earlier.
You don't know, your mother-in-law has wanted to invite you to her home for a while. At this time, Chun Tian's cell phone rang and he answered it. Chun Tian, have you found that little bastard? Kill him first if you find him. Zhang Ying's voice came from the microphone.
Chun Tian looked embarrassed and explained, your mother-in-law welcomes people in such a passionate way.
Ha ha. Wang Chuan's mouth twitched. Is this a welcome? If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will also be crooked.
Now he finally understood why Qin Shanshan could do such a thing as forcing him to be her boyfriend the first time they met.
This is hereditary.
Squeak. The little monkey next to him smiled with his mouth wide open.
Ha ha ha, you see, it's my first time meeting you.
I was so excited that I forgot to introduce myself.
My name is Chuning Tian, and I'm the vice president of Dongshan Martial Arts University. I'm a 7th grade peak warrior and the #1 person under the 8th grade grandmaster.
Seeing Wang Chuan standing there in a daze, Chuning Tian introduced himself.
Gudong. Wang Chuan looked at Chuning Tian in front of him in shock. This is the grandmaster?
In the past, grandmasters only existed on television and in legends. This was the first time Wang Chuan saw a living grandmaster.
Silly girl's father is a powerful master, why doesn't Tishi say it?
He actually cooperated with the silly girl to deceive a master.
What a bad situation.
Ever since he traveled across time and space to this world, people around him have told him that the Grand Master should not be insulted. It's not just because the masters are powerful, but because of the existence of these masters, they can have such a stable and peaceful life. For example, a deserted city would have been razed to the ground by monsters if there were no powerful masters guarding it. Every time the monsters made unusual movements, it was only because a powerful master took action that the movements could be suppressed. It can be said that the Grandmaster has been protecting the entire world. He felt very uncomfortable that he and Qin Shanshan teamed up to deceive such a great person. If his parents knew that he and Qin Shanshan had teamed up to deceive the Grandmaster, he would probably be kicked out of the house.
Laugh. Hearing Chuning Tian's self-introduction, Zhong Qingshu looked disdainful. Why are you bragging? You are just a master. When he has a sudden realization, the master will be within his reach.
Zhong Qingshu looked at Wang Chuan with a fiery gaze. A 2nd grade warrior had given birth to spiritual power. He wondered if this little fellow would take that step before him if he inherited his legacy. Thinking of this, Zhong Qingshu opened his mouth.
Get out of the way, don't even think about it.
My son-in-law is practicing my golden bone refining method.
He wants to inherit my legacy.
You'd better put your beast-taming skills aside.
Old Zhong, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you give up. Chuning Tian stopped talking halfway through his words. Wasn't his situation the same as Zhong Qingshu's? Come on, why don't you say anything? Zhong Qingshu looked at Chuning Tian jokingly. I don't care. This is my son-in-law.
He should inherit my teachings.
Chuning Tian said.
He hasn't taken the martial arts exam yet, and currently belongs to Bincheng No. 2 Middle School. You have no right to directly enroll him without my approval.
Zhong Qingshu said quietly. I can open a special recruitment channel for him without going through you, the high school principal. Chuning Tian also refused to give in.
The two men glared at each other in order to make Wang Chuan inherit their mantle.
Squeak.
The little monkey poked Wang Chuan gently, then took out a small notebook and handed it to him.
Wang Chuan took it doubtfully. Dian Heart Sutra?
When he opened the first page, he was instantly attracted by the content and couldn't help but read on.
By the time Chuning Tian realized it, it was too late to stop it.
He could only glare at Zhong Qingshu helplessly.
However, he also understood Zhong Qingshu's feelings.
After all, a disciple with comprehension was very suitable for inheriting his mantle.
Who wouldn't want to accept him?
Zhong Qingshu and the little monkey clapped their hands.
The two men and the monkey just watched Wang Chuan practice out of boredom.
Wang Chuan came here to look for books about the spirit in order to be able to use the spirit to be alert to the surroundings and spy on the enemy, but now he realized that he had underestimated the power of the spirit. Spiritual power, like qi and blood power, is the most basic power of human beings, and spiritual power can also be used against enemies. Boom! 7 days later, Wang Chuan's mind suddenly exploded, as if the world was created, and his mind became a chaos. Almost at the same time, in the training room, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around Wang Chuan suddenly surged, like rivers, converging towards Wang Chuan.
In an instant, Wang Chuan was completely wrapped in spiritual energy, and a brilliant nebula appeared above his head. How is that possible?
Chuning Tian and Zhong Qingshu suddenly widened their eyes and looked at Wang Chuan in shock. Especially Zhong Qingshu, who was the creator of the Dian Heart Sutra, naturally knew what this scene before him represented.
Opening up the nebula in my mind. This is the beginning of understanding the first level of the Great Evolution Heart Sutra. Can I understand the first level in just 7 days?
Zhong Qingshu said with a look of disbelief on his face. It took his best disciple a full year and a half to achieve this.
Chapter 38 Dongshan Wuda Admission Agreement.
That disciple's current strength has already surpassed Zhong Qingshu. His talent is naturally beyond doubt. He is definitely a super genius. But even for such a genius, it took more than a year to practice the first level of the Dian Heart Sutra from the initial enlightenment to the entry level.
This is enough to prove how difficult the Dian Heart Sutra is to practice.
That person only practiced the first level and gave up practicing the subsequent contents. As for Zhong Qingshu's other disciples, they had already given up on the Dian Heart Sutra at this moment. In this respect, his situation is similar to that of Chuning Tian. And Wang Chuan actually cultivated the first level to the entry level in just 7 days, which instantly aroused the interest of Zhong Qingshu, who was about to give up. Such extraordinary understanding and the legendary natural talent are probably just like this. Then again, if even a genius like Wang Chuan cannot practice the Dian Heart Sutra to perfection, then it only means that the direction of his research is indeed wrong. After all, even he, the creator of the Dian Heart Sutra, has only cultivated it to the third level at this moment. He has not created the subsequent mental methods at all, and has only guessed a general research direction. Zhong Qingshu's eyes lit up as he stared at Wang Chuan, as if he was looking at a priceless treasure.
He looked at Chuning Tian standing beside him.
The two of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time.
Wang Chuan opened his eyes and felt as if his whole body was sublimated.
With a thought, a vast mental power came out. He could see the scenery more than 10 meters away, and even the small ants on the ground were clearly visible.
20 meters is a critical point.
Beyond this distance, Wang Chuan feels his mental power dissipating. Perhaps after his spiritual level improves, he can break through this critical point.
Zhong Qingshu, who was standing by, looked over with a smile on his face and said, "How do you feel?"
"It feels great."
"Thanks, Principal." Wang Chuan respectfully handed the Dian Heart Sutra back.
Zhong Qingshu took it and then handed another thin book to Wang Chuan. This is the content of the second level of the Great Evolution Heart Sutra.
If you can comprehend and understand the first level, you can start practicing the second level. Wang Chuan was deeply shocked.
He did not expect that the Dian Heart Sutra had a second level.
The first level had brought him such a big change, so what about the second level? Wang Chuan became excited.
In fact, you can also think of it as another mental method. It's called the second level because it's an advanced version of the first level, just like the gold bone refining method you're practicing. You're only practicing the first level now, and there are still the second and third levels to come. Unlike other advanced techniques, the low-level versions of these two techniques can only be practiced to the next stage after being mastered, while other techniques do not have this concern.
Of course, these two techniques have such limitations, and the effect of practicing them is also unmatched by other techniques. For example, Lao Chen's golden bone refining method, the effect of the second turn is 10 times that of the first turn.
If you change to practice other techniques, the effect can be increased by up to 5 times. Zhong Qingshu explained with a smile.
"I didn't expect there would be such a genius like you in this school. Your teacher didn't notice it, it's his fault." Wang Chuan looked embarrassed when he heard this. This is not the school's fault. Not only did the teacher not notice it, he himself couldn't notice it either. The reason why he can cultivate so fast is because of the system.
Without the system, he would be just an ordinary person with 2 points of qi and blood. Chuning Tian also handed a thin booklet to Wang Chuan, and then said with a smile, "Xiao Chuan, I wonder what your plans are for your martial arts exam? Given your relationship with Qianqian, you can't enter other martial arts universities. I have a recommendation quota here, and you don't have to take the martial arts exam.
Are you interested? Admission to Wuhan University?"
The huge happiness suddenly came, making Wang Chuan a little dazed. This kind of treatment that only the legendary super geniuses can enjoy will actually come to him one day.
I'm a fucking idiot. If I can't even get this little bit of treatment, then I'm such a loser.
Wang Chuan suppressed his excitement, looked at Chuning Tian, and was about to open his mouth.
"Come on, sign it." Without waiting for Wang Chuan to finish his words, Chuning Tian took out an agreement.
After seeing the admission agreement, Wang Chuan just let Chuning Tian control him to sign and put his fingerprints on it. Zhong Qingshu, as the principal of No. 2 Middle School, naturally assisted him.
5 minutes later, Bincheng's second Wuhan University student was born.
Looking at the submission agreement in his hand, Wang Chuan always felt it was so unreal.
"Xiao Chuan, I'll go back to school first and bring your information back. Your admission letter will be distributed with other new students. Chen Yingtian and Wang Chuan exchanged contact information and left in a hurry. He wanted to get this done as soon as possible to avoid any mistakes. After all, if a super genius like Wang Chuan were known by the other 3 top universities, they would probably come to snatch his students. This time, he took advantage of a loophole with the help of Zheng Tianyao. Although Dongshan Wuhan University can still be ranked among the top 4 universities, its overall strength is indeed quite poor. In the past few years, less than 1% of Dxia's top geniuses are willing to apply to Dongshan Wuda University. This is a scary number. If this continues, Dongshan Wuhan University will soon be overtaken by other Wuhan universities from its position as one of the top 4 universities. That's why Chen Yingtian was so nervous. It was not until Chen Yingtian left that Wang Chuan came back to his senses from his shock. Looking at the admission agreement in his hand, Wang Chuan still couldn't believe it. He is now an admission agreement? For your safety, the school will not publicize you in a big way. The bonus will be distributed to you soon. During this time, you should not go deep into the wilderness for training. Just calm down and wait for college. Zhong Qingshu patted Wang Chuan's shoulder appreciatively. Although he did not accept Wang Chuan as his apprentice, he had already regarded Wang Chuan as his own disciple in his heart. Yes, headmaster. Wang Chuan responded. Squeak. The little monkey took the initiative to add Wang Chuan's WeChat and agreed to team up to play PUBG together in the future, and then let Wang Chuan leave. Wang Chuan was speechless. He remembered an internet meme from his previous life: you never know whether there is a person or a dog on the other side of the internet. Now this joke has become a reality. Who would have thought that your teammate in PUBG is a monkey? As I walked out of the Wuming building, my cell phone rang. Wang Chuan answered the phone. Wang Chuan, my dad didn't do anything to you, did he? Chen Xianxian's worried words came from the microphone. Uncle Chen asked me to treat you better in the future. He also asked us to get married soon. Wang Chuan started talking nonsense. There was silence for a moment, and then Chen Xianxian said angrily, Wang Chuan, you dare to tease your employer, I will deduct 100,000 from you. Wang Chuan. Chen Xianxian, where's my dad? He won't answer the phone when I call him. Wang Chuan, he went back. Chen Xianxian was a little confused. This was not like his father's style. She hesitated and asked, what did you say to my dad? Wang Chuan, I didn't say anything. At this time, someone else's voice came from the microphone, as if someone was calling Chen Xianxian. I'm glad you're okay. I'm going to do my mission first. Remember, if you dare to refuse my calls in the future, I'll beat you to death. Having said that, Chen Xianxian hung up the phone. Wang Chuan was speechless, and the next moment, he became excited. If his parents knew that he was admitted to the university without taking the entrance exam, I wonder how happy they would be. Chapter 39, would Wang Chuan want to take the next step with her? Dongshan Wuhan University. Chen Xianxian was feeling very nervous. Her father's sudden appearance in Bincheng really caught her off guard. She didn't know what would happen between her father and Wang Chuan. More importantly, she was afraid that Wang Chuan would be exposed, or that her father would do something irrational in anger and hurt Wang Chuan. Chen Xianxian became extremely worried when she thought about what might happen over there. Xianxian, what's wrong with you? Lu Qingling looked at Chen Xianxian in confusion. Why did this girl seem a little absent-minded? Are you not used to being separated from Wang Chuan? Lu Qingling joked. My dad went to Bincheng to meet Wang Chuan. Chen Xianxian said something shocking. Puff. Lu Qingling sprayed out the water she had drunk. She looked at Chen Xianxian in surprise and asked, did Principal Chen go to see Wang Chuan? As she spoke, Lu Qingling's eyes were filled with worry, and she asked, Xianxian, will Principal Chen really break Wang Chuan's legs? All the students at Dongshan Wuhan University know that President Chen is a daughter slave. Chen Xianxian rolled her eyes at Lu Qingling. Sister, you are really good at comforting people. She was already worried enough, and after hearing what Lu Qingling said, the scene of Wang Chuan's legs being broken by her father appeared in front of Chen Xianxian's eyes. Don't worry. Principal Chen is, after all, a great master who protects the country and the people. He's kind-hearted enough to do this. Lu Qingling comforted. Little Belle, I noticed that you have been very arrogant recently. You dare to make fun of my dad? Watch out. Chen Xianxian thought so too, thinking that her father still had some sense of propriety.
She breathed a sigh of relief and then started to quarrel with Lu Qingling. After more than 10 minutes, the two women stopped. Lu Qingling asked breathlessly, Shanshan, you have always let Linjua be your shield, why did you suddenly change people? As she spoke, Lu Qingling's eyes flashed with disdain for Linjua, and she said, now Linjua has become your #1 anti-fan, and he is no longer as supportive of you as before.
Chen Shanshan didn't care at all. Linjua is no longer satisfied with the identity of shield. I don't want to be with a man like him. Lu Qingling smiled and joked, Wang Chuan is satisfied with the role of shield, what if he wants to go further?
When Chen Shanshan heard this, she recalled the scenes when she and Wang Chuan were training together, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Would Wang Chuan want to take a step further?
She seemed never to have thought about it.
Before, Linjua was your shield and I didn't say anything.
Now that he has become your anti-fan, I am not afraid to tell you some things. Linjua pursued me secretly and said a lot of bad things about you to me.
He is a very dark person.
I heard that this person might do something bad to Wang Chuan.
Judging from his style of doing things, this rumor is very likely to be true.
You have to make Wang Chuan be careful during this period.
And that Lu Tao, I heard that this guy might come here soon and threaten to turn over your sign.
A second generation rich like him is likely to do something bad to you or Wang Chuan.
Chen Shanshan was in a complicated mood.
She stood up and said, go do the task first.
I'll deal with these things when I come back. Good. Lu Qingling responded. Bincheng #2 Middle School. Watching the students coming and going, Wang Chuan suddenly felt a sense of independence from the world. Wang Chuan? Now that you're here, why don't you come in?
Lu Bo's voice came from behind.
Do you feel uncomfortable? I feel the same way.
By the way, the admissions teacher from Bincheng Wuda came to my house last night and offered very generous conditions. They should come to your house today or tomorrow.
However, with your conditions, you will naturally not be satisfied. Go in.
After the two returned from the deserted city and experienced the incident with the Tianlang gang, they became friends for life and death. Lu Bo's attitude towards Wang Chuan changed a lot.
Lu Bo has also grown a lot.
The two walked towards the classroom.
There is less than a month left before the martial arts exam.
Those of you who are not getting enough qi and blood should not be discouraged.
Wang Chuan is your best role model.
When his qi and blood were tested, he only had 2 points. But now, Wang Chuan has become a formal martial artist.
So as long as you work hard, the goddess of luck will always favor you.
Before entering the classroom, the passionate voice of our head teacher Li Tingxing was heard.
It can be heard that Teacher Li is in a good mood.
During this period, Teacher Li became the envy of all teachers in ordinary classes. According to past practice, it would be great if there were a few people in the ordinary class with qi and blood above 6 points who were eligible to register for the martial arts exam. As for formal warriors, they have never appeared in ordinary classes. This year, other ordinary classes were the same as in previous years, but unexpectedly, there were formal warriors in Li Tingxing's class, and there were 3 of them at once, and nearly 10 of them had 8.9 points of qi and blood. This year, Teacher Li's bonus is probably about the same amount as that of the teachers in the key classes. During this period, Teacher Li Tingxing seemed to be walking with the wind. Especially in this month, cramming is still very useful. The appearance of Wang Chuan and Zhou Chang made many students in the school know the terms special physique and mutated physique.
There is a difference between practicing and studying for a warrior. There is less than a month left, and even if you study hard, the improvement will not be that great, but practice is different. No one knows whether they have a special physique or a variant physique. As long as you are willing to work hard, you may be able to awaken your physique.
Once awakened, it is not just a small improvement, but a huge change that will revolutionize the world. At this moment, Teacher Li, who was giving inspirational speeches to the whole class, noticed Wang Chuan and Lu Bo approaching, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face.
Ha, Wang Chuan and Lu Bo, you two are back from your training? I thought you were going to wait until the martial arts exam to come back. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Even a warrior needs to combine work and rest when training. Classmates, how about we ask 2 students to tell us about their experiences during their training?
As the head teacher finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out in the classroom.
Fuck, squad leader and Wang Chuan, you are finally back. I missed you so much. It's over. My eyes are blinded.
I feel like 2 gods are walking towards us. When they saw Wang Chuan and Lu Bo appear, all the students in the class became excited and their faces were full of excitement. The two of them picked out one or two funny experiences and told them, but tacitly did not mention the incident with the serious gang. Returning to their seats, the two smiled at each other at the same time. Unconsciously, their state of mind changed. Looking at the classmates around them with innocent smiles, they also smiled. They laughed happily because they knew that since the moment they became warriors, such a carefree smile was gradually drifting away from them.
How long can these classmates around me keep such innocent smiles? It is better not to destroy students' beautiful aspirations for the future.
When school was about to end, Wang Chuan suddenly received a call from Zhou Chang.
"Fatty, where the hell are you?" "Dad misses you." Wang Chuan joked. "Brother Chuan, I'll ask the driver to pick you up after school. There's something good going on,"
Zhou Chang said in a mysterious tone.
"Good thing?" Wang Chuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that this guy agreed to give him Mr. Mikami's collection? Chapter 40. This child must be admitted to the Magic City's Wuhan University.
Inside the Zhou family villa, Zhou Fumin, the patriarch of the Zhou family, Zhou Cheng's father, who has recently emerged as a rising star in the business world, was sitting there like a well-behaved elementary school student with a reserved look on his face. But if you look closely, you can see excitement in his eyes.
Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged beauty.
As she sat there, she exuded an intimidating aura that made people around her very nervous. Next to the middle-aged beauty sat a sloppy young man with a haughty look in his eyes.
"Did you finish the call?"
The beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Zhou Chang, who hung up the phone.
"It's over, Auntie. Wang Chuan is my best friend. You must recruit him into the Magic City Wuda."
Zhou Chang grabbed the middle-aged beautiful woman's arm and shook her like a child.
The young man at the side said with disdain, "What do you think the Magic City Wuda is? Can anyone get in? Wuhan University in Magic City is one of the 4 top universities. It is not inferior to Wuhan University in Kyoto. Recruiting you will take up my mother's quota.
As for your so-called best friend, he is just an ordinary student.
How talented can he be?"
The disdain in the young man's eyes became even stronger, and he continued, "It's better to ask him to come over and check if he has any other purpose by approaching you."
"You?" Zhou Cheng's face suddenly became extremely ugly. "You can say it's okay for me, but I can't say it's okay for you to say it's okay for me too."
The young man burst into laughter, his eyes showing no sign of disdain.
"Shut up? What qualifications do you have to say that to me?"
The beautiful middle-aged woman frowned. "You two should shut up and don't ruin the relationship between you brothers for an outsider." After that, she looked at Zhou Chang and said lovingly, "Xiao Cheng, Auntie can't promise you anything.
Auntie is responsible for the entire Magic City Wuda. The reason why I can recruit you into the school is because your physique has been initially awakened.
Even if you are not qualified for admission at this moment, once you are fully awakened you will definitely exceed the admission standards of Shanghai Wuda University. You will be admitted to Shanghai Wuda University in advance, and no one will say anything.
But I can't guarantee your friend's success. There is no order without rules. I hope you can understand this. Aunt, I. Xiao Cheng."
Seeing that Zhou Chang wanted to speak again, Li Ping on the side couldn't help but speak. Zhou Cheng's face looked unhappy, and the young man next to him had a teasing look in his eyes. "Mom, I'd say we shouldn't waste time here and go find Lin Zhengtian directly.
What our Magic City Wuda needs is a super talent like him. We can give him double what Kyoto Wuda can give him.
As long as we recruit him, our mission in Dongshan will be perfectly solved." The young man didn't want to waste time, especially after he learned that his grandmother attached great importance to the fat man in front of him. He felt very uncomfortable. Hearing the young man's words, the middle-aged beautiful woman's eyes were obviously moved. Just at this moment, Zhou Cheng's driver came in with Wang Chuan.
"Oh my god, Zhou Cheng, your family is really rich." Wang Chuan looked around curiously, just like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden.
Seeing him like this, the beautiful middle-aged woman frowned slightly, and the young man next to her couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Wang Chuan then noticed that there were other people in the room.
He smiled awkwardly at the beautiful middle-aged woman and the young man. "I'm sorry, I didn't notice that there were guests in my house."
"I'm so rude."
"Ha, it turns out that birds of a feather flock together. I didn't have high hopes, but I didn't expect it to give me a surprise."
"It turns out that there is no lower limit for low,"
the young man said jokingly. Wang Chuan frowned when he heard this.
Why did this person speak so aggressively? But this is the fat man's home, and Wang Chuan didn't want to make the fat man feel uncomfortable being caught in the middle,
so he didn't say anything to refute.
Chen Yang, I've had enough of you. If you don't want to stay here, get out. He's my brother. What right do you have to say anything about him?
Zhou Chang, who had had enough of his anger, could no longer hold it in and roared. Seeing that the fat man stood on his side without hesitation, Wang Chuan was deeply moved.
Xiao Cheng.
Zhou Cheng's mother Li Ping shouted, then frowned and looked at Chen Yang, reprimanding, Xiaoyan, Wang Chuan is your cousin's best friend, how can you talk like that?
Snort.
Chen Yang looked at Zhou Chang and Wang Chuan coldly, then stood up and left. The beautiful middle-aged woman Li Ru glanced at Wang Chuan and instantly lost interest in testing Wang Chuan.
She said indifferently.
Fumin, Li Ping, Xiao Cheng's admission letter will be sent out along with the other admission letters.
I have something else to do and I'm leaving now.
Now that the misunderstanding between you and mom has been resolved, call mom and dad often in the future so that they won't worry about you all the time. Big. Seeing Li Ru was about to leave, Zhou Chang wanted to keep her, but Li Ping shook her head at him, and Zhou Chang shut his mouth.
Wang Chuan looked puzzled.
He said something as soon as he walked in. How did he provoke those two people?
Xiaochuan, I heard from Zhou Chang that you went to the wilderness for training some time ago. What did you gain?
Li Ping asked Wang Chuan with a smile. Wang Chuan could see that Li Ping was trying to change the subject, but he didn't take what happened just now to heart. Before Wang Chuan could speak, Zhou Chang spoke first with a sour tone.
Did this guy go to the wilderness for training? He went there to cultivate a relationship with the school beauty.
Damn, when I think about you going out to practice with the school beauty, my heart is trembling with jealousy.
School beauty?
Zhou Fumin and Li Ping were both confused. Uncle, aunt, stop listening to Fatty's nonsense. Fatty, your strength.
Wang Chuan looked at Zhou Chang in surprise.
He didn't expect that after not seeing him for a while, Zhou Cheng's bones had been almost tempered and he would soon be ready to break through to become a second-grade warrior.
Ah, Chuanza, I didn't expect you to see through it. Dad's physique is about to fully awaken. When I fully awaken, I will become a legend in our Dongshan.
Zhou Chang said proudly. At this moment, the cell phone in Wang Chuan's pocket rang. He took out the phone and answered it, but he didn't notice that his hand accidentally took out the warrior certificate and dropped it on the ground. Mom, I'm here with Uncle Joe, so I won't go back to eat.
By the way, Mom, I'll tell you and Dad a good news when I get home. Wang Chuan decided to give his parents a shot of vaccination first so that they could be mentally prepared.
Zhou Chang leaned over and picked up the thing on the ground. When he opened it, he cursed, fuck, second grade.
Chuanza, when did you break through to the second level?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the villa looked at Wang Chuan in shock. Especially Zhou Chang, his physique has awakened, the speed of cultivation has accelerated, and there is a constant supply of a large amount of resources, but at this moment he is only at the peak of the first level. His cultivation speed is definitely the best in Bincheng, and can be compared with Wang Chuan. The other side. Li Ru had just walked out of the villa when the phone in her pocket rang. When she saw the caller ID, a look of respect immediately appeared on her face.
Xiao Ru, I've already sent you the address. Go there right away. No matter what the cost, you must recruit this child into the magic capital Wuda.
Li Ru's face changed when she heard her mother's order.